Alright guys, we will be getting started shortly. Hey, what's up, Javier? Just getting a final little setup going on right now. It's been a little bit since I've done this layout, so trying out the new one. I think it's going good. So we're going to go back to this one for today. Still painting, oh man. Alright. I think we're just about ready. Almost. One final thing I have to get ready, and then we will begin. Sorry guys, a little bit behind on today's. Alright, we're going to go ahead and start. We're going to go ahead. Alright guys, welcome to another live game night where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. What's up, Brawny? Alright guys, I'm so sorry I'm a couple minutes late on this one. Guys, we're going back to the original format for today. We might do all three tomorrow. Shannon, how's my day going? It's going good. It's going good. I'm excited to introduce today. How's your day going, Bronny? I'm excited to introduce today. We're going to be playing a bonus. We're going to be doing the normal stream you guys are used to that I started with. Where, of course, we have multiple formats we'll go back and forth with. Today we have a bonus game. This bonus game is called King of the Hill. How it works is whoever the most recent, just got off, perfect timing. Whoever the most recent person the most recent person to earn a point on the scoreboard will get their piece on this hill. I have a random timer set between 5 and 10 minutes, and whenever it goes off, whoever's piece is on this hill, well, pretty much whoever got the most recent point, which will be represented by their piece on this hill, will get a bonus point. And so if Tweety's on this hill, if somebody else gets a point, then they go on the hill. The timer will go off at random intervals. I have it right here, and I'm going to go ahead and start it right now. And I'm going to have it to where I cannot see the countdown as well. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to go ahead and start with Guess That Balloon. The first person to correctly guess what I am making within 2 guesses will get a point on the scoreboard. Oops, shouldn't do that. Two guesses per balloon per player. So, I will be numbering you on the scoreboard based on when you get on for the extra game, or the bonus point. Gun is correct. There's a point for Bronny. Realizing this needs to be a little bit easier for me to reach. All right. Bronny, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 1 on the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. See if I have better luck with my markers today. Bronny, you are currently... Hope I have better luck with this figure today, too. Get the stand. Ronnie, you're currently the king of the hill. Whoever is on the hill when the timer goes off will get a bonus point. Continuing on to another round of Guess That Balloon. First person to correctly guess what I'm making within 2 guesses will get a point on the scoreboard. Actually, I'm just realizing I could probably move the camera a lot closer. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. I don't know how long I've been doing the other setup. I think a week or 2. I wanted to get that one in a very good flow before I went back to this one. Now this one's in an even better flow. So, what did I do? Uh-oh. I don't know what I did. I don't know. I don't know what I did. But you're welcome. Here we go. What you doing? Blind as a bat. Yeah, okay. It was a little bit for the I was hoping that this would be a little bit more easily viewable. Oh, and actually, I'm probably at some point going to get a stand right here so I can have the king of the hill right there. All right, guys, another round of Guess That Balloon, and then we're going to move on to some card games so we get a couple more people in. First person correct to guess what I'm making. We're going to point on the scoreboard. Alright, first person to guess what I'm making within 2 points. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have sword. There's another point for brawny. Alright. And guys, I have a fun surprise too for justifiable thoughts. I do have a bunch of letters as well now. So that way I can show you guys the letter. Alright, we're going to continue on another round of Guess That Balloon. First person to correct the guess that I'm making within 2 guesses will get a point on the scoreboard. Swan is correct. Now, I'll have you guys know this is a representation of who got the last point. So Javier just got the point. Javier, welcome to the scoreboard. So I'll probably actually just move this right away so you guys know. So if I put the point on, or if somebody gets the point, and then the timer goes off, but I haven't switched the pieces yet, it's still supposed to go to the person who the most recent person to get the point. Just so you know. So this is supposed to be a visual representation for you guys, but I do want to be fair. All right. Awesome. Continuing on. We're going to do another round of Guess That Balloon. I also have it to where this setup is hopefully now, this setup along with the other setup where you guys are staring down at the table is hopefully a lot more fluid for me to be able to go back and forth with ease. And I have the technology to be the same-ish on all of the setups close, so that way we can more easily switch back and forth for future streams. Took me a lot of trial and error. So, yeah, I didn't want to go back to this setup until I got the other one figured out. All right, round to Guess That Balloon. First person to guess what I'm making will get a point on the scoreboard. Body is small. Dog is correct. That is a point for Javier. All right, guys, I think we're going to do one more balloon. We're going to do one more balloon, and then we're going to switch it up. We're going to do one more, and then we're going to switch it up. Hope everyone's having a good day today. Alright, we're going to try a different one. We're going to do a different balloon. First person to guess that balloon will get a point on the scoreboard. Ronnie, when are you going live again? haven't decided. Fair enough. It's kind of hard to get into a flow, especially when you first decide you want to start doing that, you know? All right, the timer has gone off. The person who was on the king is currently Javier. Hey, Richard, welcome. Turtle is correct. And Javier, here's your bonus point for King of the Hill. Hey, Sasso, welcome. Richard, welcome back. Turtle was the correct answer. We're going to go ahead and move on to a card game now. Guys, we have a new special bonus game. We're back to the first format for now. But the bonus game is whoever the most recent person to earn a point on the scoreboard will be put on the hill. And whenever the timer randomly goes off, it goes off at random intervals. The most recent person will get a bonus point. This is supposed to be a physical representation, but yeah. All right, so we're going to continue on. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to Blurt. Blurt is a fan favorite. I'm feeling a lot better. I've had a little bit of a runny nose, but that's okay. I hope you guys are doing good today. We're going to go ahead and play Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will give a... Yeah, Javier, you got the point for Turtle. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Yes. I gave you the point for the Turtle, and I gave you the extra point for the King of the Hill. All right, guys. First person, up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, to close and open one eye quickly. The second definition, to take water out of a boat. Blink is correct. And bail is correct. Welcome back. Plastic. Fantastic. All right, first person on my screen who said blink would be Sasso. All right, let me go ahead and give Sasso the point. Sasso, welcome to the scoreboard. Sasso is a former champion. You are entered in as red. I'll have you guys know for the new King of the Hill bonus game, right now, only 1 point from the Blurt round has been given out because I haven't checked for the second one. Sasso, you're number 3. So I have the 3 token right here. You probably won't be able to see it, but I'll be able to see it. So Sasso, you're on the hill right now. If it goes off before I decide who gets the next point, because I do have to check, then you get it. All right, now, who said, first person on my screen, I am doing a lot better, Plastic. I hope you're doing well. Plastic, you said bail. All right, Plastic, you get the point. Welcome to the scoreboard. Plastic, you're number 4 on the scoreboard. You have the red 4 chip. Hope you guys are doing good too. Plastic, you are a former champion, so entered in as red. Who got the first one? Javier did. Javier got the first one. He was on the hill when the timer went off. I would show you guys the timer sound. However, I have to watch an ad every time I mess with the settings. Otherwise, I don't want to quite buy it right now. Buy the app. Gotta see if I like it. Well, actually, I really don't want to buy it. So, no, the first definition. Oh, wink. Let me see. I did give the point out. Oh, it was. Huh. I gave it to Sasso. However, now that I realize it, Sasso said blink, and this is actually wink, so the point should have actually gone to Javier, now that I think about it. Thank you for that correction. Sasso, I'm taking your point away, but I'm going to leave you on the scoreboard because I'm sure you're going to get a point. Thank you for that. I did realize I just made a mistake. All right, Javier, you're at 5. All right, and the double check, first person to say bail was Plastic. Thought so. Thank you. Yeah, I actually thought it was a typo, and then I realized blinking and winking are just different words. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. You said blink. Yes, but the answer was wink. All right, guys, we're going to move on to another round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, the return each year of the date on which an event happened. The second definition, idle talk or rumors that are often not true. Annual is not correct. Anniversary is Sasso. Back on. And gossip is correct. First person on my screen who said gossip would be Brawny. All right, Brawny, current king. You guys are knocking each other off. Oh, Brawny, the timer just went off and you just got on. Brawny, that's a bonus point for you. Oh, wow, right down to the wire, right down to the wire. And I actually don't know. So I have the timer to randomly go off between 5 and 10 minutes, but I decided it would be better for me if I didn't see what the time was. So I actually have it hidden, so I don't know when it's going to go off, just because I like to be fair and I don't want that to subconsciously influence me. So, I really do not know when it's going to go off. I'll have you guys know. But whoever the most recent person I say got the point, even if I'm in between reading the first answer and the second answer, they have it whether I change this or not. I think I'm going to start changing this first, though. As long as I said you were the person who got the point, and then the timer goes off right after, then you were the person who gets the bonus point. All right. That's more fun that way. Yeah, it's more fair, too. It's more fun, and it's more fair. All right, cool, guys. We're going to move on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, an animal that lays eggs and has feathers and wings. The second definition, an animal covered with long, sharp quills. Bird is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Brawny, you're at 5. Porcupine is correct. That is a point for Brawny. And guys, this game show is going to be going a little bit more fluid, especially this one, because I actually have a huge screen right there to be able to watch the chat as well. So, all right, guys, moving on to another round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, to spend the winter in a state resembling deep sleep, as some bears do. The second definition, a drawing or picture of the outline of something filled in with a dark color. Hibernate is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Sasso, you were a close second. Oh, I should leave these here. That's a better spot for him. Shadows close. Think of like the outline of... Think of like another word for shadow. A drawing or picture of the outline of something filled in with a dark color. Silhouette is correct. Silhouette is correct. That is a point for Richard. All right, Richard, you're going to be number 5 on the scoreboard. You're the current king. What do you guys think of this so far? You guys have seen this for a few minutes. What do you think of the King in the Hill? Richard, welcome to the scoreboard, former champion. You're going to be number 5, entered in as red. Do you guys like it? It's just a fun little bonus. All right, moving on. Doing another round of blurt. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a great flow of water onto land that is usually dry. The second definition, a body of water that is smaller than a lake. Flood is correct. That is a point for plastic. Fantastic. Plastic, you're number 4. All right, let me check the second one. Pond is correct. That is a point for Ronnie. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: the planet of our solar system that is furthest from the sun. The second definition: in the Middle Ages, a person whose job was to entertain and amuse a ruler or lord. I know that this one is going to potentially cause problems. Pluto is the correct answer on here. I do know. Welcome, Arrow. Brawny, you got Pluto. I know that one's tricky because they did technically change it to a dwarf planet. We're just going to go with Pluto because that's the answer on the card. I'll have to actually look into it a little bit more, but all right. Ooh, Jester is correct. Who got Jester on my screen? I'm going to fix that question, but the next time. Ronnie, you got Jester first. I'm going to double check. Hello, Andre. No, you cannot be a mod. I don't even know who you are or even how to pronounce your name 100%. But welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Some people will become mod, but not yet. You have to be here for a while and show that you're just going to be a good fit in the community for upholding the community standards. Moving on to another round of Blurt. You set it above Javier's Pluto on my screen. Oh, let me go back. Moving. Let me see. Where is Pluto? Wait, which one? What is it? I said it above Javier's Pluto. Did you say Javier or Jester? I mean, did you say Pluto or Jester? You said Jester? I gave the point to Brawny for Jester. All right. Wow, your screen is very different from my screen. I'm going to go ahead and pop out my chat and show you. You might want to refresh your screen. It is very different. Oops, I'll put that there for a second. All right, let me make sure you guys can actually see this. You can. Richard, here's where you said Jester, and if I go up, Brawny said Jester first, and then, yeah. Okay, let me just, yes, Brawny was the first person. Wow, yeah, I would recommend refreshing your stream maybe, Richard. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. We're going to go ahead and read a round of Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: the planet on which human beings live. Our real enemies are internet connections. That's true. The second definition: a weapon consisting of a container filled with a material that can explode. Earth is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Oh, Brawny, here's your point for Earth, and here's your bonus point. Nobody has it yet. I'll reread it. A weapon consisting of a container filled with a material that can explode. Bomb is correct. That is a point for Richard. All right, guys. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for TNT doesn't count. No, because that's like no, because it's still its own thing. It's still like there's so many different types of bombs. Like I think TNT's. I'm not an explosives expert by any mean, but I mean like TNT's a type, and then like grenade is also a type of bomb. I think the one that you throw. Bomb is just kind of like I think bomb is just kind of the umbrella category for a lot of things. So. All right, we're going to continue on. Hey, Josh, welcome back. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. And remember, the leniencies are different. We're playing Blurt, so the words does have to be here. All right, guys, the first definition. The period of time during which the Earth makes one complete revolution around the sun equal to about 365 and a quarter days. The second definition. A reddish brown or orange coating that forms on iron when it is exposed to air or moisture. Year is correct. That is a point for Josh the Great. Josh the Great, welcome to the scoreboard. Josh the Great, you are number 6 on the scoreboard, which means you have the number 6 token. Since you are red, you get the red number 6 token. We are playing King of the Hill. So how King of the Hill works is whoever the most recent person to get a point will be on this hill. I have a random timer, and whenever it goes off, whoever got the most recent point will get a bonus point. It's just a little bonus thing. All right, Rust is correct. Let me see who's the first person to say Rust was. That would be Javier. You got the point. And to be credited for the last person to get a point, whether you're on the hill because there's a couple second laps, or at your point, or I haven't put the point on, whoever I said verbally was the most recent person to get a point, is the person at the buzz who gets it. Whoever I verbally said, whether I've written it or swapped the pieces yet, the verbal verbiage, not verbiage, the verbal thing. All right, guys, moving on. We're going to go ahead and play a round of Tribon. Tribon is where I give you guys 3 things. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. I have a new box. I'm not sure where it went, but that's okay. I'll find it later. We have... First person to tell me what Comet, Dasher, Camaro have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Hey, Gogs, welcome back, Gogs. We have Comet, Dasher, Camaro. It's actually not reindeer. Car is correct. First person on my screen who said car was Javier. Javier, you are still the king right now. Gogs, we're playing a bonus round. The most recent person to get a point will be on the hill. We're playing King of the Hill. Whoever's the most recent point to get a point when this random timer goes off will get the bonus point. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have toy, sand, juke. Yeah, that third one definitely messes it up. Tribon's really good. We have box is correct. There are types of boxes. That is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me with these. Sometimes when you guys answer too early, I get really confused, and I have to remind myself you guys answered too early. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have time, alarm, grandfather. Yeah, that's good advice because the third one really does. Gogs, you got it. Gogs, you got the point. All right, Gogs, you are going to be number 7 on the scoreboard. So I have your number 7 chip here. I know you guys can't quite see the chip yet, but for fluidity, we're just going to keep it that sentence. System. Gogs, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you do enter in as red. Hey, Mommy of 2, welcome back. Welcome back. All right, continuing on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have brand, Nick, first. First person to tell me what brand, Nick, first have in common will get a point. Name is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Moving on to another round of Tribon. That advice worked. Brand name, nickname, first name. So sometimes it's something that they all have in common. Sometimes it's like you take all three of the words and then you kind of say blank that word or that word blank. So for example, time, alarm, and grandfather are all types of clocks. But for brand, nick, and first, you could say brand name, nickname, first name. Yeah, it's wordplay. Yeah, it's wordplay. Some of them are wordplay. Other of them are, yeah. Those are kind of the two main ways that it goes for, in a sense. So, but there's just yeah, this is a good one because it really makes you think. So once you play a few rounds, you get a good handle on it. All right, guys, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me. No, you're good, Gogs. It's a confusing one. Because I don't really have one good way to explain it because the answers can be very different. Yeah, it's logic but confusing. I agree, Richard. I agree. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have an ant, a lobster, a television. What was the game called? Wordplay. I actually have a lot of word games. We have an ant, a lobster, a television. Antenna is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have stalactites, stalagmites, bats. The only reason I know what the first two are is because there are solitaire games called it. Cave is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Yeah, solitaire games are typically named really weird things, and so out of all the solitaire articles I've written before, I got to learn a lot of really random things, like what stalactites and stalagmites were. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. Excuse me. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Ivory, coast, dove. Ooh, that was tricky. All right, last Brawny, you got the bonus point. Soap is correct. That's another point for Brawny. Sorry, guys, I do realize I try not to do anything brands like that because they're brand names. And I don't know if they're in the U.S. or not. Or, I mean, only in the U.S., so I try not to do U.S.-specific ones. All right. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have the Joker, the Penguin, Catwoman. Villains or enemies of Batman. I will accept villains or Batman as the answer because technically they're both on the line. So the first person to say either of those will get the point. We have Gogs. You said Batman. You get it. Oh, where's my card? All right, Gogs, you are number 7. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me. Nice to see my face. Well, thank you, Cogs. I wanted to completely finish the other setup on my end. I mean, it looks the same for you guys when you guys are staring down at the table, but on my end, it was hectic the first few rounds, the first few streams. I did not have all my technology set up properly. I was figuring out the best flow, but now I have a really good flow for whether you guys are staring at me like this or staring down here. And so now I can easily, I can switch between them with very, with ease. I can switch between them with ease. And I was waiting until I figured that out before I went back to this one because I really like to work out the kinks in something before I move on. So nice wee break for you. I feel like when it comes to the stream, when I'm actually streaming is the break I get from streaming, to be honest. I spent a couple hours, too many last night, researching Pokemon just so that way I could have just so I could add a few different Pokemon to the donation things. All right, moving on to another round. Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. A mastodon, a woolly mammoth, a pachyderm. Should try using a 360 camera. That would make it look cool. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Elephant is correct. That is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The paint on my hands is nerfing my typing. Oh no, that's rough. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have ladybugs, boll weevils, whirligigs. Insects is not specific enough. I will tell you that. And that is a hint as well. Give me the insect or bug is not specific enough. Beetle is correct. That is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me that these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Parmesan, brick, brie, or brie. I think it's brie. Parmesan, brick, brie. Cheese is correct. That is a point for Laura. Laura, you are number 8. You are number 8. You're currently the king of the hill or queen of the hill. I'm actually just gonna say king because I don't always know by usernames what gender somebody is, so I'm just gonna refer to it as the king of the hill. Laura, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. All right, Laura, you're the current king of the hill. How king of the hill works is whoever the most recent person to get a point is the current king of the hill. And I have a random timer on this phone, and I cannot see when it'll go off. And when that timer goes off, whoever the current king is will get an extra point. Welcome back. Welcome back. Moving on. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Darters, Gonnets, Jays. It is not dress or shoes. Darters, Gonnets, Jays. Darters, Gannets, Gannets, Birds is correct. Hey, Ref Wolf, welcome back. Javier, you got the point for birds. So lost. That one was a weird one. Javier, you're now the current king. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Ref Wolf, how'd your football game go? All right, we have radio, brain, title. Blue Jays is probably the only one that would have given it away for me, to be honest. Wave is correct. That is a point for Ref Wolf. Ref Wolf, you're number 9, and you are the current king. You are the current king. Let me add Ref Wolf to the board. Ref Wolf. You are number 9. Actually, I have not heard the timer in a concerning amount of time, so I'm going to make sure that it's still working. Yeah, it's in progress, so I decided it would be better if I didn't see the timer. So, all right. Moving on. Moving Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Well, it's at random intervals. I have no clue what it's at. I have no clue. It's between 5 and 10 minutes that the timer will go off, but it's 100% randomly between 5 and 10, and it's different every time. Moving on, we have rain, trench, fur. Rain, trench, fur. Coat is the correct answer. That is a point for Laura. I will give it to you. Laura, you're number 8. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. What? We're just going to try it. Belly bumper, double runner, flexible flyer. Cost is question? No, I don't think so, because the S is right. No, it's not. That's uh-oh. Who's on there? That would be Laura. You got the bonus point. Because I haven't given the point out for this answer. COST is extremely close to COAT. Instead of the A, she put an S, and they're right next to each other on the keyboard. So that was a very acceptable timer. Very acceptable. Typo is the word. Sleds is correct. Let me see who the first person to say it was. God, you're just messing with your wife over there. Just winding her up. Yeah, I'm sure. All right, I think the point goes to, let me just double check. It was sled. Bronny. Moving on to another round. Would never have gotten that. I would not have gotten that either, to be honest. Moving on to another round. Yeah, actually, I think Bronny was the only one who got that. Flexible flyer gave it away. Is that like the saucer disc? Is that what that is? The circles? Hey, Mark, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. We're moving on to a round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. You're allowed as many comments as you would like. One guess per comment. Welcome, Mark. The first definition, and if you don't know the answer to the first one, you can answer the second one. The first definition, a short sleep, usually at a time other than one's regular sleeping hours. The second definition, a large machine with a long arm that is used for lifting heavy objects. Nap is correct. First person on my screen to say nap would be Ref Wolf. Ref Wolf, you're number 9. And the second one is crane is correct. A large machine with a long arm that is used for lifting heavy objects. The first person on my screen who said crane would be Bronny. All right. Hey, Patrick. Welcome back, Patrick. We got a fun little bonus game today. It's King of the Hill. Whoever's the king of the hill when this random timer goes off gets a bonus point. Whoever the most recent point to get most recent person to get a point on the scoreboard is the current king. Changes every single point, or it can. Moving on to another round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Hey, Wizard Ryan, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. All right, up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first dictionary definition, a very large mass of floating ice that has broken off from a glacier. The second definition, A small ornamental metal case for holding a picture or other object. Iceberg is correct. That is a point for Javier. Locket is correct. Let me see who got first person on my screen who said Locket. Point for Ref Wolf. Moving on to another round. Yeah, that was tricky. Good job on that one. That was definitely a tricky one. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be entered out to the players. The first definition: a device that can take photographs or motion pictures. The second definition: a thin strand of metal. Camera is correct. That is a point for Laura. Wire is correct. Let me see who the first person on my screen who said wire was. That'd be Ref Wolf. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a directed to Canada. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Well, you still weren't first, Ref Wolf with Canada. You still, yeah, it was still Laura. Moving on to Blurt, up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: someone in charge of a group of workers. The second definition: the larva of a fly, similar to a small worm in appearance. It is not boss. Someone in charge of a group of workers. I really don't like that. It should be on foreman is correct. All right, and maggot is correct. First person on my screen to say foreman was Javier. It's funny. First person on my screen to say maggot was Ref Wolf. I left your token on there because I saw the things. There we go. Foreman is kind of trade specific. I agree. I feel like there should have been a little bit more to that definition. I think my thing of Blurt will be better. All right, moving on. We're going to play Tribond. Ganger for Foreman. Ganger? How do you pronounce that? Did you say Ganger first? That's fair, Javier. Ganger. All right, moving on to another round. Ganger. Dude, English is so weird, man. Moving on to another round of Tribond. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Ants, butterflies, moths. Ants, butterflies, moth. Bug is... All right, I'll give it to Bug. All right, who was Bug? Ref Wolf. All right, guys, once that timer goes off, we're going to do the break. I'll give out the point. We're going to do the break. I'm in. Welcome to the live. All right, we're going to go ahead and pause that. I'm going to pause the timer. All right. Who is on there? It is number 9. That is Ref Wolf. You got the bonus point. Comment and name were both borderline. And so yeah. You guys know that. All right, guys. Ref Wolf, you got the bonus point. Good job. I did pause the timer. I will resume it. Yes, at the sound. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. You guys know the drill. A lot of you know that. Most of you know the drill. At the sound of the gong, the 5 minutes has begun. At the sound of the air horn, the 5 minutes is over. I do bring a stopwatch on me so that way I can respect your guys' time and try to be back here in exactly 5 minutes. Here's the stopwatch. All right. The break begins now. All right, Ref Wolf. Hey, it's Shannon. I host the games and keep score while you play them by commenting. If you would like to support the channel and enter the Hall of Supporters, my Cash App is Shannon1742. My PayPal and Venmo are mindfuldiscovery@yahoo.com. These should be pinned in the comments. If you are interested in any of the games played on this show or the props used, I have affiliate links in the description. I earn a commission for each product bought at no extra cost to you. Another way you could show support is by purchasing my book, Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games. This is a book on learning the rules for 52 solitaire-type card games with various levels of difficulties, chance, and skill. I wrote detailed instructions for new and experienced players to be able to learn these games, along with setup pictures for examples. Beyond Solitaire, 52 Unique One-Player Games is available on Amazon as a paperback book and on the Kindle store. It is also enrolled in the Kindle Unlimited program. Still a minute and a half in the break left. Barinator. Oh, you guys are doing bears, huh? That's funny. How many bears you guys got? Oh no. Yeah. Never mind. We have a minute left in the break. Who will enter the Hall of Champions tonight? The 3 key principles for this game show. Richard, I liked Just for Fun stream last night. That was cool that we all ran into each other. As soon as I was done streaming, Richard, Javier, Baronator, and I all like unintentionally got on. We saw Just for Fun streaming. As soon as I was done, we all like saw each other in there right away. That was pretty funny. All of us just ran into him. All right, guys. The break is over. All right, please stop naming bears so we can get back to the game and avoid me getting confused on the answer. Welcome back. Bear with me. Edwin. This is forever just subscribed. I'm eating chocolate. Chocolate's probably 20% of my diet. I'm not going to lie. That's probably why I have to work out so much. I'm sorry. I missed a few fireworks for the few people who subscribed. All right, moving on. You think you got the most bears today? We'll do that sometime, or whoever can name the most unique bears in a minute will get a point. We'll do that sometime. We're not going to do it right now, but we will do that sometime. That sounds fun. We're going to move on. We're going to go ahead and start it off easy. Let people come back from the break. And then we will play Password next as per requested by Richard. Let me go ahead and resume the time. And I cannot see when it goes off. Let me turn off the sign. And let's continue on. We're going to do... Actually, it looks like enough of you guys are here. So we're not going to do Guess the Balloon. I usually only do that to let people get back in. All right, so we're going to actually just move right on to Password. And it looks like I don't know where it is, which is fine. I don't need it because I just pull random games to get inspiration anyways. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and play Password. Password is where you guys have to guess my one-word password based off the clues and the hints that I give. The first person to correctly guess my password without a typo will get a point on the scoreboard. This is the most strict game in the show. By the way, Ref Wolf, you're the current king of the hill. You are not allowed typos. Capitalization does not matter. All right, Edwin, we'll do a couple of rounds of Guess That Balloon after a few rounds of Password. All right. When you win a race, you get blank place. If you're at the head of the line, you are blank in line. Hey, Hot Cocoa, welcome back. First is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Gog's password is strict. So I just want to let you know. I mean, you were second anyway, but I just want to let you know that you do have to spell it out. I don't accept emojis or shorthands for password. I can see. You were second anyway, but Password is the most strict one the most strict game on the show, just because it's called Password, and so I like that it's the most strict. All right, guys, welcome. We're gonna play another round of Password. First person to correctly guess my one-word password will get a point on the scoreboard. First person to guess based off the clues and the hints will get a point on the scoreboard. Typos are not allowed. Capitalization does not matter. Many games use a blank. Typically, the blank is the shape of the Earth. However, it isn't always the shape of the Earth. It can be elongated. Sports. I'm so sorry. Many sports use this. My apologies. Ball is correct. They're called games, sports. I know it's kind of interchangeable, but all right. Javier, you got it. Oh, you're still on there. It was ball. Many sports use this. Guys, just so you know, I'm hoping tomorrow I will have another way. Mousetrap use balls. Okay, that's true. Boo that question. Sorry, that was my apologies. I will have another way that people can be able to support the channel and even get a little character as well. I'm going to be doing an Amazon wish list soon. I started working on it today. I'm going to be putting it in the description starting tomorrow. And if somebody buys something off of the Amazon wish list, and everything on the Amazon wish list will be to help the stream grow. There's things like markers and stuff and, other stuff like that. And if anybody gets me something off the wish list, I will be putting your name in the hall of support. And of course, you will be able to pick a character relative to the price of the item. And so that's another way that support can be shown. I just wanted to announce that. You guys will see that tomorrow. So thank you guys for coming and playing, and everybody who supported as well. And you guys, even just by coming and playing, you're supporting. Moving on to another round of password. First person to correctly guess my one-word password, get a point on the scoreboard. Hey, Retro, welcome back. Just dropping in to say hi. Welcome. Nothing. You didn't miss much. We're about an hour in. We're just playing. We are going to. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot where my password. All right. This is a very large stream of water, a very large body of water that moves across continents or areas. River is correct. That was the point for Brawny. Give me 1 second. Oh man, that wasn't the fairest, but we'll take it. I'm sorry about that, Brian. I did mess that one up with the ball. I do agree that I did mess that up. Yeah, that's why password's a little tricky, because I do have to come up with everything on the spot with password. And I definitely do make mistakes with password, and I do feel bad because that is also a strict game. So I am sorry about that. I have learned to be very mindful with plurals and singulars, though. All right, moving on to another round of password. The first person to correctly guess my one-word password will get a point on the scoreboard. What do you call somebody who robs ships at sea? Ronnie, you get the bonus point. Pirate is correct. First person on my screen who spelled it right would be Laura. Laura, you're the current champion. Guys, I am so sorry. I will be right back. I can hear that. I'll be right back. This should only take me about 30 seconds. I will add however much time to the end. Give me 1 second. It should only take about 30 seconds. I apologize. All right, I'll be adding 40 seconds to the end of the game. 45. All right, continuing on. I do apologize about that. Moving on to another round of password. We'll play one more password, then we'll play a couple rounds of Guess the Balloon as per requested. All right. First person to correctly guess my one-word password will get a point on the scoreboard. You are not allowed typos. Your capitalization does not matter. First person to guess based off the clues and the hints. This is a word used when talking about instruments and when talking about a certain type of fish. It is a word that could mean a fish or a guitar. Bass is correct. Laura, you got it. Lord Ajax, welcome back. You're a close second. Laura, you got bass or bass, depending on how it's used. All right, moving on to another round. We'll do one more round of password. First person to correctly guess my one-word password based off the clues and the hints that I give will get a point on the scoreboard. Typos are not allowed in this game only. And capitalization does not matter. What do you call a public area where building development typically isn't found, but there are places for kids to play or families to hang out and have picnics? Park is correct. That is a point for Laura. All right, we're going to move on. We are going to move on to Flusher. Guys, that's your wife. Man, you're a month in, and month into marriage is rough, huh? You guys share everything. You brought her this game show, but now she's dominating. That is hilarious. You want me to flush your wife? If you donate $5, I will. I'm kidding. I would not. You guys cannot. You cannot donate money for me to flush somebody. That would be really funny. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead. Oh my god. Moving on to another game. We're gonna go ahead and play a couple games of Guess That Balloon. The first person to correctly guess what I'm making within 2 guesses will get a point on the scoreboard. You are only allowed 2 guesses per balloon, per player, per round. Oops. Oh, I hope I can just break that. Fastest design I can make, actually. It is a sword, is correct. First person on my screen who said sword would be Richard. Richard, you got it. Number 5, current king. Moving on to another round of Guess That Balloon. Do have to put a dot in the chat so that way I can keep track of the rounds ending and starting. Moving on to another round of Guess That Balloon. First person correct to guess what I'm making. We're going to point on the scoreboard. You're only allowed 2 guesses per player. I will only accept and read your first 2 guesses. It's not a sausage. I'm sure we're going to do one more round after this. Guys, it slithers around. Snake is correct. Let me go back and see who the first person on my screen who said snake was. It was Retro Frog, and that was your first guess. All right, Retro Frog, you are number 10. You are number 10. You are the current king of the hill. Let me add you to the scoreboard. Retro Frog, welcome back and welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered into the scoreboard as red. All right, moving on. We have... Do I know where it is? I do know where it is. This is perfect. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and play We're going to go ahead and play Battleship. We haven't played Battleship in a while. How please do not start your guesses until you hear the ding, ding, ding. I have seen enough. I am satisfied. Good day, my folks. Perfect, retro, great. Have a good day. Good day. Welcome, Baronator. Hey, there you go. I've had a long day. Hey, Baronator, we've got at least 45 minutes left. We are playing King of the Hill. Whoever the most recent person to earn a point is the King of the Hill. It's currently Retro Frog, and I have a random timer, and when it goes off, whoever's the current King of the Hill gets an extra bonus point. So, all right, we're going to continue on. We're going to play Battleship. We're going to do a round of Battleship. Do not start guessing until you hear the ding, ding, ding. How Battleship works is I have a 10 by 10 grid where my ships are hidden. For example, they can look anything like this. You have to guess where my ships are hidden by pairing a letter with a number. For example, if you said A1, you would get a hit. If you said A10, if this was where the ships were, you would get a miss. Please pair a letter between A and J with a number between 1 and 10. You're allowed as many guesses as you would like. However, you're only allowed one guess per comment, but as many comments as you would like. Please go ahead and begin. Time is up. I'm only accepting the answers above when I said done. No more answers are accepted. All right, let me scroll to the top. All right. All right, who is on here? It is number 10. Number 10 is Retro Frog. Retro Frog's not here, but that's okay. You guys know how this works. I don't remove points from the board unless somebody gets banned. All right, moving on. We have E8. Miss. A6. Hit. There's a point for Javier. Okay, we'll just keep that there. C4. Hit. That is a point for Gogs. A3. Hit. That is a point for Ajax. Lord Ajax. All right, Lord Ajax, you're going to be number 11. You get the number 11 token, and as a former champion, you are entering the scoreboard as red. Welcome back. Welcome to the scoreboard. B6, miss. E1, hit. That is a point for Brawny. B3, miss. C7, miss. B5, miss. B7, miss. E2, hit. That is a point for Brawny. C4, Hit, but it was already a hit. J5. Hit, point for Ref Wolf. C3. Miss. C6. Hit, that is a point for Javier. E3. Point for Brawny. To make this go a little bit smoother, if you guys hear the cannon, it's just going to be hit. D3, miss. C7, miss. C4, hit, but it was already a hit. D6, point for Javier. B6, miss. Jackson, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. A1, miss. E6, hit, point for Javier. I'll have to stop saying hit. E4, Ronnie. Yeah, I think I'm either going to say miss or you will hear the cannon sound. Is how I'm going to do that moving forward. Especially with something like King of the Hill. It makes it a little bit more fluid. Alright. E3, hit, but it was already a hit. J1, miss. Whoever subscribed, this firework is for you. F6, Javier. C5, miss. A5, Gogs. F3, miss. D5, miss. D1, miss. E5, miss. G6, miss. C4, hit, but it was already a hit. A4, Gogs. You're already on here. H6, miss. A19, Ref Wolf. It only goes to 10. D2, miss. A7, Lord Ajax. I6, miss. D3, miss. B2, miss. E6, Ronnie. J6, Javier. B7, miss. J10, miss. A10, miss. I1, miss. C7, miss. G1, miss. E7, miss. Last one, I2, miss. All right. Too burnt out to play. That's okay, Baronator. You see the goat got his avatar now? Yes. Edwin, I missed yours. What did I miss? Edwin, tell me which one I missed, please. Because I only have, you said C5 and it was a miss. And you also said, yeah, I only see C5 from you, and you have one other answer that's passed when I said done. And I only accept them above when I said done. Javier got E6 before you. Guys, this is a really hard one for me to go back on, and I do read them from top to the bottom. This is a really, really hard game for me to go back and check, especially because I marked the ships, and I don't know who I gave the point to when I marked it. I did see Javier said E6. Where did Bronny say E6? Did I give the point to you, Bronny, instead of... No, you're good. You're good. I'm just letting you guys know it's a hard one to go back on. All right, Bronny, if you said Javier said E6 before me, I see that he did, which I'm assuming you're implying means that I gave you the point for E6. I like to be fair as well. So remember, guys, don't say I missed something. Say, what did I miss? And don't say I said a point first. Say like I said square first, or I said duck first. It makes it a lot more fluid. I'm going to go ahead and transfer the point because I also like to be fair. There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just letting you know this is a very tricky one, so we just need to be specific when you guys are saying, like, don't say I said it first. Say I said blank first, and then fill in the word that you think you said first. So I greatly appreciate that. That's the only way I can actually go back and check because we do so many rounds rapid fire. No, you were specific, Bronny. I like that. That was more so for L. Edwin as well. And just a general recap for everyone. All right, guys, we're going to move on. You were specific. I changed the points. Thank you very much. I love being fair. Thank you. Nothing to be sorry about. Awesome. Honesty is a good policy. It is, and you guys are so honest when I make those mistakes, so thank you very much. And honestly, I'm going to be honest, it is sometimes hard to see Javier's comments and being blue because I have a black background. It's going to be a little tricky because I have dark mode. All right, Javier, you're the current king. You get an extra point. Moving on to blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word will get a point. The correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. I'm going to actually show you guys the board real quick because we're not going to play it again. And I know people like when I show the board. I'm here to have fun and enjoy your dream with you. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, we're not going to do that again because it can be a little lengthy and there's not enough points for me to justify doing it again. So thank you, guys. I love sharing my dream with you guys, and you guys love being here and seeing it come true as well. You know, it can't come true without you guys. So this is awesome. I appreciate it. You know, this is a part of it, you know. So thank you. Moving on to blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition. Thank you, Richard. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a small brown spot on the skin. The second definition: a daily record of a person's own experiences and thoughts. We have diary is correct and freckle is correct. Lord Ajax, you got the point for freckle. Lord Ajax, you are 11. All right, first person to say diary on my screen would be Gogs. All right, moving on. We're going to play another round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a small closet in a gymnasium or public place in which clothes and valuables can be locked up. The second definition, a knitted or crocheted outer garment worn on the upper part of the body. Locker is correct. There's a point for Laura for the first one. Sweater is correct. First person on my screen who said sweater. Let me go up a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I actually gave the wrong points out to Locker. I'm just saying Lord Ajax actually said Locker before Laura. I apologize. I messed that one up. I just went back and double checked. All right, first person on my screen who said, this is why I like to double check. Sweater would be Javier. I'm really glad that didn't just roll off the table. All right, moving on. Sweater is a bit American. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. We're actually going to move on to... So what do you guys say? What do you guys call it there? You call it jumpers. Did one of you three UK people, one of you three guys from UK say jumper before somebody said sweater? I will go back and check. You guys know I like to be fair. You guys are people from all over the world. I do, by the way, I do also kind of confirm that as well. No. All right. A knitted or crocheted outer garment worn on the upper part of the body. I would have never got that one. I would have also actually probably said cardigan. I'm actually going to put this card aside, and I'm going to check later and see if that's even right now that I think about it, because people do make mistakes. Just because I actually agree that I'm going to look into it later, check a couple dictionaries and stuff, because I'm making my own version of Blurt, and I've been using 3 dictionaries for sources for it to try to be just to make it good. Because there's some definitions in here that even I don't really agree with. Like that was kind of a weird one. But I don't always vet it either, you know. I don't go through every single card for every game. I usually just pull them as we go, and then I just start reading it immediately for fluidity. Sometimes I'll vet it. Sometimes I'll stop reading, and you guys will realize I stop reading halfway through and have to switch because I realize it's inappropriate, and sometimes I don't catch it right away. So, all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to Justifiable Thoughts. Justifiable Thoughts will be slightly easier. Family Feud. We will do Family Feud next. Let me go ahead and grab the box so that way I remember it. Javier, you got the point. Because you are the king and the buzzer went off. All right. You need to set up which ones. It's under investigation. It is under investigation. I agree. All right. FFF, fastest finger first. Richard, I love that. That's great. Fair, fun, friendly, or fastest finger first. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to Justifiable Thoughts. Justifiable Thoughts is a game I made specifically for this stream. How this works is I'm going to have you guys name something. I'm going to have you... Yes, there are games in the description with affiliate links that will be majorly updated tomorrow. If you guys click the link and buy it within 24 hours of you clicking the link, I actually get a small commission. It's another way you can help support the channel in a small way. The affiliate links, however, are not a way that you can earn one of these things, because I only get like 1 to 3% or whatever. So you can't get a token from the affiliate link. There's many ways you can get a character, but that affiliate links are not one. There's still another way. Yeah, but I'll have you guys know some of those games are very expensive because I'm buying games that are like 40 years out of print sometimes, 30 years out of print. And so I do apologize. So I'm going to be going through them all later and actually taking out the really expensive ones just so you guys have less to sift through because it's just kind of, I didn't really realize. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and play Justifiable Thoughts. How Justifiable Thoughts works is I have you guys name something. Starting with a random letter, the letter will change every single round. The first person to give me a justifiable answer that starts with this letter will get a point. Name a vegetable starting with the letter B. By the way, your answer, whether it's a sentence or a word, must start with the letter B. All right, we have broccoli is correct. That is a point for Laura. Laura, you're number 8. Oh, sorry. Technical difficulty, wrong keyboard. Here we go. All right, I gotta move some of these out of my way. Have a little bit more room. A little bit more room. We're gonna play Family Feud next. I know you guys like that one. Name something you would hate to find in a lake that you're swimming in, starting with the letter H. Name something you would hate to find in a lake that you're swimming in, starting with the letter H. All right, let's see what we have here. Patrick, you said halibut. I don't know what a halibut is, so I'm going to look it up real quick. Oh, it's a type of fish. Do halibuts bite? If they don't bite, you're not getting the point. They bite. All right, you get the point. That is a justifiable answer. I would also hate to run into one into the lake, especially if it bites. If it didn't bite, though, I wasn't going to give you the point. But that's very justifiable. All right, that's a point for Patrick. Patrick, welcome to the scoreboard. You are number 12. That means you have the number 12 token, and since you're a former champion, your token is red. We have all former champions on right now. Patrick, you're the current king of the hill. It said it, they bite, but they taste good. So a quick AI overview gave me, by the way. When I Google something, please do your due diligence after. It's a quick Google just to get a quick answer, depending on the subject, because I don't want to have to spend 5 minutes deep diving for the history of. I got attacked by a halibut, said no one ever. Maybe nobody you know. I've also never known anyone. A hippo would have been a good answer. That was a close second, Richard. That would have been a great answer. Jackson, you said human remains. You were third on my screen. You would have definitely gotten the point for that. Hot lava. Oh, yeah. Ooh, I won. Oh, yeah. That's a good one. All right, guys. It is not a mercy win. It was justifiable. If I ran into a fish that I knew bites, I would also not want to run in. I would also hate to run into it. Guys, we're gonna play another round of justifiable thoughts. As long as the first answer is justifiable. You guys can also argue it in a sense. I want to remind you guys that this is a family-friendly environment before I ask the next question. Name something they should not make us. Name something they should not make a statue look like. Starting with the letter K. That was a weird one, a word, sorry. A Karen. That's funny. All right, let's see. A koala. Gogs, clown does not start with a K. Does it start with a K? There's no way it starts with a K. No, clown does not start with a K, Gogs. All right, first person. A koala. What do you guys think about a koala? You know what's funny? I think I have a little koala figurine. You know what? I could see there being a statue of a koala. I don't think there's anything wrong with being a statue. There being a statue of a koala. So I'm not going to give it to you. Gogs, clown. First of all, it starts with a C, so I'm not giving it to you. Patrick, you said Karen. I'm actually going to go ahead and give that to you. And koalas are adorable. Why not have a koala statue? I like the Karen. Well, you didn't say killer clown. You just said clown. If you said killer clown, I would have probably agreed with that. However, you said clown. So, remember, you guys can say a whole sentence or a few words as long as the first letter in the first word starts with the letter. All right. Who is number oh, wait. I did give the point out. I know I said I gave the point out, so that's actually who is the current king. That would be Patrick. Just because I didn't move the token yet or write the point on the board, I said for King of the Hill, if I verbally said that the point was given and I didn't write the point yet or change this, that is the king. So Patrick, I did give it to you for Karen, and since you were the king and I just didn't switch anything yet, when this timer goes off, you get a bonus point for being the King of the Hill. Oh, actually, you were already on it. That's fine. I want to talk to the manager. There can very well be a statue of a person named Karen. Oh, this is where this one gets tricky. All right. No, all right. Give me a second. All right, guys. The first justifiable answer is going to get 2 points then at this point because that extra buzzer went off. Give me a second. I think Brawny's arguing it, which you guys are allowed to with justifiable thoughts. Karen Demur. There is a Karen. All right, guys, there is a Karen Blixen statue. All right, sorry, Patrick, but that is not an acceptable answer, especially because there is a statue. Well, that is why. Where did my eraser go? All right, Patrick, I do have to take your 2 points. The reason it's 2 is because you got the extra one from being the King of the Hill, but it was determined you were not in that moment. So, first justifiable answer. All right, what do we have after Karen? All right, guys. Jackson, you said killer whales. That would be an enormous statue. I'm going to Google if there's a killer whale statue. There are killer whale statues, probably from things like SeaWorld and stuff like that. If you look up killer whale statues, there are some. So, Kanye, Brawny, you said Kanye. I'm going to look up if there is a Kanye statue. Oh, God. All right. Moving on. Kermit. There's probably a Kermit statue. Guys, what? Who is making these statues? Oh, my God. There's a Kermit statue. Okay. Kool-Aid Man. There is no way There is a Kool-Aid Man statue. Jesus. All right. Killer Clown. Okay. All right, you know what? Actually, nobody got the statue. There's a statue of everything you guys said. Nobody got the statue. Nobody got the point. That point was not awarded, and so I'm going to give the bonus point for when the timer went off to who was on before it was Patrick. I actually had put Patrick's token off, turned around, gave him a point from that, wrongfully so, because we just realized. And so Patrick was actually the king before. So Patrick, you're going to go ahead and get the other, you actually are going to get the King of the Hill point, but nobody's getting the statue point because there's a statue of everything that you guys said there's a statue of. That was unfortunate. I just learned that there's a lot of statues out there. That was kind of fun. There's definitely some things on that list that should not have been statues. Oh, Gogs, I slightly changed the question. Oh, no, never mind. No, it was right. I was also surprised at the Kanye statue. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and play Family Feud. We're going to go ahead and play Family Feud. Many points can be handed out to the players. How Family Feud works is I read a card, and you guys have to name something. There are many answers. You're allowed one guess per comment, as many comments as you would like, until I put done in the chat with a nice little buzzer. As long as if you were the first person to have an answer close enough to one of the answers on here within reason, then you will get the point. All right. Ooh, this is a good one. Up to 7 points can be handed out to the players. Up to 7 points. I do read them from top to bottom. Are you ready? Name something people do and think to themselves, I wish I had done this years ago. Up to 7 points can be handed out. You're allowed as many comments as you would want until I say done. One guess per comment. Name something people do and think to themselves, I wish I had done this years ago. Do not repeat the answer, by the way. So if you say, for example, college, don't say college 5 times. Get new answers out there and, stuff like that as well. So, because I've had people in the past be a little bit confused about that. So. I'll accept a few more answers. So I do need a pencil. All right, we're going to go ahead and stop it right there. I'm only accepting answers above when I said done. Only accepting them above when I said done. Gogs, that question was a dull one. I agree. That was... Yeah, but I was interesting to find that nobody got the point and there were statues made of everything. So I do come up with them on the spot. So I will admit some of them are dull. Some of them are a lot better than other ones, so... All right, name something people do and think to themselves, I wish I had done this years ago. Make sure this timer's still going. All right. We have Gogs. You said university. More education is on here. I'm going to give the point to you, Gogs. I almost never repeat questions for justifiable thoughts as well. So almost, it's kind of hard because at this point I have asked 441. And so sometimes I do repeat them by accident. All right, we have, Brawny, you said credit. It's not on here, but that's a good answer. Laura, you said education, but more education was already given out. All right, Bronny, you said travel. Took vacation is on here. I'm going to give that to you, Bronny, because you have to travel for vacation. At least you don't have to, but most people do. Or at least it's very common. All right, Bronny. We have... I'm just going to go down until I actually just see one, because there's a lot of repeats and I don't want to waste time saying that it was already given out. Laura, you said marriage. Marriage isn't quite on here. Driving test. Oh, that's a good one. It's not on here. Gone to you and I kiss. Invented wedding. All right, who is it? Bronny. Oh, no, you stay. You got the bonus point for being the king. Wedding, not on here. All right, new job. Quit job is on here, / retired, so I will give you the point. Lord Ajax. You're number 11. Oh, Laura, you're a close second with that new job. Javier, you said kids. I'm pretty sure I saw it. Had children is on here. Javier. I think I just dropped your goat. I did drop your goat. All right. 3 more answers. Lord Ajax, you said new house, bought home is on here. Number 11. Become own boss is a good answer, but is not on here. All right, guys, the other 2 that are on here, I'm just going to say them in case I miss it. I'm not quite done reading the answers yet. Are saved money and got divorced. So I'm going to skim them real quick. Oh, Richard, you said divorced. Divorced is on here. All right, did anybody say save money? No, nobody said saved money or anything similar. Oh, Patrick, you said it, but it was after I said done. Yeah, divorce, but no wedding was not. Yeah. Patrick, you said it after I said done, and at first I was lenient about that, but then I learned early on that people knew I was lenient and took advantage of it, so they just kept saying answers, so I have to be strict about that. Although I do refresh my chat during games like this. Hey, Pringle, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. Patrick, I said divorce first. Let me go back to the top. I can check real quick. First person on my screen. Actually, we're going to... Oh, no, you did say it. Yeah, you said it way before. All right, who did I give it to? Give me a second. All right, hold on. You guys know who I gave it to? University, credit, education, college, divorce. Patrick, you definitely said divorce first. I'm going to see who said it second, and that's likely who I gave it to. Richard. I gave it to Richard, I think. He gave it to me. Thank you. Yep, it just confirmed. I'm going to delete all of the points so I can make it a little easier for me to keep track of. Thank you for that. All right. All right, good stuff, good stuff. Thank you, guys. Love the honesty. We're going to continue on. Faster way to make this game is to only find who answers what's in the card and see if they said it first. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, a faster way to make this game is to only read the answers that are on the card. I typically kind of I agree. I should I'll do that a little bit more. Sometimes if you have a really good answer, I'll just say it even if it's not on there. But I agree. I'll just start saying it. Yeah, instead of reading all the answers, I agree. I'll just say the first person. All right, that will make it go a little bit faster. I agree. If you guys have a good answer though, I might throw it in there like, oh, that's a good one. But Cool. We're going to go ahead and do that. All right, guys, we have a couple more minutes left. We're going to go ahead and do a round of, we're going to finish it off with Tri-Bond. No, that's a great suggestion. It does go by a little bit faster. It's a great suggestion. I agree. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on to Tri-Bond. And if I forget that by the next time we do it, just remind me because I like that. Tri-Bond is where I tell you guys three things. We're going to give you guys three things. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have game, set, match. Game, set, match. Richard, good idea. I wrote it on the box too, so because that's a really good rule. Tennis is correct. First person on my screen who said tennis would be Gogs. All right, guys, we have time for one more round. This is the last round for the game show, and then we're probably going to keep playing for bonus. We're going to keep playing for bonus after if you guys would like to stick around and just keep having fun. Actually, it doesn't really matter because nobody's on the Hall of Champions anyway. But after this round, nobody can enter the Hall of Champions, which this looks like this might be the second stream where nobody does enter. Moving on. Yes, you'll stay. Awesome. You freaked out of Beatles in your house. All right, guys, we're going to play another round of Tri-Bond. It's okay, Edwin. You'll get on eventually. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. I think so, Bronny. I'll check in a second. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have brown, cane, powder. Brown, cane, powder. Yes, Bronny. Actually, Mommy of Two was the most recent person to enter the Hall of Champions at number 57. Sugar is correct. Who was the first person on my screen to say sugar? That would be Laura. All right, Laura, you got it. All right, guys, that is time. I'm also going to stop this. Stop the timer. All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the scores. It looks like nobody is... Oh, wait, hold on. All right, guys, that was the 1 hour and 55. Are you doing another stream tonight? Lord Ajax, I'm not doing another stream tonight, but I'm actually going to stay on this one and just keep playing for fun. I'm just going to continue this one. However, for the sake of fairness, moving forward, nobody can enter the Hall of Champions, but if somebody comes, they can still enter the Hall of Fame. So, after this point, I'm going to read the current scores, and after right now, nobody can enter the Hall of Champions for the rest of the stream. Clean the score sheet. I'm going to keep it on there because I'm going to keep it on there because I take a picture of the score sheet at the end of every single stream. I like to know how many points were earned total on this stream ever. You guys don't have access to that data. That's just for me. I can't commit that I want to let you guys know that all the time. Your points all the points you guys have ever earned. Maybe in the future. But for now, for my records, it'd be a lot easier if I didn't do that. So, also at this point as well, Ronnie, I'm glad you just said that. You mentioned the high score. At this point, moving forward from the rest of the stream, two things cannot happen. Nobody can enter the Hall of Champions, and the high score is not eligible to be beaten. Because there is the strict 2-hour time limit for the Hall of Champions competition and the high score. Because if I stream for 5 hours today, that's not fair. That's not fair that I let you guys get a new high score in when most of the times I only stream for 2 hours. It's just not, it's not fair. So I haven't given permission to store my data. It's only your points. And I take a picture of the thing. I haven't counted them all yet from all the streams. All right, it's funny. The only data I have is just a picture of your guys' points, because I thought maybe one day, whoever subscribed this fireworks for you, I thought maybe one day it could be cool. wait for the data. It could be cool if I can let you guys know how many points you've ever earned. So we're going to go ahead and read the points real quick. I'm going to take a break, and then we're going to keep going. Bronny, you got 27. Javier, 29. Sasso, 1. Plastic, 2. Richard, 3. Josh, 1. Gogs, 7. Laura, 9. Ref Wolf, 8. Retro Frog, 2. Lord Ajax, 6. And Patrick, 3. Guys, I actually have a weird announcement, and I made a mistake. I would actually like to announce the new champion, because I realized one of you guys on this board are red, but you actually were not a champion yet, and I just caught it. One of your guys' names is actually supposed to be black on this board to announce the new champion. Welcome, Patrick. I didn't even catch that until just now. Patrick, congratulations. You are actually entered because you weren't, I just wrote your name in the wrong color. But, so you were supposed to be black. Everyone else is for sure in the Hall of Champions, though. Patrick, congratulations. I didn't even catch that. As soon as I got down to your name, I realized, I actually didn't know if you were or were not. But congratulations. This would actually be the first time. This will actually be the first time that somebody entered the Hall of Champions being the only person on the board. Fair is fair, though. Fair is fair. I always say, as long as you are on the board and you have the most points and you're not already in the Hall of Champion, then you enter. So, and the Hall of Fame, too. Yes, Patrick's already in the Hall of Fame. Wait, what did you ask? Patrick's been in the Hall of Fame for a little bit. He's been for a few streams now. All right, I'm going to catch up with you guys' comments. We're going to take probably a 10-minute break. I need to make sure I eat, so we're going to probably take a 10-minute break. But not yet. And then we're just going to keep playing for fun. Oh, Edwin, have a good one. Do a 24-hour stream one time. Richard, I cannot do that. My mental health would not allow me to be up that long. Although on holidays and certain events, take 15. All right, Bronny, I probably am going to take 15. Then I can actually just eat something a little bit nicer. Thank you. On certain events like holidays, like New Year's, Christmas, stuff like that, I'm going to be probably doing longer streams, like all-day streams, just because I typically spend holidays alone, and I know a lot of people spend holidays alone, and so if you have to spend the holiday alone, then you can come here and play some games with me. So, Pringles, you subscribe, you're special. This firework is fun. You get another firework. So he was already a champion in our hearts. It's funny. Yeah, we'll do a 15-minute break. We'll do a 15. Yeah, I actually have not celebrated a holiday with somebody in a long, like, it's been years at this point. A couple when I was married, but I mean, we were still traveling around the world, and she doesn't like to celebrate holidays, which is fine. I didn't grow up celebrating holidays, so. But I know some people did grow up celebrating holidays, and then life can be lonely. So I know it could be rough for some people who grew up celebrating holidays, and as an adult doesn't get to celebrate them with people, and that can suck. So hopefully I can change that for some people. Oh, that's I have a trash can somewhere. Weird. Where did I put it? Break does not start yet. Oh, it's right there. Missed. All right. I'm going to still do the sound of the gong for the break. Actually, no. Right now we're in bonus time. I'm just going to put the sound. I'm just going to put the sign on for break. Make sure it's the right one. And then we're going to go ahead and keep playing for fun. And whoever would like to stay can. I'll be back in 15 minutes. I will keep a timer on me. 15-minute break. We'll write it on the board. And it does begin right now. I typed yes because I'm staying, obviously. Oh, I'm probably going to actually bring a phone with me so I can keep talking to you guys too. I have one. There you go. Sorry, it was a balloon. All right, guys, I think the 15 minutes is almost over. Welcome back, Mike. I've been getting adjusted since you went out of town. Okay, so real quick, let me see what time we're at. All right, perfect timing. No, so there is a new setup, and the new setup is not this. This is the normal setup that you've seen. Yeah, like Richard said. Okay, so I have now 2 different setups for the stream. The other setup, which I finally just got fluid enough to where I was comfortable switching back to this one. I'm going to go back and forth between the 2 setups. The other one is my camera is actually facing the table. All you guys see is the table, and we play different board games and bonus games. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. I got to get back on daddy duty soon. No problem, no problem. But yeah, the other setup yesterday, last several days we did it. And we'll be doing it again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably stream a few times, and I might go back and forth between them. I'm not sure yet. But yeah, it's super cool. We have 2 formats now. This is the normal format you guys are used to. The other one is we kind of almost have 3 in a sense. The other one is facing down, and we play the normal game as we play the normal games, but I have bonus games and stuff as well, to where if you get a point, you move on a game board or something extra happens. And then the other one that we tried out as well is we made a board game, me and a bunch of the people, Richard included, made a board game a few nights ago together on stream live, came up with the rules. Anybody can play. You don't even have to earn points to play. I just write your name. I associate a chip to what number you came on the scoreboard. So like Bronny was the first one on the scoreboard. So he would have the number 1 chip. However, since Bronny donated, Mike, this applies to you too. Bronny gets to pick a character. Bronny gets to pick a character that represents him. You eventually do too, whenever you have time. Board game, I'll check your past lives. Yeah, so everybody who's on the Hall of Support, they actually get, I have these different tiers of characters. Mike, you're the only one who hasn't cashed in yet because you haven't been here, but I have these different characters and stuff that whoever donates gets their own character to represent them during the different board games that we play, or stuff like that. Today we played King of the Hill. So all these characters are individual people who have donated. Everybody else, they just get a chip with their number on it based on what number they entered the scoreboard. So you'll have and once you have a character, this character is permanently assigned to you unless you donate and want to switch it out. So Mike, yes, you can pick it now if you want. Give me 1 second. Let me get them out. You can pick it now. Yeah, you were the one person who hasn't picked yet because I haven't seen you in a little bit. Welcome back. I know you got your daddy things. Your dad things you gotta get back to. Give me 1 second. Let me get them out. This is good timing because we haven't gotten back from the break. All right, so here's how it works. Whoever donates, they get to pick a character based on how much they donate. And I remember how much you did. And so we have right now, there's several tiers. Let me move the camera real quick. Right now there's several tiers. So if you donate at least $1, you're in tier 1. If you donate at least $5, you're in tier 2. Let me go ahead and just grab the camera real quick and show you. So right now, here's what we have. I have new pieces being added all the time. Let me move this. Yeah, this will be okay. It's gonna be a little weird. So if you donate at least $1, you're in tier 1. If you donate at least $5, you can either pick from tier 1 or tier 2. At least $10 from tier 3 or below. At least $20 from tier 4 or below. Mike, so you can pick from either tier 2 or tier 1. And then there's if you buy my book as well, some people have that will put them in tier 3 or below. So Mike, you get to pick from the first 2 tiers. If you wanted something else, I remember how much you donated the first time, and if you added to it, then I could also do that as well. And then you guys, whatever piece you pick, you're from the first 2. Give him the Elmo. Give him the Elmo, Bronny. You don't get to pick him for him. That's funny. Maybe Mike, if you want the Elmo, you can have the Elmo. Give him the Elmo. Oh, I thought maybe a kid would pick the Elmo, but anyone can pick the Elmo. What's the blue one? This is a Pokemon. Here, let me spread out the stuff in tier 2. So tier 1's generic stuff, like that you won't see on anywhere, like a TV show. Like, we've got just animals, tokens, a pawn from the chess game, random cowboy. Tier 2 is stuff that are a little bit. Tier 2 and beyond are things that are well known. So like we have the Monopoly pieces, Elmo. We have some different Pokemon. You also don't have to. Let me get that one. Do you want the blue? You want the blue Pokemon? Need a boxing glove. This is called. Oh, what was this Pokemon called? What was the Pokemon? I cannot remember. There is. Yes, you want the blue Pokemon. All right, cool. All right, Mike, this blue Pokemon's going to be yours. If you ever donate again and you want to switch it out, you then I will put your old piece back in here, and then you can pick a new piece. I am adding new pieces every single week. Give me a second. I have that Pokemon written down. Let me put this back. All right, now I'm all caught up with all the Hall of Supporters with that, so that makes it a little easier. And I write it down. This will be your piece every single time that we play. Does anybody know? I'll give a point to the first person who can name this Pokemon, by the way. What's the other blue one? Oh, this other blue one is a little, I don't know, it's a little Robo-Dog. I can't remember which show it's from. Cannot remember. Poliwhirl. Oh, Lord Ajax. I think it's Poliwhirl. Let me check because there's different, like, it is Poliwhirl. All right, let me see who the first person who said Poliwhirl was. Let me see who the first person. Looks like Lord Ajax, you said you'll take the Spiral one then? This is Poliwhirl. This is the Pokemon called Poliwhirl. He looks like he has boxing gloves on, which is kind of funny. All right, Mike, this is your character. Lord Ajax, you get the point for naming that. We're on a bonus round right now. The champion's already been announced. The high score is not eligible to be beaten because we're going over the 2 hours. So now we're just going to continue playing for fun. Yeah, we have I think 6 or 7 people have tokens now. So this is Mike. I'm sorry, this is Brawny. This is now Mike. We have Javier is the GOAT. We have Just for Fun Fishing Mom is Tweety. Just for Fun Fishing is Flounder. Baronators is Orange Dude from Halo. Brawny is... Sorry, I've been talking to you for the last few minutes, so I keep mixing up the names. But Brawny is this red dude. Love it. Awesome. Yeah, he's the Halo villain. Yeah. We accidentally kept cutting Mike in half the first time. Gotta get Lady Day and Baronator. No, I'm Mike. No, Brawny, that's why I keep getting messed up. Brawny has convinced me that Mike and Brawny, you guys are just one person, and it is just messing with me so much. It has messed with me so much. Yeah. And then if you're in the Hall of Champions, you get a red token. If somebody's on the board and they're not in the Hall of Champions, they're just on the Hall of Fame, they just have a yellow token representing them. So, yeah. So I think it's a fun system. Today we were playing... we had a bonus game called King of the Hill. Whoever the most recent person to get a point goes on this little hill. I had a random timer. We're actually going to continue that. I had a random timer go off every 5 to 10 minutes, and when it went off, whoever was the current king got a bonus point. Man, Baronator, that's quite the day. That's quite the day, Baronator. All right, guys, we're going to continue back. We're going to keep going. King of the Hill is going to restart because I can't remember who got the last point. All bonus from here. Did you get the puppy back, Baronator? Oh, real quick, I do have to update my system to make sure that I write down that Mike is now Poliwhirl, which is a Pokemon from one of the OGs. Yeah, we did. Good. So give me a second. So Mike, you are going to be Poliwhirl until you change it out, if you ever change it out. If you don't ever change it out, then you are always that character. Anybody can change out their thing by supporting the channel again. All right. Mike Tones Poliwhirl. I am also adding new things to those every single week. I'll be adding new things. I'm going to the thrift store looking for some stuff and buying some things online as well. Oh, they can run fast too. Where's Javier? Javier's painting right now, so he's probably just waiting for the game to start. Actually, I don't know if he's still painting. It's kind of dark out. He was in earlier, but yeah, we were on break. This break's gone a little bit over, so we're gonna go ahead and get back to it. Yeah, they do have a lot of energy. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and resume the timer for the champion. Oh, you guys might have just saw it. I'm going to go ahead and hide the timer so that way I can't know when it goes off. So whoever's on the hill when the timer goes, whoever the most recent person to get the point is, will get a bonus point when the timer goes off. So we're going to go ahead and play Tribon. Tribon is where I give you guys 3 things. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have... This is a tricky one. Slide, square, granny. There's blood quite literally everywhere on my clothes. Wow, Baronator, that is a rough... That was a rough chase, huh? Have a good one, Mike. Have a good one, Mike. Hope to see you tomorrow. We've got probably at least 2 to 3 streams going. It is not curling. It's not apple. It's not bowling. I'll repeat them. Slide, square, granny. Oh, Tribon. We have slide, square, granny. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. They are types of blanks. Types of blanks. Wyatt, how did the game go? Typically, you could take rope and make these, or string and make these. They are types of blanks made out of strings or rope. All right, nobody got the point because nobody is on there. We did reset that. Not is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Nobody got the bonus point because nobody's on the hill. However, now, Brawny, you are on the hill. That's actually probably perfect. Yeah. That's okay. You can't win them all, Wyatt. All right, guys, moving on to another one. I hope you at least had fun, though. Had a good game, got a good workout in, you know. Guys, we're going to move on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have an adult male cow, an adult male seal, and an adult male elephant. This is apparently a term used that you could use for all 3 of these. It's an adult male cow, an adult male seal. Bull is correct. They're apparently what you would call them. Lord Ajax, you got bull first on my screen. You're going to get the point, and you are 11. All right, continuing on, we're going to play another round of Tribon. We'll do another card of Tribon. Bull first. I didn't know that for the other one either. What was the other one? An adult male elephant? I didn't know that either. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Another reason I like this channel is that we learn things we didn't know. Yeah, I love this. I learned stuff so much from just hosting and like reading all these cards off, and then a lot from you guys as well. So that's also another reason I love hosting it as well. It's so much fun on my screen. Or my side, too. Yeah, this is a learning channel. It is. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Ooh, this is going to be entertaining and learning. It's nice. It's a fun mix. Very fun mix. This is going to be a tricky one, so I'll accept a couple answers if you're close. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have a brain, a heart, courage. I'll give you guys a hint. It is an old movie where this comes from. A brain, a heart, courage. Wizard of Oz is correct. The answer was they're the desires of the main characters in The Wizard of Oz. So that is a point for Gogs. That was a good one, Gogs. I wanted to give the hint because I didn't know. Gogs, did the hint help or did you have it before the hint? Because I didn't know if that one was like way too weird. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. The hint helped. All right, cool. The hint helped. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have the ropes, the turnbuckle, the canvas. Also a couple answers, except for this one, because it's kind of 2 answers on here. Boxing and wrestling were the 2 answers I was going to accept, because it is parts of a boxing or wrestling ring. Brawny, you said boxing first. Moving on to another round of Tri-Bond. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have years in a century, pennies in a dollar, yards in a football field. $100 is correct. First person to say that was Lord Ajax. Thank you, Brawny. I will have you guys know I will be adding some moderators on this channel. It's going to be a little bit before. Oh, wait a minute. No, Gogs, I'm so sorry. No. That you got it. You got it. I didn't see that you spelt 100. It's totally fine that you said you spelt 100 and I didn't catch it, but you still got it. No, Gogs, I'm glad you just said something. You got that. I didn't see that you spelt it, so I was just looking out for the number. That is totally fine. Different games have different levels of leniencies, so I done well then. That's funny. Gogs did say it first, but I just saw all the numbers and I just looked for the first person who said 100, or the number 100. So, and then once he said something, I realized he did say it first. So thank you. Just so you guys know, I will be adding moderators here eventually. I have a few people in mind of who I'll be adding who've been here for a long time and they've been helping me with moderating unofficially, you know. And I have a mental list of people who not only come often, but they also help support it being a fair channel as well, fair, fun, family friendly. I will tell you guys, and I'm gonna say this channel is gonna go, will probably be on Mindful Discovery for a couple more months, and then I'm actually going to be moving the stream to a other YouTube channel. Nothing about the stream is going to change. I just really want it on my other channel though. And when I switch to my other channel is when I'm going to start having mods. So, yeah, because I have a website linked to my other channel, and it's just a more proper fit to be on my other YouTube channel. My other YouTube channel is extremely small. I only have a few videos on it, and only 22 subscribers. But that was the YouTube channel that was supposed to be for my game career, but I didn't even have enough subscribers to go live, so that's why it's on here. So we're gonna be here for a couple more months while I set some stuff up behind the scene for a great switch, just so you guys know. And I will be making, when I do finally do the switch, I'll be making posts every single day on Mindful Discovery that I switch to that one. If you guys want to check out the channel now, it's nothing really impressive, but it's called Practical Gaming Center. Practical Gaming Center is the game stuff that I've been trying to build up for a while. It's very, very low. I also have a website called Practical Gaming Center as well. The dice, there's a little dice. Yeah, if you guys actually want to go subscribe to that, that would be cool. I'll be switching there, not for a little bit though. That name needs work. Practical Gaming Center. I've gone back and forth on it. Thank you, Baron here. I've gone back and forth on the name many times. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like the game show. I've gone back and forth on the name many times, but I have a very, 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 very extensive plan for that, for the longevity of that. Of just Practical Gaming Center, the YouTube channel, and the website especially. I have a very long-term plan, and the name has been going back and forth on whether I like it or not. However, especially now that I'll be doing the stream on there, where we're actually going to be gaming together on that stream, that's going to be a fun, I think the name fits. It's PGC stands for Practical Gaming Center. It's kind of a brand I might be trying to build up in a sense. The website teaches people how to play like different like instructions for different card games and stuff like that. The website I haven't touched in probably like 6 or 7 months and stuff. I coded it all myself. It's it's still in its infancy stages. I actually took a card game I made. If you guys are interested, this is free. I took a card game. Thank you guys for subbing to that. I took a card game I made years ago with my Shannon show. My ex-wife and I made a card game. I took it and I actually made it into a computer program. And if you guys, it's on the homepage of my website, practicalgamingcenter.com. And if you guys scroll down, it's called Oh Shoot. It is a copyrighted game, and I'll have an actual physical card game one day. But for now, if you guys want to play, you can play it against the computer. So I wrote a bunch of algorithms. Number 7, that'll be GOGS. I'm going to still give it to you because I'm talking. And it's at least 5 minutes. I'm sure we'll get back to it in 5 minutes. There'll be a new one. But yeah, there's you guys just subbed. Thank you. Do I code? Yeah, I learned computer programming just for this website. So I actually have to get back into it recently. I just got back into it last night, so because I'm going to develop an app and stuff where I can take all of the card games I've made that'll fit for this app and input it into the app. It's not just card games on this show; it'll also be card games on the show, but a lot of other card games I've made in the past will also go on there. They're all party card games as well. So I've done a fair bit, but never finished my education. No, I had to get a job. Yeah, I had a mentor. It was just a buddy I met hiking the Appalachian Trail who started mentoring me, and then I've been learning on my own. I've never gotten a formal education. But I've just learned. So I spent like 2 years learning it. I still have so much more. Like there's at least 3 more languages I want to learn. I want to learn React Native, Python, and C#, all for very, very different projects. So React Native is for the app. C# is for video games. And then, which I'm not going to spend a lot of time in my life making video games, especially because I don't play them. And then Python is because I want to start inventing things with the Raspberry Pi. And so, yeah, but that's all. I have other skills I need to learn first. All right, guys. Changes all the time. Yeah, they do. All right, guys, we're going to continue on. Thank you guys for subbing to Practical Gaming Center. If you want to check out Oh Shoot, it's a fun little card game you play against the computer with 2 different difficulties. It's kind of like a way more complicated rock, paper, scissors. Way more complicated. Super fun. I have a lot of fun. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. This is where I give you guys. All right, Bronny, I hope you guys enjoy your spontaneous date. That's always fun. And the next Steve Harvey. Thanks, Richard. We're going to go ahead and move on to Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common, I'll get a points on the scoreboard. We have Garth Brooks, Travis Tritt, Randy Travis. Country and music. They are country music singers. I would have accepted country music or singer. That's a point for Bronny. I actually wasn't going to reveal the switch for a little bit, but I know I'm going to switch. So I'm just going to tell you guys now if you want to start going over there. I can't even go live until I have 50 subscribers anyway, so it's actually probably good that I start getting you guys over there. That probably won't be for 2 months. And nothing about the actual show is going to change. The Hall of Fame, Hall of Champions, Hall of Support, your characters, nothing about that changes. I just want to switch it over. But I don't want to switch it over yet. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. She wants ramen. Oh, I love ramen. Oh, man, it's good. It's good. Our fault. Yeah, it's good stuff. Your country music isn't great. Moving on to another round of Tribon. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. A toilet. Oh, we're going to skip that one. It's just not appropriate. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Stamps, lollipops, ice cream cones. You had ramen last night. She's a big pasta lover. That's awesome. I love ramen. Good pastas. Oh, really good. It's not sticky, but it rhymes with stick. Lick is correct. Point for Bronny. Yeah. If noodles are made really, really good, oh my god, they can be really good. I don't eat them as much anymore because I've lost about over 50 pounds in the last couple years, and I want to keep it off, which I'm sure I will be able to, because I was on a medication that made me gain it, and once I got off the medication, I was able to lose it again, so that was good. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have appendix, bladder, spleen. Tried making your own pasta, didn't go as well. Did you try making the noodles as well from like flour? Organs is correct, point for Brawny. Or did you like just a dish? Hey, mommy of two, welcome back. I hope you guys enjoy your date. All right, moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these. Yeah, fresh pasta. Oh, wow, I haven't tried that yet. I think I might one day, but I'm trying to avoid pasta for a little bit longer. So I at least hit my goal. Made the dough. That's awesome. That's awesome, Richard. It's not easy. It doesn't look easy. It's way easier to buy a $1 box or something. Moving on to another round. Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. We got a point on the scoreboard. She's entered the chat. Welcome. We have Gulf, Shell, Exxon. Gulf, Shell, Exxon. Gas company is correct. That is a bonus point for Brawny, but Brawny, you also got gas, so that's 2 points for you. Oh, let me make sure that's... All right, I just messed that up. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Chinese jigsaw crossword. Chinese jigsaw crossword. Puzzle is correct. That is a point for Lord Ajax. Oh, I gotta make sure I grab the right token. Barinator, how long did it take you to catch your puppy? Because sometimes that can take hours. I've seen it take hours. But it's helped Javier catch his dog in the past before, and that's taken a long time. I think we haven't had to do that in a while. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have Pepper, Seuss, Octopus. Pepper, Seuss, Octopus. It wasn't yours, but it took 4 to 7 hours. Doctor was correct, but I'm confused on octopus here. Dr. Pepper, Dr. Seuss, Dr. Octopus? Is that a thing? Let me do it real quick. Patrick, you got it. Patrick, you are the current king. Doc OC from Spider-Man. Doc. Okay. Good job, Patrick. That rocks. Like your encouragement. What? All right. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Red, Magic, Shag. Red, Magic, Shag. Lost it for a little bit, found it, and it ran again. Whose puppy was it? Carpet is correct. Point for Lord Ajax. Buddies from work. Oof. Hey, Tree. Hey, that's okay. You don't have to be sorry. Whenever you want to, whenever you have time to come and you want to come and be here, you're allowed to, So, was rug accepted if first? Rug and carpet are two different things here. Carpet is installed on the floor. And rug, a rug is pretty much the same thing as a carpet, not quite, that you can just throw over anything. Give me a second. It says in the United Kingdom, the terms rug and carpet are often used interchangeably when referring to handmade carpets. However, there are still some differences in how the terms are used to describe floor coverings. Ooh, Lord Ajax, that's a fair point too, because that is also actually a movie. Those are movie references as well. So it's not just that it's the difference between a magic. It's not just that it's the difference between a carpet or rug, but they're also movie references. So no, we're actually going to keep it. We're going to go ahead and keep that. His wife was losing her mind, I'm sure. Free texting service again. Should we get dressed now? Oh my God, that's funny. No, we're gonna keep that one because Lord Ajax. That is a good point. It is. They are movie. They're movie references, or at least the magic one is. Moving on to another round. Tribon. Hey Javier, welcome back. Gogs, I'm sorry. I know. Boo. I know. I am sorry. But to be fair, it is a movie reference. Unless they translate it in the UK, just that one word to magic rug. And unless they've done that, then we're going to keep it. I think that was from Aladdin. Oh, I mean, that's probably just in lore as well. Moving on to another round, Tribon. First person to tell me. Javier, welcome back. We're just doing bonus time now. We're just doing bonus time. We have a car, a tree, an elephant. A car, a tree, an elephant. Trunk is correct. They have trunks. First person on my screen who said it was Sasso. Sasso, you get the point. You're number 3. All right. Moving on to another round of Tribon. We'll finish the card, and then we're going to switch up the game. Moving on to another round, Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Phone, date, cook. That sounds like a long story. Book is correct. Phone book. Date book. Cookbook. A dating book? I don't know. Date book is weird. All right. Patrick, you got it. Patrick, number 12. All right. Pat rocks. Good job, Patrick. Moving on to another round, Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have a person, a watch, a mountain. But Baronator, you were put in a trunk? Who's number 12? That would be Patrick. You get the bonus point. Face is correct. That is a point for Jackson. All right, Jackson, you're going to be number 13. So you have this 13 chip. Jackson, welcome to the scoreboard. You're number 13 on the scoreboard. Give me 1 second, bud. You have to make sure I spell your name right. Jackson, welcome to the scoreboard. And it looks like Jackson is the very first time you've earned a point on this game show, which means congratulations. I will be adding your name to the Hall of Fame, where once you enter, you never leave. Since this is bonus. I'm actually going to go ahead and just do it now. Jackson, you. Congratulations, Jackson. You are the 182nd person to earn a point on this live game show. The 182nd person. That's pretty cool. That is your number. That'll always be your number. All right. Congratulations, Jackson, and welcome. I hope you're liking the show. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Oh, wait, no, I said we would switch it up. All right, first person to name a game, and we will play it. Patrick, time would have made sense. However, we do go... There's a lot of things that would make sense. There's a lot of things that I could say that would make sense and would be appropriate, but we do just go off of the card for the answer because there are so many times that you guys have answers that are correct, like time, personal time, watch time, mountain time. It does make sense, but we are looking for that. So if you say time, try to think of another one. Might need a bigger piece of paper for the Hall of Fame. Looks like you're running out of room. I'm actually looking for like a little scroll or something. Oh, I've ran out of room so long ago. It's actually on a document now. I want to be changing the Hall of Fame paper. Hangman. All right, Lord Ajax, you said justifiable. Hangman would be interesting. Oh, I'm going to write that down. Hangman. We could play Hangman sometime. We're not going to play it right now. But we will... I'm going to write that down. That was a good suggestion. We might actually play Hangman. Thank you, Patrick. You might see that tomorrow. So, I appreciate that. All right. Yeah, Hangman would be fun. How do you play Hangman? You guys want to try to play Hangman real quick? Well, hold on. Lord Ajax, you said justifiable. You said it first, but do you guys want to try to play Hangman real quick? We can try to play it. I don't know. Actually, for the fluidity of... Yeah, Hangman. All right. I'm not going to lie. I haven't played it in a long time. How does Hangman work? I mean, obviously know what game it is, but it's been a little bit. Let me just read a quick refresh on the rules. All right. Hangman is a guessing game where one player thinks of a word or phrase, and the other players try to guess it by suggesting letters or numbers. The game can be played with 2 or more players, and there are both paper and pencil and electronic versions. All right. I suggested Countdown the other day where I picked 9 random letters and we got to see who makes the biggest word. Oh, Richard. I like that. Let me write that down. Sorry, wrong one. Guys, we're not going to do Hangman right now. We're actually not going to play Hangman because I realized that there's a few different ways that it could work. Especially so for the fluidity of it, I'm gonna go ahead and think about it after the stream. You guys will probably see Hangman tomorrow. There's just so many different ways that it could be played, and I also need to figure out how it could be played on stream very fluidly. It's obviously going to be a variant of Hangman. It's not going to be the traditional Hangman that you guys see because it has to work on stream. So you guys will probably see Hangman tomorrow because I'm actually super excited to add that in. I'm going to write down Richard's thing, pick a bunch of random letters, and see who can make the biggest word. Okay, and then how about this then? We could try that one if you guys want. Well, I also, Richard, I have these letters now that I've been using for justifiable thoughts. I got these letters. Guess read a question. Whoever gets it says a letter. Oh, it could be a bonus. It could be a bonus. Oh, Hangman could be a bonus. Who's number 13? That's Jackson. The timer went off, so we give a point to whoever is the king of the hill. Jackson, you're currently the king of the hill. So you're going to get a bonus point. Yeah, that actually, Hangman might be a good bonus. Yeah, that is a good suggestion. We're okay. I like that. I like that. We're probably gonna actually then have two ways to do it. Yeah, but Scrabble letters will work better because you get more vowels in that. I'll tell you what. If I see a Scrabble at the thrift store, I will buy it just for the letters. Because then I can get the Scrabble board for like $2. Monday, my everything at my thrift store is half off that I go to, so I'm sure I can find Scrabble there. That's a great idea, and then it would also be nice to have those letters for other games in the future. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and write down Scrabble Hangman Countdown. Do you guys want to just continue as normal then, and then actually let's try Countdown. You got a Scrabble game, you will donate. Yeah, Javier knows exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's try Countdown. Bronny, you do not need to donate it because I promise I can get a Scrabble game for probably $2.50. I just have to wait until Monday, and the thrift store I go to is hundreds of games, literally, like probably 200 games. And it would be cheaper for you if I just went there and bought it, because if you sent me in the mail, it could probably cost you like probably 10-15 bucks. Even if you just sent the tiles, it would just still make more sense for me to just pay $2 for it, you know. So I do appreciate it though, but yeah, it'll just be cheaper for everyone. So if I don't have it Monday, I'm sure I see Scrabble all the time. If I don't find it Monday, I will find it probably the week after. All right, guys, these are great suggestions. You guys know I write down all of the. Maybe use the numbers we are allocated on the scoreboard and have it random for who guesses. All right, I write down all of your guys' suggestions. Give me a second. Thank you guys. Anytime you guys suggest something, as long as I like catch it. I support the dream. The money isn't a waste. Well, I appreciate that, Brawny. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but it still would be it'd still be significantly cheaper for me to just wait until Monday and pay $2 than you paying like 10 or 15. You know, so I still want to respect your time because your time is your money because your money is your time. It's a TV show in the UK. All right, Richard, how does this work? How does this work, Richard? Am I just going to pick a bunch of letters, show you guys the letters, and then whoever makes the biggest word with these letters will get a point, and then we'll have it to where if you guys repeat a word, the first person who said the biggest word will get it. And if two words, I'm just thinking out loud, if two words are tied for the length, whoever said the longest one first will get a point, and we're going to need a timer for this. We're just going to have it a timed. Good deal. Awesome. Awesome. All right. Awesome. So this is how it's going to work. 7. We'll probably do different cards. Well, it definitely should be at least 5 or probably should actually be higher. Okay. All right, Richard. I like this. We're going to do it. Bronny, though, I really do appreciate I do appreciate the gesture of wanting to send it, but I do want to save you time and money as well. So I'm going to get it. I do appreciate it. Guys, let me get a timer. I have a bunch of them. All right, guys, how many rounds should we do, or how many minutes should the round be? Probably actually, because I have a bunch of different timers right here. I've got a 3-minute timer. I have a 2-minute timer. Where'd my 2-minute timer go? And I have a bunch of 1-minute timers as well. Let me just make sure that this is... all right, guys, we're developing another game live. This is what this bonus time turns into, my friends. Thank you. This is so fun. You, Patrick, you say a minute. You say a minute. I think a minute's probably good. I think 3 minutes. Well, all right, we're going to try a minute, and we're going to try 30 seconds. Because of the latency, it can be a little bit difficult with the latency. So we're going to go ahead and try... We'll go back and forth between trying a minute. I really need to write on here which ones of these are a minute and which ones are 30 seconds. So give me a second. I'm going to time these. Hopefully I don't forget. Yeah, I have a lot. Yeah, I scrap a lot of games. These are all from games that I've just taken a lot of the pieces out. Yeah, that is a lot of timers. I've thrown away, when I buy a card game or a board game, especially if I'm using it for stream or for my other games I'm developing, I'll take every single component I might possibly use in the future, take it out, and then throw the rest away. I only redonate a game to the thrift store if I can't use any single piece and I have every part of the game. Because I'm not going to donate a game if it's missing pieces. That's not fair for somebody who's going to go buy it, you know? So, all right, this is a 30-second timer. And then these two look like they are minute timers. So awesome. I'm just going to write that down in a second. 30 seconds on the right. Yeah, awesome, awesome. All right, guys, we're probably going to go ahead and try this. These two of the letters have, at least two of the letters have to be vowels. Plastic, thank you. Plastic. I'm going to write that down real quick. You're right. That's a good, at least two letters have to be vowels. I love word games, so. Have I ever played the game named I Should Have Known? No, I'll look into it, though. $5X. Welcome, $5X. This is a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. All right. That is a lot of timers, and I'm going to do them one more time just to double check, because I like to double check, especially before I put a Sharpie on these. I'm going to hold this so that way I can keep track. And then we're going to get started soon. It's usually 30 seconds on the show. Cool, we'll probably do 30 seconds then. I like 30. All right, that's good enough confirmation for me. This one's for sure 30. Sharpie is strong. And then these are probably a minute. Yeah, they are. Okay, cool. Number 13 again would be Jackson, because we haven't played another round. So I'm actually going to go ahead and stop the timer. I'm going to pause the timer until we I'm going to pause it until we start again. Sorry, guys. I really meant to. I've timed these timers, I'm not going to lie, so many times. And I always forget to actually write what they are on there. Kind of a blunder on my part. Guys, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a 5-minute break before we start. Also do a number round, though that'd be difficult. We're probably going to do a 5-minute break, and I'll be back in exactly 5 minutes, and then we're going to start that. We're going to play Countdown. So we do like to take a 5-minute break around every hour. So are we playing Countdown? Yes, we're going to play Countdown after the 5-minute break. We're going to play Countdown. So Countdown's going to be the word one you guys suggested. Oh, you do remember? Oh, well then, welcome back, 5X. Welcome back. Welcome back. I didn't recognize your name, and I know I have not written you on the hall. I know you haven't earned a point yet on this game show because you have the most complicated name that would be on the Hall of Fame so far, and I know I have to put it in letter by letter. Welcome back, L. Edwin. Wait, what's your old? Are you already on the Hall of Fame? Oh, Caesar. Hey, Caesar. Hey, Caesar. I'm gonna go ahead and update you. Welcome back, Caesar. Caesar Hernandez, I know exactly who you are, although I haven't found you on the Hall of Fame yet. Wait, Caesar, have you ever earned a point on this game show? Because I don't even see you on the Hall of Fame. You just pop in a lot and say hi. I don't remember. I actually don't think you have, Caesar. I don't think you have, because you're actually not on the Hall of Fame. So, all right, guys, cool. So real quick, before we go on the break, let's get these rules. So right when we get back from the break, we can start playing. Cool. It's 9 random letters with 3 vowels, and the person who can make the largest word from the letters wins. How long do we get to make a word? We're going. I know it is crazy. I've seen you so many times. We're gonna try 30 seconds. We'll try 45. We'll try a minute. We're just gonna do trial and error. We're gonna do trial and error. Let me go ahead and write down those rules real quick for countdown. Is it always 9 letters, or do they do 7 letters one round, then 8 letters the next round, then 9 letters the round after that, or do they do like how do they normally do it? I'm gonna watch it, but for now, I'll watch it at some point. But for now, is it always that formula of 9? It's always 9 letters. Is it always 3 vowels? And then I have one more question. Is it ever 2 of the same vowels or 2 of the same consonants? Like, can there be repeats in letters, or is it always 9 unique letters and 3 of them are vowels that are unique, 6 of them are consonants that are unique? We're not going to do the numbers one, because you're right, that'd be a weird one. Always 9 letters, always 3 vowels. Do they consider Y a vowel or no? They pick random, and yes, repeats can occur. Perfect, thank you. That's what I want to know, is the repeat. Checkout should have known rules on my break. All right, Bronny, I will. They pick random, and yes, repeats can occur. All right, thank you, guys. Okay, so I think then A-E-I-O-U. I figured it wouldn't be, I figured it would not be Y. However, I didn't make the game, so I just wanted to know. Thank you. Guys, this is cool. I actually have the chat right here. It makes it so much I have it here and here, so it actually makes it a little bit easier for me to be able to talk to you guys. It's a lot bigger. All right, cool. I'm going to take the break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Bronny, you said check out I should have known rules on my break. I will do that. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm just going to turn on the sign. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Guys, this is super fun. You guys are helping me add so many things to this game show. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. And this is cool, because now that you guys, when you guys make a game, suggest a game that you like, whether we make it or it's already on there, or I mean, whether you make the game or the games are, or like whether we make the game, you make the game, I make the game, or the game's already out in the world. I don't know nobody knows every game that's out there. It's like books. There's millions of books. So when you guys, when we figure it out, now you guys get to play your favorite games, which is awesome. This is super cool. Wow, this is developing great. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Keep the stopwatch on me. And I should have known rules on the break. I will do that. It'll probably be actually 6 minutes. It'll probably be 6 minutes, just so you guys know. We'll be getting started shortly. A minute or two for people to get back. Oh, Rhino Connor, welcome back. Welcome back. Excuse me, give me a second. I'm eating a bowl of cereal. Don't know why it tastes better at night. Oh, I agree with that. I don't know why. Cereal definitely tastes better at night. Rhino, I have some very bad news. Today's my last day with internet for a week. No, Rhino! We broke. Sorry, we broke. Sorry. That's, dude, it happens. It happens. It happens, bro. It happens. I'm also very broke as well. I was drafting my fantasy team. That's why I wasn't here. That's okay. Rhino, I've been broke most of my life, especially in my 20s. Well, especially after leaving my wife. Oh, man, I've been really broke, but that's okay. Rhino will be back here in a week. We'll be back here in a week. We'll be here almost every day. I've gone many times in that situation. All day breakfast and a bowl of cereal. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I have to find something real quick. Through a box real quick. Give me a second. I cannot wait for Brawny to get back. I will have you know, Brawny, if you're here, I have a fun surprise for you. Give me a second. I'm looking for it through my totes of games stuff. Oh, man. So many things. Can we use a ping pong ball for anything? I don't know. I've got a few. Oh, wow, that came back. What did I hit? Alright, here we go. Here we go. That's a goofy one. I'm going to try that too. I think that's it. Check everything out. Alright. That's probably it. Bronny, I hope you're here. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm off stream for a second. Going through my totes of extra games and stuff. Bronny, you're here. You love good news. I should have known that. I looked up the game. I bought it a couple weeks ago for the stream. I don't have the box because I don't save the boxes for any of the games because the boxes take... Oh, I can't save the hundreds of... The hundreds of boxes I bought. But yeah, I actually have... I only have 1 pack. I don't know if there was more cards than this. So I'll have to continue with, I'll have to go through that box a little bit more. But yeah, I actually have a pack of the cards. So that's funny. As soon as I looked up the rules, I'm like, yeah, that sounds like it could work. And then I wanted to see what the game looked like. So I went to images and I'm like, oh, I know I bought it. Why haven't I tried it yet? Because I actually have several games that are not on stream yet. I don't want to add them every single day. First of all, I want to get one. When I add a game, I'd like to make sure that we get it to work flawlessly before we move on to the next one. Another reason is I don't have. Long story short, when I left my wife about 9 months ago, I gave her almost everything, and I've been building myself back up. Had to move back in with family, and I don't have a lot of money, so I just have to be very careful with it. And I like to stay ahead of the curve and have things ready to be lined up, and that's why I also only go to the thrift store when it's half off. And so I have a few games that I'm going to add to the stream, but I don't want to. Just in case there's a dry spot where I can't find a game or make a game fast enough to add to the stream, I want to have backups ready. So. Think it'd be a good addition? Yeah, I think we could figure it out. I'll definitely figure it out. All right, I'm going to go ahead and catch up with you guys. So, my calling has arrived. We are here. Thank you. All right, that's cool. Played Minecraft a couple times. Hey, Shannon, I watched your shorts of you walking to Canada. Yeah, that was a fun. Oh, I hitchhiked. I didn't walk to Canada. I hitchhiked to Canada. Did a good job hitchhiking to Canada. You're interested in playing it now, thanks to the suggestion. Bronny, you'll probably see it added in a few days. You'll probably see it next week. So I just want to completely go through it. I did save it, though, and I bought it, and I saved it. And if I don't think it'll work, actually, I still save cards if I don't think it'll work for stream because I make a lot of games. So I'll put it up here, though, this shelf. I have a couple, well, I say a couple. I have a couple totes and then several boxes of stuff for game creation for on stream and off stream, like on the side. I make games that aren't playable on stream. But then I have a big shelf right here for things that are going to be added or I use every day for the stream. So I'm going to add this up here. That's on the shelf for games that will be added. And then I'll look into it. Wait, me confused. Did I get a divorce? I technically haven't gone through the divorce process yet, but I left my wife 9 months ago so I could achieve my dreams. Thank you guys for helping with that. And we were holding, long story short, we were holding each other back from what we both deeply desired. We could have spent the rest of our lives together and been okay. However, we didn't want to just be okay. I didn't want to just be okay. And so when I left, I gave her almost everything that we had together and everything we built up together. And I had to move back in with family. And I actually had a pretty good plan. I've been studying computer programming for 2 years, and so I was going to get a job with computer programming. And then the market was very, very bad for that when I was applying. And I'm like, man, I just want to do my own thing anyway. And so even if it takes me a little longer to get to where I want to go, I'm just going to take the longer path. It's been a struggle because I've been probably been the most broke year of my 20s, but that's okay. That's okay. It was a Vegas wedding. We did hitchhike to Las Vegas from Tennessee to get married. It was a great marriage. The marriage was great. She's a beautiful soul. She's a great woman. It's actually one of the hardest decisions I made to leave her because I had to leave her saying I love you, and that was very difficult. It was very hard to leave somebody that you still actively loved, but it was a good decision for both of us, and we're still friends. And she actually was very grateful I left because she told me that she would have never left, so she's glad that I did. So I'm also glad that I did. And it's cool that we're still friends too. Doesn't mean it was easy. I mean, now I know it was. I knew it was a good decision back then. It was still hard, and emotions hit at different times, though. Not quite anymore. I'm fully over it, but yeah. Patrick, you have blank dry erase cards. Oh my god, I have so many. I have like 80, I think. I also have blank dry erase cards. These are magnetic and stuff that I can put them on the board. I think I have 80. They're color coded as well. I actually love anything dry erase or magnetic. So this was crazy. That must have been rough. It was, but we're still friends and it's okay. And I think we did make the right decision. Trying to catch up with the comments and we'll get back to it. Good deal, guys. We may have a new game to play soon. Probably. It looks like it's going to work. So I think when I'm not going to lie, when I go to the thrift store, I actually really don't like buying games that are new. All right, guys, got to go later. Have a good one, Bronny. I like buying used games because then I can open the box and actually go through it and then get a quick idea. Because there's hundreds of games that I go through every Monday, and I don't want to look it up on my phone, especially because I don't always get service in there, and then I don't want to guess based on the back, so I just kind of love buying the used ones. It lets me go through the cards. Also, you drew on your car with Expo and took the car apart. I did. Yeah, I mean, the car's practicality for me is I needed to get from point A to point B. So I didn't really care if I drew on it with marker because I'm like, well, if I could draw on it a million times. It's still going to get me from point A to point B. I'm more of a practical person. But then I drew through the desert, and it was Expo. It came off. Then I drew through the desert, and it actually baked all of the drawings onto the car, and then I couldn't get any of them off anymore, which was kind of really funny. But I'm going to draw my next car as well, probably. I love Expo. I love dry erase markers. I own like 11 dry erase boards. I love dry erase boards. I don't know why. It's just they're super fun. Had a good time on stream. We'll be back next stream. Awesome. When did I start YouTube? I mean, this one I started this Mindful Discovery like 4 years ago, but I barely did anything with it for a long time. I didn't really know what to do or how to do it. It's good to know that she wouldn't have left you because you were a really genuine and beautiful soul. Well, thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. We had our issues, but we were working through them too. You know, I mean, real overall, we could have stayed together with each other, and I'm so glad we didn't. Not particularly anything against her or me. We just, when we got together, we had the same long-term dreams, but we didn't realize that the next 20 years to make those dreams come true were very different. And we didn't know that until after we got married. It's okay though. It worked out great. We had a great marriage. I got to travel. I learned a lot, and I became a much better person because of it in many, many ways. And she's still a really, really good person. So it was honestly, it was an epic start and a pretty good ending too. And good in between for the most part. You know, obviously everyone has their problems in a relationship, but overall I was very, very pleased with the outcome of that. I think, however, if I stayed another 10 years, I would have regretted it. I don't regret anything about the marriage at all, start, middle, end, but another 10 years in, I absolutely would have regretted staying. So I think it was perfect. I love Rubik's Cubes. Do you own one? I don't own one. No. I'm going to sometime I'm going to get one, go on YouTube, figure out how to solve it. I should invite her over to play some of these games. No, we don't live in the same area. I'm back in my hometown, Chicago, for now. Outside of Chicago, she is still in Mexico. Old game called Mastermind. Good work on the show. Oh, man, sorry, guys. I just wrote it down. I'll look into it. His last video taking a piece of every day off of my car till it doesn't work anymore had a failure. Yeah, that car was terminally ill. Oh, I'm sorry. What word did I say? I'm so sorry if I cussed. Sorry if I cussed. Welcome back, Baronator. All right, cool. Yeah, my car was terminally ill. I didn't know when I bought it, but I bought it used. I always buy my vehicles used. And then long story short on the car is I bought it for, I mean, it was an inexpensive car. I bought it for a couple grand, you know, which there's a lot of money to me, especially at the time. Shoot, I wouldn't even be able to get one now. I can't even get one now. I haven't even been able to afford one since that one got totaled. So what happened was I bought this vehicle for a couple grand, and then I took it to my mechanic. And I knew I had to get something fixed, and they quoted me. Though so much stuff needed to get fixed, it was so rusted out that they quoted me something like $2,100 to fix everything, and I'm like, oh no! I'm like, I can't. I don't have that money. I can't. That was the price I paid for the car. I don't have double that. Not at the time. Not definitely not now. And so he told me it wasn't worth fixing. And I'm like, all right, well, can you just fix the brakes then? Because I already sent in the title and I can't sell it without the title. And I spent all my money on it and I can't just sit on it. I can't do anything else. And so I asked them to just fix the brakes. He fixed the brakes and it cost me like almost $700. I said, okay, so how much is it now to fix the rest of the stuff? And he said $1,900. And I'm like, I just gave you $700. How is it only $200 difference? And he said it was so rusted, which to be fair, it really wasn't. I really just didn't know. That as they were fixing the brakes, a bunch of other stuff were breaking. And they're very reliable. I've been going to them for a while and I do trust them. And so I had them fix the brakes and I said, thanks, dude. I'm just going to drive this car until it has a repair that's too major. And then once it has a repair that's too major, then I'll scrap it. Because I'm not just going to scrap it right then. I could get time. And I ended up getting 5,000 miles out of it over the next couple of months. I drove to Texas and back. I was working for a little bit. So that was good. And then I really wanted to do the video where I took a part off of the car every day until it didn't work because I knew my car was terminally ill. Because I knew it already had too many problems to fix and it was pretty old. So I started doing that. And then on day 3 of me taking a part off of the car, I ended up totaling it by accident on my way to work. This was the silliest way it's actually not the silliest way I've totaled a car, but it's pretty close to this. It's the second closest. I totaled the car. One time I bought a car, I totaled it the second time I drove it. But anyway, or I technically totaled it the third time I drove it. I was like 20. Anyway, with this car, I was on my way to work and I'm not going to lie, I was distracted. I didn't hit anybody. Nobody got hurt. But it was so rusted out, I had to slam on my brakes. I slammed on my brakes so hard that I actually snapped a lot of the things. And my wheel had to be turned almost all the way to the right for the wheels for the tires to even be going straight. I ended up taking it to the mechanic that day. And it was about $4,000 to fix everything. And so when he talked to me, he said, dude, you're done. It's done. And I'm like, all right, cool. So then I had to scrap it that day. So where did I go? It wasn't just the brakes. It wasn't just the brakes. It wasn't just the brakes. There was some grind. I say it was the brakes. It was the brakes and it was something else when I turned. I think the ball joints were like grinding and stuff. So it was the brakes and there was something else that really had to happen too. Shannon, you could have died. I'm gonna die anyway. I don't let death stop me. Because I know I'm gonna die and I'm excited to see what's on the other side. I'm not in a rush, but I'm a little excited. And that's one area I fear a few things, but that's one area I don't fear is death because I know I'm gonna die. So I live to the fullest. You know that grinding noise from steering? Yeah, so there was, yeah. All right, sorry, I went on a tangent. I'm going to catch up, and then we're going to go ahead and get started. Mrs. isn't feeling too good right now. You like the couch, don't you? There's no such thing as a car being ill. Yeah, it was terminally ill. The amount of work that it needed was way more than I could afford. It would have been, the car would have been worth it, dude. I just couldn't, I've already put all of my money in there and I even had to borrow a little bit, which really sucked because, oh God, I had to borrow like $500 from a friend, just to be able to actually get the car so I could try to recover from, moving back home and stuff. So that was unfortunate, but it's okay. We're all good now, paid off, all the debts and all that. Time to get a new one. I can't afford a new car. I probably won't own another car for like, yeah, I absolutely cannot afford a car right now. I have a bike. I just borrow people's. I actually have a motorized bicycle and a normal bicycle. Pringle, it is just a giant poster thingy. It's actually a tapestry. If you like it, I have a affiliate link in the description where you can get one. I think this only cost me like $8 actually. It's super cool. They have different sizes as well. I'm actually glad I got the bigger. I actually got the smaller size and I had to return it and get the bigger size though. Hey, Johnny. Rust is like car cancer. Yes, it is, Lord Ajax, and that's why I said it was terminally ill. Rust, yeah, and being up north, there was a lot. What kind of car was it? Oh, crud. I'm not a car guy. You'll be able to tell that pretty easy. That's why I actually started working on small engines because learn about cars and stuff and start small. It's a Pontiac Sunfire? It was a manual Pontiac Sunfire. Johnny, please don't. No, it was not a Firebird. It was not a Firebird. Javier, our old friend, used to have a Firebird. Right? Let me check. Yeah, it was not a Firebird. I think it was a Sunfire. 2006, 2002. No, 2002. 2002 Pontiac Sunfire Coupe. Yeah, it was a 2002 Pontiac Sunfire. You were right about Pontiac. Cars are actually really sad, and that's why we depress the brake. Oh, no. I really did like this car because, yeah, being up north destroys the cars. Jackson, you're so true, dude. It really does. Next time, I'm hoping I'm only up north for a few more months to a year. I hope I'm not here too much longer. I'm really getting tired of having to leave and then come back to my hometown so many times. Just keep going out there in the world, failing and coming back. But it's okay because I've learned a lot. You had a bird, it flies with a remote. I control it. I can't find it. It hits something. We're talking about cars, Johnny, not remote control cars, but that's actually a remote control bird's kind of cool. All right, guys. Hey, Michael, welcome back. Whoever subbed is fireworks for you. Connor, I thought I must have clearly had your age wrong. Do I get on well with do you get on well with your family? That's good. No. No, I don't. Sometimes, right? But it's tricky being at my age and living with family, just to say the least. It's just because I'm just not in full control of my environment. That's it. So I don't like the situation that I'm in. However, I'm still very appreciative that I have this opportunity to be in this situation. I'm still appreciative of the help. I'm still very grateful, and I'm using this opportunity to the best of my advantage. But I don't like this situation. I'm appreciative of it, but I don't like it. So yeah, it's not free. Yeah. No, it is not. It's definitely, it has its major advantages. I have a tent. I have 2 tents. It has its major advantages, but it also has its drawbacks and stuff. Mainly just not being able to control my environment as well. So I also take care of a lot of animals that aren't even mine. I mean, the animals are okay. I like most of them. If you guys ever see me with scratches, that's my favorite cat here. Nothing's free, unfortunately. That is true. My family's all right. We actually don't really talk a lot at all. It's kind of weird. They're more like roommates. I hope I get a car at least from the dump. My ass car's in the dump. No, like I said though, I am super appreciative of the fact that I even have family that I can lean on. So I'm super appreciative of that. I truly am really, really appreciative of that, especially after what happened this previous time. So if I didn't walk away and give my wife everything, I probably wouldn't be here right now. But I felt really bad saying I love you and buy at the same time. So I gave her all of our investments in the business that we built up, and I completely started over. So your thoughts are free. My thoughts aren't free. If I come to Scotland, hit me up. If I ever go to the Europe, there's a few of you guys I definitely want to visit. Do I know like Pluto is shrinking? I have no clue. Guys, it's almost time for another break, and we haven't even played anything yet. That's hilarious. Yeah, hopefully they'll only be here for a few more months to. I don't even want to know. It doesn't matter. I'm just making the most of it, and just I have a good plan to be able to. I just have a good plan. It just takes time, and I don't want to rush it and make a bad decision and jump the gun, and then. So we'll just go. We'll just go one day at a time, you know. Because it was eating it slowly every day. Because you were eating it. I mean, I like how the cars are built. I don't actually own them. Gotcha. All right, guys, we're going to get back to it. We're going to get back to it. We're going to go ahead and get back to it. Yeah, I don't want to sound unappreciative of my situation. I am very appreciative. I am very, very appreciative. But you can appreciate something, even if it's not easy, though, you know. Because I'm also appreciative of all the hardships that I've gone in my life. I don't consider this one of them, though. To be honest, I may be really broke and stuff, but I can be broke. That doesn't kill my soul. Being broke doesn't kill my soul. Living with family doesn't kill my soul. But not going after my dreams definitely kills my soul. And that was happening during my marriage. So, no fault to her. No fault to her. Just trying to meet in the middle and it didn't work. Where is that? Sign still on? No. All right, guys. We're going to go ahead and continue on. Love hate. What's my dream? I want to spend the rest of my... Long story short, I'll keep it simple and then we're going to play. Long story short, I want to be... I would like to spend the rest of my life making games and writing books. I grew up without a dad. I didn't meet him until I was 14. And then he was in my life from 14 until about 6 months ago. I had to cut him out for reasons that I don't want to get into. And so growing up without a dad was extremely hard. And I want a wife and I want kids. And I told myself that I need to at least achieve my dreams enough and get far enough in there where I know I will never have to work with somebody else, for somebody else again, not with, but for somebody else again. And once I get to that point, which I'm actually hoping I'll be there in about the next year. Once I get to the point where I can guarantee that I will never work for somebody else again, then I'll be ready for a relationship, because I'm not going to get another relationship or have kids until I am working for myself from home. So that way I can be there in my kids' lives, because I knew the pain that I went through growing up without having a dad and my mother always having to be at work for, as a single mom with a couple kids, you know. It was extremely painful, lonely, and there was no love. And there was just no sustenance or no anything there. And so I don't want to put my kids through that. And so I'm waiting very patiently. And if I don't achieve my dreams, then I will not have kids. So that's it. I want to make games. Also, if I'm making games and like, I make games for all ages. I mean, all ages and stuff. So if I'm home hanging out with my kids, they're going to be playtesting games with me that I'm making for them, for other people. So that's the synopsis of what it is. I do not have the broken car, Johnny. It's scrapped. I'm not taking it, Cotter. Miss Giggles is funny. No baby shit. Yeah, I'm not having a baby anytime soon. Good for you having the confidence to try your goals. Thank you, Gogs. I've been going at it for a couple years now. Pretty strictly going at it for a couple years. Still not where I want it to be, obviously. Actually, it probably won't ever, I can't say probably. Where I really, really like I'm not going to say my end goal for this, but it's going to take decades and there's just tears to it. I'm actually planning on doing this till the day I die. I don't think I'm going to stop until the absolute day that I die, because I love this too much. My passion for this and writing is just absolutely just too deep for me to ever stop. So I don't care if I live out a tent, you guys will be seeing me making games and writing books. We need an army of Shans. The world would be a better place. You wouldn't say that if you knew me 10 years ago. Oh, man. No baby Shannon to take over one day. Is my end goal involving online? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of goals though. There's so many different tiers to this. There's so many different tiers and to my dreams and stuff. Just the gaming career. Not even just the books. I have so many books I want to write as well, game related and non-game related. I just want to keep going. I want to be huge. One of the things that I always wanted to do too is there's such a monopoly right now. Um, there's such a monopoly on the game industry, and I really want to be able to break that. And there's the barrier to entry for the game industry is really high. It's super high if you do it for yourself, and then you're under contract, selling your game to a company practically, and it's a very evil system. It's a very evil system. When I deep dive into it, I'm like, I was very upset with what I found out, and I know some game designers who are big. I know a game designer who's bigger, and basically you can sign a contract with a company. Like I could send my prototype to a company, sign a contract where then and of course contracts, yeah, you can change details, whatever. But when they have 1,000 people, they're gonna go with the person who doesn't change the details. So anyway, you could sign a contract and they say, cool, we'll give you royalties. We'll put you on the shelf for 6 months. However, and yeah, you take no risk. However, it's common, and this is a dirty secret in the industry. It's common that when you sign that contract, first of all, you cannot sell your game until typically 2 years after the contract ends. There's a loophole where the contract doesn't start until your game hits the shelf. There's also another thing, and here's the kicker. Sometimes they never put your game on that shelf, so they just buy up the competition for free. And I hate that, and I'm trying to break that. So I have a lot of ways, and I'm not getting into the details right now, but I have a very long plan. So, not naming companies, but I hate the evilness behind certain ways. And honestly, that's how music works too. When you sign an album, and that's oftentimes when you have an agent with a book, there's ways that they can do that. I mean, there's a lot of having control over my life has caused me to learn so many things. It is dirty. It is dirty. And that's why I will not sell. That's why I self-publish my book and my games. And I have a box full of prototyped games I've been sitting on for 5 years, waiting for me to have enough money to publish them myself, just so that way I can be in control of them. I'm going to catch up with you guys' comments. Give me 1 second. It is dirty. It is dirty. It's dirty and it's frustrating. It's dirty and it's frustrating, and I've been broke for years trying to make this work, and as long as I keep going, I'll make it work. But I agree. It's dirty. Got to keep the legacy going. Yeah, maybe one day I'll have kids. I can't guarantee that I'll have kids because this needs to happen. This is a very small part of it, by the way. This needs to happen before I have kids, because I know if I work for somebody else full time when I know my potential, I'm not going to come home happy. And if I'm not coming home happy, I'm not going to be a good husband. I'm not going to be a good father. And like, I know that's obviously not the situation for everybody. There's many people who have careers or jobs or businesses. They come home and they are or are not happy. However, my dreams are too deeply important for me to give them up. So I just know myself, and I'm not going to be happy. I'm not going to be a happy person unless I don't necessarily have to have them achieved, but I have to know I'm on my way fully. So progress is more important for me. Healthy progress than, like, the journey is the destination in a sense. So I'm going to read up the comments, then we're going to keep playing. Thanks, God, for you having the confidence to try your goals. Thank you. Michael, working in video games is very hard work. It's going to be an indie thing. I'm going to make it myself. The only 2 things I'm not going to do are the design and the sound. But all the computer programming I'll be able to do myself. So it's hard work, But if it's your idea and if it's your passion and if it's your creation, it's a lot less hard. The only reason I was even able to learn computer programming and like have my website is because I have a mind. I have a dream. And if I'm doing it for pay, it's not as motivating as me doing it for myself. So I agree, it's still hard, but it's just different when you're doing it for yourself, and that goes along with everything. Gogs, you know what would grow the channel a bit quicker? Small prizes on the odd special occasion. It can maybe help with something here and there. Gogs, it could. However, at first I had the plan of doing prizes. I did. There's a few issues with the prizes, and I'm just going to say one of the issues is I need to figure out the legality of that first, and that is on the list. That's prizes. I would love for prizes to come one day. It's not going to come right now for one reason and one reason only, is there's a specific legality I have to check into because some of the players here are under the age of 18 and I don't have the time or the money to look into it right now. That will happen. That's just on the conveyor belt of backed up ideas until I get to that part. It will happen. So I also don't need the channel to blow up as well. I have so many things I'm working. Like if it does, that'd be awesome. Have a good one, Johnny. The channel's gonna. I'm okay with the rate that it's growing. If it blows up, awesome. If it grows at this rate, that's fine too. I'm always working on different aspects of my gaming career. The game night is just a part of it. Yeah, like this is not the sole source of my game career, but it's a good idea nonetheless, and it is well thought out in my mind, and it will be coming eventually. Barinator, my end goal is not to be homeless. That's a good goal. You've had to be a freelancer. That would be hard to do. I've been a freelancer for a while. It is hard. It is super hard. Hasbro's, and I'll call Hasbro. I do not have a brother named Alex. Imagine how many amazing ideas are just lying dormant on a shelf somewhere. I know, dude, it sucks. I have really good ideas lying dormant in a box right now. They probably won't be published for a couple of years. All right, hold on. Johnny, this is not my house to sell. Rhino, say 4 different Minecraft ores. Oh, that's easy. 4 different Minecraft ores. That was not even a tongue twister. Don't drive and sleep at the same time. Besides coal. Say 4 different Minecraft ores besides coal and netherite. Yeah, that's not even a tongue twister. 4 different Minecraft ores besides coal and netherite. Not even a tongue twister. Have a good one, Johnny. Have a good one, Michael. I don't know if you stay or leave it, but do I get a bonus point for guessing I'm eating a wagon wheel? I am not eating a wagon wheel. All right, Jackson, have a good one. What are your brother's names? Funny enough, one of them is named Connor. I actually don't want to say though because there are actually, now that I think about it, 3 out of 4 of them are minors, so I don't want to say their names. Now that I think about it. Hey, William, welcome to live game show where I host and keep score. Usually, sometimes we talk, and you play by commenting. All right, guys, I'm caught up. We're gonna go back and play, and we're gonna go back and play. Sorry for the distraction. Oh my God, we're already 4 hours in. I'm not gonna take another break yet for probably a little bit. I try to do one every hour. We're gonna wait. We're gonna play that game that was it Plastic? I believe it was Plastic and Richard who were helped giving me the rules. I know Richard was, and then I think Plastic. Were you the other person? Sometimes it's hard when you guys don't have an icon because then it's a little bit harder for me to associate. And there's a few people commenting game suggestions at the time, so I forgot, but I think it was Plastic who was. Anyway, the game is Countdown. We're gonna play Countdown. Yeah, it was. I thought it was Plastic. I thought it was. Yeah, I have 8 siblings. One of them is older than me. 7 of them are between the ages of like 5. How is she's 5? She's 5 or 6. Between the ages of 5 and 18. I didn't grow up with them. I didn't meet them until I met my dad. So that, I mean, all 8 of my siblings are half siblings. Not that the half really matters, but. All right, guys. So we're gonna play. Thank you, Plastic and Richard, for the rules for Countdown. I would love to try this. We're gonna go ahead and try it. We're gonna go ahead and try Countdown. I do realize I do actually need to make the vowels differently. So what we're going to do, how Countdown works, is I'm going to pull 9 random letters. 3 will be vowels. 6 will be consonants. I think I'm saying that right. 6 will be consonants. The first person, whoever makes the longest word out of the 9 letters within 30 seconds will get a point on the scoreboard. If 2 people make a word that's the same amount of letters, I'm going to give it to the first person who said the word at that length. So, for example, if 2 people have a 9-letter word, or I have a question, actually. I have one more question. Plastic or Richard, if you guys can tell me this. For example, if J is one of the cards, can you use a J as many times as you would like, or can you only use a J once? If this is one of the cards, can I only use it once, or can I use it as many times as I would like? Only once per letter. Got it. So if 2 of the cards were J, then you could use 2 letters. Okay, once. Awesome. No, each letter only once. Got it. But then if I had 2 J cards, then obviously you could use the J twice then because there's 2. Got it. Okay. Yes. Perfect. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. See, this is why playtesting takes long. I actually spend way more time playtesting games than I do creating the game. Playtesting is really the meat of a game. It really, oh my God, it really is. All right. Cool. Awesome. Double check here, make sure I got all the vowels out, and then we're going to go ahead and play. I actually need to write that down. All right. Catch up with you guys for a quick second, and then we're gonna play. I thought I had a piece of chocolate. I love chocolate. It's probably a problem. I almost lost yours yelling for the dog. It's been there, yeah. The largest word will be a 9-letter word. Cool. We're going to allow you guys as many guesses as you want in the 30 seconds. We'll start with that. What am I munching on? I love chocolate. Chocolate is 20% of my diet. I'm not even going to lie to you guys. Chocolate is actually 20% of my diet. It might be embarrassingly more. It's why I have to work out so much. I work out for my mental health and my chocolate addiction. So, oh, in the game, you're only allowed one word. Oh, you're allowed one. Wait a minute. So then should I just let everybody get a word? Or should I still time it? No, I should probably still time it, actually. Chocolate is made from roasted cacao beans. Cacao comes in a pod on a tree. They roast the cacao beans, and then they add sugar and milk. And the more sugar you have, the sweeter it is. And if you don't add as much sugar, then it's considered dark chocolate. Okay, one word per person in 30 seconds, and I will only... Cacao beans are from Central America and the north part of South America, the tropics. They're from the cacao tree. They grow on pods about this big. You don't really get that many pods from a tree, though. Fun fact, chocolate is a natural stimulant, as in, like, it gives you energy. The sugar as well, but... What is the brand I'm eating? Moser Roth. I get it from Aldi. I like to shop at Aldi because it's a very small, simple, inexpensive store with good quality things that are typically not brand names, so they're good. I just like their stuff. Then I don't have to spend too long in the store as well. Sorry, guys. Probably have chocolate on my face. Oh yeah, I'm gonna hold up the letters. I'm gonna hold up the letters. I'm also gonna have to figure out a way to put the letters here and not have to hold them up. I'll do that soon. Not today, right now. I'll have a stand for the letters. Should I just put the letters in the chat? Do you guys want me to just put the letters in the chat or hold them up? What would... Oh, I'll hold them up. I'll hold them up. I'll hold them up. The bean is in a pod that comes from a tree. It grows on a tree. The bean, I think it's a bean. It comes in a big pod. The pod grows on a tree. The bean is also the seed. I think. Don't quote me on that. Actually, I don't know that for sure. All good is the Aldi Isle of Shame. I love the Aldi Isle of Shame. Rhino, look up cacao. I'm going to move on to the game because I've given you all the information I know on the subject. The only thing else I know about cacao is people think there's caffeine in it, which there kind of is. There's another natural stimulant in it that it's not exactly caffeine, but it's so similar to caffeine that it's generally accepted to just call it caffeine. So that is all the knowledge I have on the subject of cacao. We're going to move on to the game. If you'd like any more information, you are going to have to Google it. So we're going to move on. Hi, welcome back, Edwin. All right, guys, we are going to play. We are going to top tier grocery store. Yeah, it is the best. This is now my longest stream I've ever stayed on live for. No, it's not, Richard. I think you were here the other day when we did 5.5 hours. You came into that stream 2 minutes in and you stayed till the end, and I think you were there till the end. That was 5.5 hours. This is the longest one. This is the second longest one I've done. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and play. I'm gonna read the rules and we're gonna play. We're gonna play. I'm not reading any more comments till we at least get a round in. All right. All right, go ahead. Let me go ahead and read the rules that I have written down. The next time we play this, I will have the rules more refined. Right now, they are notes from Plastic, Richard, and Patrick a little bit as well. Thank you, guys. We're going to play what they call Countdown. I pick 9 random letters and see who can make the biggest word. within 30 seconds, you are only allowed to say one word. So, I will only accept the very first guess that you have. I will pick 6 consonants and 3 vowels. You may only use each letter once. Although, if there are 2 cards that have the same letter, bad example, please don't, then you may use it twice. There will be 9 cards. That means you may have a word that is up to 9 letters. After 30 seconds, I will close it. I will be going and verifying that every word is spelt correctly. I'm sure that's a rule. I'll be verifying that every word is spelt correctly. And the first person to have the longest word that is spelt correctly. Actually, I'm going to be going through all of the answers because we need to get the longest word. But if 2 people have a 9-letter word, the first one that is spelt correctly will get the point. All right, cool. We're going to go ahead and start. Yeah, it would be better if you guys did 1 answer per chat. If you guys answer more than once, I'm not even going to read your second answer, okay? And I'm going to put a period on there so we know when the round has started. And you guys do want this to be random. There is a slight latency. So, like, I'm live and you guys are hearing things a few seconds after I say it. So, it's going to be around 30 seconds. It's probably going to be closer to 35. And then, yeah, I'll just go ahead and shuffle these. I like the new ways you have to sleep on the couch. Should become an episode of your life. Oh my god, that's funny. Oh, this is tricky to hold 9 cards. Do I have something that can hold the cards? Can this hold cards? Nah, I'll probably just make a box later. Can this hold cards? Yeah, okay, I'm just gonna hold them. It's kind of tricky to hold 9 cards fanned out. Do I have a good solution right at the top of my head around me? Yes, I do. Hold on. Yep, I do have a good solution. Give me a second. I have a great solution. I do. Just give me a second. Sorry, guys. I realize holding 9 cards fanned out is not easy. Especially because I have a lot of things to manage on my end. But I just came up with a solution. Oh, this is going to be so much easier. This might not be the permanent solution, but it'll definitely work for today. I have a lot of supplies, guys. I actually almost own nothing that isn't work related. Because I'm too broke to be able to afford some fun. Well, actually, this is fun. I love doing this. Okay, not that one. Two, three, 4, 6. This actually might just be the permanent solution. This works well. This works well. I'll see if I come up with a faster one. We'll do that. However, I actually really like this. I think this works well. Huh. All right. All right, guys. Are you ready? Are you ready? Hey, Edwin, have a good one. We'll be doing it tomorrow. Called Reasons Why I'm on the Couch Again. All right, guys, we're going to play a round of Countdown. How Countdown works, I think I explained it. You are allowed 1 answer. You are allowed 1 answer per round. The glamorous assistant. You're allowed 1 answer per round. I'm going to show you guys 9 letters. You may use each letter 1 time to make a word. You have 30 seconds. Whoever makes the longest word in that 30 seconds will get a point. We have the 30-second timer right here. When you guys hear the ding, 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 the round has begun. When you hear the I will put a dot in I will put done in the chat, and then I will not be accepting any answers below when I said done. Are you ready? Countdown. I do hope that this is visible. Oh, dude, this is perfect. This is perfect. Oh, also, here's the timer. Oh, you can't see the timer. Here's the timer. Connor, P isn't on here, L isn't on here, and E is not on here. You have to use the words that are on here. I'm gonna refresh my screen, Patrick. If your word is above when I said done, it'll count. Otherwise, it will not. Ryan, you said tie. All right, we have Connor. You said A. There is an A. You're in the lead. I'm probably not gonna do that because once you guys get used to this, there's gonna be a lot. All right. Richard, you said Choir. Is that chore or is that choir? Wrong one. Is that how you spell choir? Yeah, that is choir. Okay. Choir. Cool. Choir is a weird word. All right, Richard, you got it. Good job. All right, guys. That worked. That worked. That's how we're gonna do that. Where did my thing go? Yeah, we're not gonna do that. We're having a slow chat, so we're gonna leave the King of the Hill off. Richard, good job. I'm gonna do a little bit more than 30 seconds though, just because the latency is tricky. I don't know how much the latency is. The latency is the time between when I actually say something and when you guys hear it. Hey, Connor, have a good one. People said choir and havoc. Yes. Patrick was after I said done though. Is Choir. I actually have to confirm that the letters are on here. Guys, all right, this is a new game. This is awesome. We're going to do this. We might have to go to a minute, though, just because of latency issues. We're going to stick to 35-ish seconds for now, though. But we might have to go to a minute just because of latency. It's not really... And also, yeah, after the timer's out, I still have to then be mindful to put done in a little bit more. Bye, Connor. Have a good one. Or a little bit later. I don't know. It's a weird one on my end, guys. It's a weird one. We just work around the fact that we're playing on the internet in many different ways. That's hard. That looked tricky. This is a fun game, though. I'm actually really liking this. Richard, I don't think I gave you your point. No, I didn't. Oh, wait, did I? I think I did. I have no clue if I gave you your points or not. I'm going to let you... Actually, I can just go back any amount of time and be able to tell because we haven't had a point. We haven't played in a while. I did give it. All right, cool. Play Jeopardy music. It's copyrighted. I cannot play Jeopardy music. I do not own the copyrights to Jeopardy music, and I do not want to buy them. All right, we're going to go another one. It'll be easier to tell after a couple rounds. Yeah. Oh, you sing? That's awesome, Rhino. Have a good one, Connor. I'm going to shuffle up the letters a little bit. We're going to pick... Do you guys want the letters randomly? Or, okay, how does it normally go? Richard, are the letters randomly on the board, or do you have the vowels on maybe one line and then the consonants on the other line? I don't know if that makes sense, but are the vowels next to each other and then all the consonants are next to each other, or are they just completely mixed up? My friend got copyrighted for playing Mario Kart with the sound. Yeah. It's random. Okay, I see Plastic said random. All right, cool. That's easier for me than I really have to think about it. And it works better with the board. All right, we got 3 letters here. Wow, this deck of letters I have is perfect. Gotta put some card games away. Give myself some more room. Here we go. That can stay right there. Random pick by players, and then they're next to each other. We're probably not going to have you guys pick them yet. Man, I accidentally ran into something and hurt my hand earlier. But we're going to keep going. Oh, I will watch it. There's a lot of game shows I've actually never watched that I need to watch for the first time. That will now be one of them. So, thank you guys. All right. This is definitely a slower setup than other games. However, it's fun. So, we're going to play it because I'm actually really liking this so far. Thank you again so much, guys, for helping me make this game for the show work, on the variant work. Thank you for the introduction into the game. Another thing about game design, if you guys are ever interested in making your own games completely on your own, you know, because you guys start loving playing games with me or playing them, and you guys are like, actually, this is really fun. Let me get together with my friends and make games, you know, which I think would be awesome. I would highly encourage that. The number one way to become a better game designer, truly the number one way, is to play as many different games as you can. It's better to play 500 different games than one game 500 times, because every time you're playing a new game, you're potentially learning about new mechanics. How games and typically anything is created is you draw inspiration from anything. You combine things that did work. You take things that didn't work. You combine different mechanics. You make your own. But you have to draw the inspiration from somewhere. So if you guys have any interest in ever doing this, the more games you play. That's actually why I write so much about games as well. That's why I wrote the Solitaire book, because I wanted to come up with different ways to create games. And in fact, in writing the Solitaire book, I actually solved the problem for another board game I was working on that I didn't know how to solve. But through writing 200 articles for Solitaire, I came up with the solution because I saw a game mechanic I had never seen before in a game, and I was able to make it work for my game. So there's an example. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and go. We're going to go ahead and start. We're going to play a round of countdown. You may use every letter on the board once. You have 30 seconds to. All right, Rhino, please hold on that. Please hold that. Or actually, go ahead and type it in, and I'll just read it after. You have 30 seconds to make a word out of the letters on this board. You may only use every letter one time. You may only say one word. I'm going to put a dot in the chat. Are you ready? Begin. This time is going to be a rough... I don't know if that's in your guys' way. All right, thank you, Rhino. I will write that down. Oh, wrong one. Sorry, I keep forgetting that I have two. Leparikth. I'm going to put the letters in the chat just so you guys can see what I'm working with. If I did a typo in the chat, we still are going off the board, though. All right, let's see. Rhino, you said IKEA. Plastic and Richard, when you guys have a chance, can you guys use the names of things? Because oftentimes you're not allowed to, in word games, you can't say a person's name like John because it's too debatable. like, oh, I've seen this spelling once before, you know. So, are you allowed to use proper nouns and stuff? Like, yeah. So if you guys could let me know that. I don't know if you are or are not allowed to do that. Proper nouns, no good. Proper names, no good. Thank you, Patrick. I forgot that, Patrick, you also have played this game before. No, it has to be in the dictionary. Well, that's a tricky one. We're just going to go with no proper nouns because, because there's actually many different types of dictionaries. Can't say names, nouns. All right, cool, perfect. All right, we have IKEA, then Rhino is not allowed. But you did not know that, so I'm going to allow it because you did not know it. I cannot change a rule after the round and apply that rule for the previous round. Hey, Luke DeDuke, welcome back. I hope you're doing okay. All right, we have plastic. You said pleat, P-L-E-A-T. P-L-E-A-T is on here. Oh, I guess I can keep them right here. I'll still hold it up there, but I'll just keep it right there for a second. All right, pleat. I think I've heard pleat, but I don't know what it means. So pleat, spelled correctly, a double or multiple fold in a garment or other item made of cloth held by stitching the top or side. It looks like a little skirt. All right, that is 5 letters. You got it. T-T-I-P-L-E. Uh-oh. T-T-I-P-L-E. Do you mean to say triple? All right, guys. So you had a type. Oh, we're not going to allow typos, actually. This is just going to be way easier. You misspelled it. Oh, but you respelled it right. I see that. You respelled it right. Okay. T-R-A-P. Okay. Moving forward. Thank God you spelled it right. Now I don't have to worry about this. Moving forward, typos are not going to be allowed. So, just because it'll make it way easier. Right. So, plastic, P-L-E-A-T, 5. Patrick and Richard said triple, T-R-I-P-L-E. That would be correct. Patrick, you said triple before Richard on my screen. Triple has 6 letters. That is going to be the biggest. Patrick, you're going to get that point. Guys, I actually really like this game. I've never seen it before. I've never heard of it before. I've never even seen something too similar to this. So you're going to see this a few more times. It's a little slower. I will come up with a system to make it faster. However, this is working well, and I like it. Thank you, Patrick, Plastic, and Richard for helping create, introducing this game to me and making it work on the stream, because this is cool. I like this a lot. So thank you, guys. All right, we're going to play another round. Patrick, you did get the point. We're going to not do King of the Hill anymore, just because these rounds are taking quite a few minutes. Or do you guys still want... Why not? Why not? Why not do King of the Hill? Oh, I know, because we spend a lot of time talking. Never mind, I remember why we're not doing it now. Ooh, but whoever has the most points, 34. We may not be doing King of the Hill, but... Oh, that's a fun one. I think moving forward, Patrick, you like this game? Good. I think moving forward, I'm also gonna... if we're ever not doing King of the Hill or a bonus game, whoever has the most points on the scoreboard, I'm actually gonna put their character on a little like platform or something. I think that would be actually kind of cool. So if you don't have a character, then you just get a token. But yeah, you like this game. I'm about to hit 100 subs. Awesome, Luke to Duke. We are testing out a new game. But I only get one answer, so Rich won. Oh, Patrick. Oh, Patrick. Oh, thank you. I forgot about that. That's fair. Nope, that is absolutely fair. You only get one answer. So Richard did win. I totally forgot about that. You're right. You get one answer, and if you have a typo, oh well. That's it. Oh well. So better spell it right the first time, right? Okay. And I love fair, fun, friendly. Patrick, thank you so much for being fair. Thank you for reminding me that that's a rule. I love this community. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. You guys just make this so much easier for me because you guys are respecting the fairness, and I really appreciate that. Rhino, I did write down your suggestion, Kaleidos. That's cool. Maybe to like the top 3 with the podium, like the Olympics. Javier, thanks for that suggestion. I love that. Oh, Javier, I love that. Top 3. Heck yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. Yeah. Oh, that was great. That was cool. I like that. And I'll make the podium. Oh my Javier, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I like that. Top 3 podium platform for top 3 on the scoreboard. Give me a second. Javier, remember we were on the phone earlier? I told you I learned how to make boxes. I just learned how to make boxes for shipping and stuff, which was super easy, super easy. But now I'm gonna do that with the platform. So thanks, dude. I got you, Obi. That was cool, guys. I'm so excited. Thank you guys for helping me build this up. Oh my god, this is just the coolest stuff ever. This is just awesome. This is just super awesome. All right, we're gonna play another round. This one's a little bit slower. Yeah, it'd be sick. It will be. This one's a little bit slower. I don't know how often we're gonna play it, especially on stream. Especially while I have to manually shuffle the cards every time. It will get to the point, I promise, one day, not anytime soon. I'm gonna be 100% honest, not anytime soon. But one day I'll have it to where I can just have the letters randomly generated, like I can make a program or something, but it's just going to be a little bit before that. You guys will see that major improvement. And then when that's the case, when I can just press a button to randomly generate, because I just throw it on my website and stuff, then we can do this game on stream faster. So until then, we're gonna do this as a bonus game for now, or at least just when we go over the stream, which I hope you guys know I'll probably go over the stream quite a few times. Go over the 2 hours. So Shannon announced earlier that he's gonna change his other streams soon, so he will pick up mods for that. Yeah, just so you guys know. Oh, Luke to Duke, just wondering how the whole moderator decision going. Luke to Duke, can you do me a favor, guys? Can you go subscribe to my other YouTube channel? It's called Practical Gaming Center. That's actually the channel I want to do this stream on. I need 50 subscribers for it. I started that channel a year ago. There's only a few videos on there. Long story short, not anytime soon, but in about the next month or 2, probably closer to 2, we'll see. I'll be moving this channel, this game show, over to Practical Gaming Center. And then I can start implementing my website, and then I can start implementing other things. Like, for example, I can code this game onto my website and then just pull up the screen and show you guys. I have a very, very large plan. This stream is going to be developing for years, along with the rest of, thank you for subbing, along with the rest of my game career. But it's one step at a time. I need to complete one step at a time. It's going to be a slow thing, and I mean, it's gonna rapidly evolve, but there's just little things that come in, and then there's gonna be huge jumps, little things that come in all the time, and then huge jumps. So we are going to continue here, and once we do the switch, that's when I will choose moderators. Once we do the switch, however, on this channel, because I'm going to continue this channel on the side as well, but I don't want too many moderators on this channel. I don't actually want really any. I mean, Javier, I've known him for 17 years, but I'll announce the new moderators on the other channel. That's probably not going to be till 2 months from now. So that's probably not going to be for 2 months from now, just so you guys know. Yeah. And also, after the switch, if you guys see me going live on this channel, it's not going to be anything game related. That's also another reason I didn't want to switch, because I want to do a lot of other things that are live that I'm not doing, because I don't want to confuse you guys when I'm doing it. So, but I do want you guys to know that the game career is my #1 priority. Game career and writing is my #1 priority. So I will be posting on the other channel way more than this one. But I still like to use this one to learn. I love mindful discovery. It'll probably just turn more into a vlogging kind of thing. you know, see stuff like that. It's still going to be a learning channel, just so you guys know, though. Vlogging and mindful discovery of life. We'll still watch both. Awesome. He had only had 29 subs earlier, so please sub, guys. Wait, really? I had 22 before I said anything. Yeah, before I said anything, because I checked it yesterday, I had 22. I'm at 29.8 now. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Speaking of that, how did I think of the name of Mindful Discovery? Because I'm trying new things. Thank you, Javier. I'm trying new things all the time. I'm trying new things all of the time, and I just wanted to. The original description for this channel is a mindful discovery of life, and I think that learning about life is extremely hard, and especially growing up without dad and stuff, and without parents really around. I just have to learn everything the hard way, and I have to teach myself. If I want to know anything about this world at all, I have to go out of my way to learn it, or I learn it from the people around me. And I am not the only one in this situation by a long shot. There are millions and millions of other people who are in this situation of being kind of going life solo in the sense of wanting to learn. And so I want to learn together and share what I find about this world. So we're going to move on to, it probably did, Richard, and it's possible somebody unsubbed. So that's amazing. I feel like creator name should have a deeper meaning. Thanks. Thank you. Practical Gaming Center. I think God said it earlier, said it was boring, but that one has a good name too. You guys just probably won't. I want actual physical centers one day. I want actual physical centers around the country and the world one day where people come together and game. So that's why it's called Practical Gaming Center. And I also hate fluff as much as I like to talk when it comes to the instructions for rules. And so the word practical means along the lines of doing instead of theory. So we're going to move on to, I have a long-term plan with both things. We're going to move on. Thank you, Luke to Duke, though. I also agree. I like things when they have a deeper meaning. We're going to play a round of Countdown. Anybody's able to play. Countdown is where I pick 9 random letters and see who can make the biggest word within 30 seconds. You are only allowed to say one word. Typos are not allowed. Let me write that in. Typos are not allowed. There are 3 vowels and 6 consonants. You may only use a letter if it's on this board. If the letter's on this board twice, you may use it twice. After 30 seconds, I will close it. I will do a buzzer around 30 seconds. I'll do a little bit more. I will do a buzzer. I'm only accepting answers above when I said done. Whoever has the longest word, and if there's a tie, it's the first person to say it. Are you guys ready? Oh, man. I'm so sorry, guys. I dropped the sand. I dropped it. All right. Are you guys ready? And 3 vowels. Oh, good, Luke to Duke. Let's see how it pays off. You guys are only allowed one guess, though. You're only allowed one comment. One guess in the 30 seconds. Here's the timer. This is 30 seconds. A few seconds after this is out. Second letter, what? A. Sorry. Second. Oh, I'll make sure. Oh, H. I'm so sorry. I'll give you guys some more seconds. I must have messed it up when I moved it. My apologies. All right, I do apologize on that, guys. That was my fault. I know that wasn't a fluid round because I messed that up. I must have messed it up when I flipped it over. So, only accept the answers above when I said done. I do apologize for that. I think a minute's going to work better because of the latency, and I also realize I should probably not talk while you guys are doing this so that way you can think. All right, Rhino, you said admin, A-D-M. There is no I, but I can see why that was confusing. Sorry. Shaman, S-H-A-M-A-N. S-H-A-M-A-N. Shaman is on here. All right, shaman was the longest word. That is a point for Patrick. Oh, I gotta get this Sharpie out of here so I don't accidentally Sharpie my board again. I did that a couple weeks ago. I did it about a week ago. All right. Pat rocks. Good job. No abbreviations. Yeah, it has to be a full word. Has to be a full word. Hey, Green Submarine. Welcome back, Green Submarine. We're playing a new game. Apparently, it's a game show. Is this game show in the U.S.? Because the three people who've talked about this game show are in Europe. So is this game show from Europe? Because I've never heard of it. And all three of you have heard of it. Patrick, Plastic, and... Wait a minute, Plastic. Where are you? I can't remember. Aren't you in, like, Scotland? Or were you in the U.K.? I can't remember, Plastic. I think you were either in Scotland or the U.K. Oh, I can't remember. You might have also been from Arkansas. No, I think that was James, though. It's quite the difference. The UK and Arkansas, though. Oh, my God. Oh, that's funny. Not you, Ryan. You have Scrabble. Oh, well, still, thank you for helping Patrick with the rules. I still appreciate helping. Because, I mean, even if we have a game that's flawless, there's probably no game that hasn't had to be changed at least one rule to be working on the stream. So... Gogs is from Scotland. Yeah, but I thought there was 2 people from Scotland and at least 2 people from the UK as well. So, Richard, who's the other person from the UK? There was somebody. Gogs is from Scotland. That's right. Gogs is from Scotland. But then, oh, and you also don't have to answer if you don't want to. Plastic. I know. I forget that for privacy reasons, I'm only going to ask somebody a question one time, and if they're not here, well, that kind of sucks if they're not here. They don't hear it. But if they don't want to answer it, they don't have to answer it. So, we're going to move on. Fireworks. I don't think Fireworks was. Fireworks also changed his name several times. If shown the stone, you'll move it for... Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You're a true Pennsylvanian. Hikers call it Rocksylvania. People who hike on the Appalachian Trail call it Rocksylvania because of how many rocks are on that portion of the Appalachian Trail. Rhino, you are German. Are you in Germany or are you German? Well, okay. Do you have... So that was weird. Do you live in Germany or do you just have like ancestors from Germany? Texas in the house. Welcome back, Count Rhythm. I love Texas. I am your true king. I am German, not in Germany. Gotcha. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead. You live in Texas. I love Texas. I was fortunate enough to live there for a few months. When I was married, my ex-wife was from Texas. Welcome back, Count Rhythm. Why you got Baronator as your avatar? That's funny. Hey, Count Rhythm and anybody else, we are playing a game called Countdown. I think it's called Countdown. Yeah. This is where I pick 9 random letters and see who can make the biggest word within 30 seconds. You are only allowed to say one word. Typos are not allowed. There's always 9 letters and there's always... Oh, I'm sorry. There's 6 letters and there's 3 vowels. You may only use each letter once. If a letter appears twice, you may use it twice. First, if 2 people tie, it's going to be the first person who has the longest word. All right, we're going to go ahead and begin. You only have 30 seconds. You're only allowed one answer. I'm only accepting your first answer. Make sure it's not a typo. Texas is awesome. Too hot in the summer and too cold in the winter. I love it. If you, yeah. Oof. It's very hot there. Very hot there. All right, guys, are you ready? It's going to be a little over 30 seconds. You may begin. Make sure I didn't mess this up again like last time. I think this is much better. I'm ready. I'm ready. 30 seconds is not enough time. Don't even have a single answer. We're going to start doing a minute. We're going to do a minute. I flipped it over. Actually, I do have to stop it for now, though. Now that I think about it, because I can't change a rule in the middle of a round. So I just realized I cannot change a rule in the middle of a round. Sorry about that. To be honest, the only person who actually said anything during the 30 seconds original time was Patrick. And then Luke Taduki said poem. Okay, it actually doesn't matter. They're all 4-letter words. N-U-M-B. Patrick, you got it. Guys, I think 30 seconds is so close. It's just hard with the latency because sometimes the latency is like 15 seconds. So yeah. I don't know if I'm going to explain this right, but the problem is if I say that it's 30 seconds and I start talking, but you actually don't hear me for 15 seconds, then 30 seconds later after I said something, I stop the timer and I put done in the chat. That means you only really got about 15 seconds to play. And the problem is the latency is always changing as well. So I think I'm going to go around 40 seconds. So about 40 seconds. So it's around 30 seconds. So yeah, so it's a little tricky. All right, what do you guys think of this game real quick? I would like to hear you guys' opinion on this game. By the way, love that hoodie with no sleeves. Where'd you get it? Oh, dude, I love it. I love stuff like this. I got it at it's fun but takes too long. I agree, it's fun and it definitely does take some time. This is not the final version. We just came up with it this stream. I got this at a thrift store, by the way. I almost only shop at thrift stores. Just because there's a very large selection that changes all the time, so I love that. And it's of course a good way to save money. This is not going to be the final version of this. There will be a faster way to do this. I'll just do a little bit of computer programming and stuff and make this faster. That's not a priority of mine right now. I have a lot of other things that I have to catch up on. I have an order of things. Like I have to, yeah. But, so we're just going to do this. We're just hanging out for now, having fun. We're going to play this game. Before this game is actually on the first 2-hour portion, it does need to be faster. It needs to be faster. But for fun, right now we're in the bonus. We're at the bonus. We're 3 hours over when we normally stop. We're just playing for fun and bonus right now. We're actually going to go ahead and take a break for in about a minute. We should do a stream with Blurt, Guess That Balloon, and Battleship. Like an OG stream. Luke to Duke, I think you popped in the other day when we were doing board games. 1 minute or 30 seconds. 1 minute from now, we're going to start a 5-minute break. Yeah, 1 minute from now, we're going to start a 5-minute break. So if you guys want 6 minutes, take it now. We're not going to play. No more points are going to be handed out. Yeah, I'm going to take a 5-minute break just so you guys know. I'm so glad I have these letters. It makes it so much easier. Yeah, OG stream would be quarters. Yeah, you guys actually don't know what the very first stream that I did was, but that was me trying to teach people how to roll a quarter on their knuckles. Javier, that is hilarious. Oh my God, that is hilarious. That is actually true. It's coming along. It'll get better. I agree. You too, Thrifty. Awesome. All right, guys, we're gonna continue. I'm gonna continue on. The break's gonna go ahead and start. Where's my thing? I'll be back in 5 minutes. Starting now. All right, I'm back. Luke the Duke, I do really like the idea of Among Us. I just the reason I'm a big maybe is because I've committed not playing video games until I'm where I want to be in life. So possibly in the future I'll play with some of you guys, you know. But for now, I probably won't actually play a video game for probably at least another year or two, which sounds like it's a long time. However, I'm sure I'm gonna be doing this stream for a very long time. So, I'm not gonna lie, I do love that game, and I love the idea. Video games are really, really fun. They're too fun for me, and they're one of the things that it's so fun that it releases so much dopamine in my mind that it makes the other things that are less fun harder to do. Things that are already hard to do become even harder to do when I have distraction, when I have things that are too fun. That's why I actually cut out TV 7 years ago for that reason, but I cut out video games as well, and I cut out actually a lot of things just so that way I could focus on this. Because there's a lot of things I have to do for this stream that aren't necessarily fun, like off camera. There's a lot of things that I have to do that take a lot of motivation, and it's more so discipline to make sure I do them. Like last night, I spent a couple hours researching Pokemon just for the just to make sure I put the Pokemon in the correct tiers and stuff for the Hall of Supporters, and that wasn't fun. And if I were playing video games, it'd be much easier for me to turn on my console than it would be to sit down and do the research. And I'm reading the dictionary right now. That takes a lot of discipline to crack that dictionary open. I actually do have fun with it once I start, but to actually get started reading the dictionary, that takes discipline. I still have a few hundred pages left. I'm on page, I think, 1,300 out of 1,600, so just to expand blurb for you guys. I stopped watching TV during the pandemic and never went back. To me, it feels like more like propaganda. I never watched like the news or anything. I more so was talking about like TV shows and movies and stuff, and all that for sure is propaganda with the news. There's a video I like, and I'm not actually. I really don't want to talk about this stuff on the stream, but there's a video I like of like 30 different. I can talk about this because this is just a video that's out there. It's like 30 different news stations all saying the exact same thing word for word. Just interesting. All 30 at once. Anyway, hey, future Miss Baronator. I love how there's so many Hall of Champion people in these streams. I do too. Yeah, I do too. I like it a lot. Had to plug an extension in because phone was gonna die and upset by the fire. Don't want to move. Are you having a fire right now, Richard? Or do you have do you have a fire outside, or do you have a fireplace? Or that sounds relaxing. That sounds like a cool place to just kind of chill and play this game. GoldenEye on the N64 is on my face after Donkey Kong. That's cool. Luke Duke, wow, never thought about it like that. Yeah, I'm really dedicated to my dreams, and so I can't have any distractions until I achieve them. So I probably won't play video games for at least another year or two. I've only played them 4 weekends in the last 2 years, and they were just really slip-ups, if anything. Maybe some of your friends' dreams. You don't own a TV. I own a TV just so that way I can use it for work because my laptop, it's nice. When I work on my laptop, I usually have 2 to 3 screens extended because I have a lot of browsers. I've been working on my laptop for years, so I have to have a lot of screens. The TV just makes me anxious, and it feels like it wants me to panic, so I switched it off and have never missed it. Yeah, plastic. Oh my God, life is so much better life is so much better when you're engaging with people. That's why one thing I loved about video games as well is like TV, you're just by yourself. Where if you're playing video games with friends, you're at least talking and like you're talking with your friends, you're hanging out with your friends, and you're socializing. I know it's still in a virtual world. However, you can't tell me that it's not socializing, because it is. I mean, half the time I played video games with my friends, we weren't even playing. We were just sitting on the mic, hanging out and talking to each other. So it's great. I mean, everybody gets different things, you know. Like I said, I'm not talking negative about people who watch TV. It's just not for me. I loved it too much, and I was addicted to it. as well as many other things, and I had to stop for my own progress in life. So, Miss Baronator, I'm not feeling too good today. That is karma for sending future Mr. Baronator. That's not how that works. Mr. Baronator on the couch. No, it's a joke. It's a joke. I'm sorry, future Miss Baronator. Hopefully you can relax and play some fun games. We're just kind of hanging out and playing. Bro, I play way too much Minecraft. I actually have only played Minecraft a few times. That game looked so good that I decided I knew I couldn't play it. Especially when I was younger. It was so good I knew I couldn't play it. Welcome back, Edwin. Local LAN game time frame was great. Last time people came over. Oh, Patrick, that's so true. That's so true. Baronator's the biggest TV in his man cave. Baronator says she will live. Yeah, I played a lot of video games. I actually still plan on making a video game. That's not going to be for probably until I'm in my 30s, though. I'm building some of the skills now, but that's going to be a lot. I mean, I own a TV. I just haven't used it for watching TV or video games in a few years. Owning a TV is really weird because it's still like a tool. It's still like I use it to extend my screen and stuff. Oh, Miss Baronator is disagreeing with you on that one, Baronator. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and play another round of Countdown. Countdown was pretty fun. How Countdown... let me just set it up. We'll talk for a second. It takes me a second to set it up. Richard, please remember family friendly. Richard, I'm removing the comment. Not in trouble. You're fine. Just please remember family friendly. I know sometimes we get a little rowdy. You're fine. You're fine. I'm not gonna flush you, but please remember, because there are people who do come in here with their kids. I know Bronny comes in with her kids. MNH comes in with her 3 kids. She has 3 kids, and then like there are people who come in here. There's a lot of people who come in here who are like 10 years old, 12 years old. I think even this might be 8 or 9 years old, 14 years old, and there's 14-year-olds are fine. But they're still kids, and I think people of all ages should be able to come. That's why we do the family friendly stuff. But you're fine. You just want to keep that reminder in there, though. Especially as we get more comfortable with each other, right? I'm sure we could all have a lot. I mean, most of us in here, especially right now, are adults, and obviously we have a deeper sense of humor than PG-13 and family friendly and stuff. You're okay, Richard. We obviously all have a deeper sense of humor than what we allow on this channel, but I just want to be it to be welcoming for all ages, and I know that if there's some parents in here and they see some things, they might not let their kids come in, and I love seeing couples in here. I love seeing the brothers that come in here, the families that come in here. It's just cool. It's cool. I like it. I didn't grow up with that, so it's cool to see other people grow up with that, especially, make it a part of their relationship or their household or their friendship or whatever, so I like it a lot. All right. We've got the 3 vowels. You guys know I'm lenient too. We all make mistakes. I mean, there's some people who come in here and they say some stuff where they immediately get flushed because I'm like, no, you can't. No. Oh, see? Bronny, thanks. My family love it here. See? You're welcome, Bronny. You're welcome. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Just peeking in onto the next destination. Awesome, Bronny. We're going for 5 hours and 8 minutes. We're 22 minutes away from this being the longest stream I've had so far, which is kind of fun. All right, guys, we're going to play the new game, Countdown. Oh, I love ice cream. Just got me some ice cream. Oh. Oh, I love ice cream. Yeah, Luke to Duke's back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I need more time. Sorry. This will be faster, guys. I'm also definitely not going to code countdown until I watch the show. Just because I really want to see how that works. You guys probably won't see it in the normal stream until the great switch. Guys, I'm so excited. I have so many plans for this stream. I'm just too broke to put them. I'm too broke and limited on space to put them all into effect right now. You know, so it's just a patience game. You guys still see things added every week, though. You know, you're still seeing things added every week. Every week. All right, I think we're good. Luke is in the building. We should do this where it's a super long stream on the weekend, and on the other weekend day, we should do multiple. Well, Luke to Duke, how I was thinking about doing it is multiple streams, and on the last stream just goes. The last stream after the 2 hours when the champion is announced, the last stream just goes. But we have 3 different formats. There is one format that I do that it's just a long stream where nobody enters the Hall of Champions and we play board games together. I like the long stream too, guys. It's still developing. We're still figuring it out. You know, I've only been doing it for like 6, 7 weeks at this point. I really like the longer streams too. But then I also do need to take breaks and eat, and I have other responsibilities as well that I have to do. But if you guys like it, that's good to know because I really like it as well. So. Need a producer, put it on Access Cable Channel. It's free. Wait, what is that? I am the producer. I do everything myself. Everything. I do not want to be under anybody else's control. Writing it down, though. I am everything. And I truly do mean that when I say I do everything. And another reason is I plan on this being... I'm going to be very careful about this right now because this is not coming for many years. Especially, I need a lot more money for this to happen, but I plan on this gaming thing to be a very big company one day where I do have a lot of employees. That's going to be a very long time from now. That's not happening anytime in the next few years. I definitely am not anywhere near the money I need for that. And another philosophy I have for the reason I've learned computer programming, graphic design, video editing, and all of these different skills is because when I am running my own company and I have a lot of employees, I need to make sure that I have at least some knowledge of every department, at least something. And I need to know the struggles and the hiccups and the realities of working all of these different roles. So that way I don't become one of those monsters who say, you missed the deadline, you're fired, you're not valuable, whatever. I'm not like that. We're human beings. And so it's more important for me to start at the bottom in every single category of the company that I'm trying to build. And that's why I'm doing it the really, really hard way. 1, so I have control, and 2, so I'm compassionate and understanding of every employee that I have, whether it's their personal situation or the capabilities or incapabilities in the job. So, sorry, I just have a really long plan with this, guys. I have a really, really long plan with this. Really, really grand plan that is gonna take up the rest of my life, to be honest. So, hi guys, not feeling great. Will you give me home remedies to get my headache to go away? Do you normally drink caffeine? That's one of the most common reasons people have a headache. Is if they normally drink caffeine, they don't have caffeine. Another one is if you're not hydrated, or if you're dehydrated, you can also make caffeine headache worse. That's probably all I got. Appreciate you guys tuning in my channel. We'll be putting out more content when I can. Awesome. Welcome back, Pringle. I'm liking it. Hanging out with the new family. Awesome, Richard. No, Goatman moderates. Wait, what happened? What did I miss? Well, Javier's my longest friend. He's my best friend. I've known him for like 17 years. I mean, I've literally I've known Javier for like 17 years, and in the past we've even lived with each other for a few different times when we were younger. That was super fun. Those are fun days. Yeah, those are fun days. Law requires cable. Well, when you say law, I don't think we're in the same country. Law requires cable provide public access channel and incentive to the cable to play for free marketing entertainment. Yeah, Patrick, I don't think we're in the same country. So laws are definitely very different from your country and mine. The true OG. That's funny. Yes, though. Yeah, Bron, it takes time to figure out what your channel is going to be about. I'm still working on how and what I'm going to have the channel be exclusively about. It takes time. It takes so much time. I've actually, guys, before I started streaming, I've probably made over 100 videos. I probably deleted a good amount that I've posted. There's even several that I made that I never even posted. It takes time. Been drinking water, good. You could do a videotape show and put it on cable TV public access channel. It's cool. Try to kick a door, you will forget about your headache then. That's one of my favorite philosophies. It's like, oh, you got a paper cut, punch a door, you'll forget about the paper cut. Yeah, like I said I did everything, so I made a joke. Oh, okay. Well, that's fair, Luke, to do. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I want to do everything before I will never have somebody do something that I have not done myself. Well, I can't say never, right? Life's too long for that. But however, I also moderate as well. Lay your head down on a cold pillow in a room with silence if you have headache. We have public access, but I don't know anything about it. I didn't know that. I looked into getting my own radio station because I'm going to be learning radio theory early next year. That's expensive. It's not as easy as I thought it would be. Yeah, Bronny, it's hard. Bronny, I think one thing I always hear recommended, not just with YouTube, but everything, and once I started doing this, my life started progressing a lot faster, is just try and fail along the way. The perfect time to start is right now. If you wait for everything to be perfect, you'll wait forever because nothing will ever be perfect. There is no such thing as a perfect time. And the likelihood that you're more likely to figure it out as you go, even if you completely change everything from the start to the finish, than thinking about everything. Because here's how I had it explained to me. If two people want to start the same business and one person starts on day 5, the other person waits a year to make sure everything's right, it's likely that they're both going to still run into things that they don't think about until they start, and they're going to have to fix the problem as they go. So the person who waited a year to make sure everything was right, when they start, they still have to go through the same lessons that the person on day 5 just went through anyway. And so the person on day 5 is all of a sudden, by the time they're a year in, and the other person's just started, they're actually going to be just a lot farther because they just trial and error and figured it out as they go. So I would just recommend that. I would just recommend try it. It's okay if you change it. Especially if you're thinking about YouTube. I gain and lose subscribers. Even now, I can gain a couple, lose one, gain 5, lose 3. Like, it just happens. People are going to like you for who you are, no matter what your content is. To a degree. And so I would recommend just keep going. Just keep trying. Not just keep going, but just try things, So, what time is it for me? It's 10:19. That's why I just started going live without planning. Yeah, Bronny, that's actually, I did the same thing as I started going live without planning, and this is what it turned into. Perfectly, by the way. Perfectly. And that's what I'm talking about. My first live was me trying to teach people how to roll a quarter on your knuckles. And now look at this. Now it morphed into my favorite thing to do. So Oh, I was going to get rid of Facebook, but Facebook Marketplace is too good for buying and selling these things. So I kicked the door out. I think my toes backwards. Pringle, is this stream still doing game show, or is this just the stream? We're still doing the game show. We're pretty late into it, so we're just kind of hanging out, talking a little bit, and we're gonna do the game show. Luke to Duke just making a bunch of random videos for years, and that's kind of how it just goes, until you figure it out. My process exactly. I'm just doing it and figuring it out along the way. That's the best process. It really is. It's the fastest. You just learn more along the way. Be time to go to church soon, but I'm not religious. I forget, Richard. You're like 6 hours ahead of us, I think, right? Can we do a random guess that balloon next? Sure. All right, guys, I have them set up. We're gonna play a round of countdown. This is where I pick 9 random letters and see who can make the biggest word within 40-ish seconds. You are only allowed one word. You're only allowed one guess in this 30 seconds. Typos are not allowed. If you guess more than once, I'm only reading your first one. There are 3 vowels and 6 consonants. You can only use each letter one time. If 2 cards have the same letter, then of course you can use it twice. All right. Whoever has the longest word before I say no will get a point. If 2 people tied with the longest word, I will, of course, take the first answer. I'm only accepting answers above when I said... Did somebody just say sword? Oh my God. All right. We're going to go ahead and start. I'm not going to do this timer. I'm going to do roughly probably a minute. I'm going to do a minute just because it can be a little slow. You guys get 1 minute, not 30 seconds. Ready? Go ahead and begin. Just for you guys' sake, let me make sure that's good. Pringle, you have to use the letters on the board. It's funny. We're going to try 1 minute. We're just going to try 1 minute because of the latency. But as soon as that's out on my screen, we're going to say done. I think 30 seconds will probably be. I'm not going to try. I'm going to fail. It's funny. All right, starting at the top, we have... Sorry, I have another tool that was one of my favorite things I own. I've owned it for 15 years, and it has been helpful in every single venture I've had, from working out to making things to working at different jobs. It's just a normal clicker, but it's one of my... This is actually probably my favorite thing I've owned in my entire life. You just click it to count. That's it, and you reset it. I know it's so simple, but I've had this little thing for 15 years. It's even missing a screw. It is actually my favorite thing I've ever owned. It helps me so many things. For example, clouds. 6. I don't need to use it for that. I'm just excited. Every time I get the opportunity to use it, I do. Cuddles. 7. Actually, I'm going to use it. Puddles is also 7. 7. 6. All right, it looks like 7 is the longest. Cuddles. All right, that goes to Richard for Cuddles. Richard, you get a point. Where are you, Richard? Right there. Pseudo sounds like a Spanish word. It does a little bit. Can your piece be the clicker? No, because I need to do it. Patrick, you got 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What was Puddles? Yeah, but Puddles and Cuddles was also 7, Patrick. Yeah, you got 7. Richard, Luke Duke, and Patrick said you all three said something with 7 letters. However, Richard said the first one. Yeah, but Richard said it first. Brawny, oh man, did you say something? Collapsed. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did you use all 1? C-O. Oh, Brawny, that's not how it works. So, Brawny, you're only allowed to use each letter 1 time. So there's only 1 L, so you can only say L once. There's only 1 L, right? Yeah. So since there's 2 D's, you can use D twice. But since there's only 1 L, you can only use 1 L. So, yeah, that's how it works. I haven't... We just came up with this time, Patrick. Patrick, Plastic, and Richard helped me refine the rules and introduce me to it. I think a couple other people had some suggestions as well. Yeah, so that's how this one works. We're not going to do this during the normal 2-hour stream. It takes way too long. I'll code something so it's a lot faster. So we're just kind of doing this for fun while we hang out a little bit. But that's how it works. Sorry guys, it can be difficult when we develop something live because there's a cheat online for this. This is honestly such an easy computer program. This is such an easy thing for me to code that I will be able to code something, add a page on my website, flip it up, and just go. So you're cheating? Who's cheating? Oh, no, I think Patrick means that there's probably already something on the internet where you could use this. Although you could cheat on this. Now that I think about it, we are going to do 30 seconds. Oops, not going to tell you how you can cheat. All right, we're going to go ahead and reset it because I'm having fun. All right. Patrick, you don't need to tell people how to cheat. Yeah, there's a way to cheat, but if somebody gets it faster, they still get it faster. All right, Patrick. There's no penalty for you. There's no flush for you. You're not in trouble. However, I don't want... I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it one time. I don't want cheating encouraged. However, obviously, I don't know what you're doing on your end and stuff. I know you. I obviously... Like, people debated weeks ago if you're allowed to use Google. Doesn't matter if you're allowed to or not. I can't verify it or not, but I still want it to be fair. I still want it to be fair, and so, which I have you guys know that if you Google something, here's the realistic thing about that. Here's the honestly realistic thing about that. By the time, like, let's say we're playing Blurt. By the time you Google the definition, somebody who knows it definitely already typed in the word. If nobody knows it, then sure, it's a race to use Google. That's fine. It's still the first person, and that's why the rounds are timed. And yes, I know. There's always ways to. In fact, I know how I could cheat on many of these as a game designer and somebody who uses the internet a lot for work. I also know many, many ways to cheat on a lot of the games, but I'm not sharing any of them. Guess that balloon. Yeah, we'll do a round or two. Guess that balloon. Me honest, I'm a goody too. Yeah, and that's also true. Just because you're cheating still doesn't mean you can answer quicker. For example, if I read Blurt, by the time I type in some of these, this sentence or two, I mean, somebody's definitely going to be able to say the answer if they know it faster than you could Google it and say the answer. I like to work my brain and learn. I love to work my brain. It's good. All right, we are 2 minutes away from this being the longest stream I've done so far. You're laying down on my bed. Oh, Miss Baronator, thank you for letting Baronator come home and off the couch. I hope you're next to her. Oh, that's funny. You mean our bed? You are. Hey, well, Miss Baronator. That's funny. That's funny. Shuffle these up. We'll play a round of guess. We'll play a quick round of guess that balloon. I'll have you guys know during the first normal 2-hour session, I will definitely be going faster. Oh, and Luke to Duke, to answer your question, no, you cannot have the clicker as your game piece. The game pieces are a fun way for me to raise funds for the channel and give a token of appreciation for everybody who's in the Hall of Support. So I have different tiers for pieces, and everybody who supports the channel in certain ways, not like the affiliate links, but either donating or buying my book, and there will be a couple other ways in the future. Like tomorrow, I'll be introducing a wish list for the channel, and if you buy something off the wish list for the channel, I'll also give you a token of appreciation. So when people donate, they get to pick a character based off of the tier list, as a way to show thank you. And whenever we play, you will be this character. It's going to be more prevalent when we're doing board games and stuff. However, actually, we just figured out how we will always be able to use it every stream with the Olympium like stadium with the 1, 2, 3. So I like that. So that's, yeah. And somebody had the idea the other day. I think it was you actually, Luke Duke. It was a good idea, and it was like just like having a random $1 tier piece on the board game. If you pass it, you get it. I like that, but this is also a lot for me to manage, and so I am going to keep it strict of it how you have to financially support the channel some way or another. Otherwise, because this is I don't think you guys are. I have a lot of documents for this channel that I use, and I mean even this is one. And eventually, when there's 100 players with pieces, it's a lot. It's a lot to manage, you know. And so this is supposed to be something extra, and so yeah. You should have like the mini Olympics signed by the podium. I might. I might. Gotta be careful with trademark stuff. I know. Yeah. Night all 4:30. Hey, have a good night, Gogs. Have a good night. Be back soon, all right, Bronny. I'm probably not going to put the Olympic sign because I know they just sued somebody recently for using that. I mean, that was a little different. They were selling a product, but I'm still going to be careful. So, hey, crazy vlogs. All right, guys, we're going to play a quick round of Guess That Balloon. As per requested by Luke Duke. Can't prove it then. I mean, if there's a video of me doing... I just don't know. There's some things I don't know and I have to look into. Do a trophy section for the top scorer each month. I might. There's a lot of plans. I just have to be careful of how much things I commit to, because there's certain things like I have a picture of every single scoreboard, and one day I might go back and count all of the points. However, that's not something that's a good use of my time right now. I know you guys would love it, and I would love it too to have that. That's why I've taken the picture. Right now, I need to do things like there's games I need to develop. There's my book I need to finish. There's my website I'm still working on for you guys. There's other things that are going to help the longevity of this. There's fun things too, but I would consider keep holding on to the points a fun thing. And it's on my to-do list. That's why I take a picture of the scoreboard every single time. It's just not a top priority right now because I still do need to move, and I still need to get out of this situation. You know, once I'm out of my situation, spreadsheet would be essential for goal score. I have it. Because I have a document with the Hall of Famers and the Hall of Champions, and it would, yeah, I've got some systems. I was thinking about using Excel, but that's complicated. It's easier to just write everyone's score down and then just look and then be like, oh, Brownie has 300 points. Now I had 26 next to his name in the Hall of Fame. So in the future, I'll be able to look up your name in the Hall of Fame or Hall of Champions and say how many points do you have in the Hall of Fame or the Hall of Champions, and what number you are in the Hall of Fame or the Hall of Champions, and how many points. I'm going to clarify right now that that's not going to happen for at least a couple months, though, because you have 2 guesses to guess what balloon animal he's making. But to clarify, they're not always the animals. Yeah, this is always a weird one. Balloon animal and balloon art is typically interchangeable, but you more commonly hear balloon animals, whether it's an animal or not. So, first person to correctly guess the balloon art that I am making will get a point on the scoreboard. Javier, that was a good clarification. I'm just going to start saying balloon art, actually. So, you only get 2 guesses per balloon now, Luke to Duke. 2 guesses per balloon per player. Just to help the new players have a chance with guessing what I'm making. All right, here's a hint. Ray gun is correct. I would have accepted gun as well. All right. B point for Javier. All right, Bronny has the most points, so Bronny's staying on the podium. Actually, I'm going to do definitely the top 3 for the podium. I'll do one more round of Guess That Balloon. All right, guys, I think this is officially my longest stream so far. I know I think just 2 nights ago, was it 2 or 3 nights ago, we went for like 5.5 hours when we were making that board game. That was super fun. I'm going to check real quick because I'm super curious when that was. Yeah, that was yesterday or 2 days ago. 5 hours, 27 minutes. This is my longest stream. So you guys are liking the longer streams. That's awesome. We're probably going to do a lot more of them. I think what's likely to happen is we're going to do the first 2 hours. I'll probably do a longer stream every day, and the first 2 hours will be the Hall of Champions. Maybe. I can't say probably. It's developing live. Sorry, guys. I just can't. Probably is a really hard thing for me to say because I have a lot of plans and a lot of things change. So glad to be a part of it. I'm so glad you guys are a part of it too. We're going to play another round of Guess That Balloon. I'm off to bed, guys. As always, great to chat to everyone. Take care. Peeps and chat soon. Plastic, have a great night. Have a great night, Plastic. Hope to see you again this weekend. I don't even know what day it is. A Saturday. I hope I get to see you again tomorrow. Patrick, inflated balloon. That's actually really ironic. Inflated balloon is not specific enough. Alright, it didn't work. I'm going to make the exact same thing. Twisted and inflated. No, you have to be more specific than that. You'll see why I said it's ironic, though. All right, guys, this is one of the easiest things to make. What is it? Technical difficulties. First person to guess what it is will get a point. It's a worm. That's why I said it was ironic you said inflated balloon, because it's the actual one joke balloon that's not even inflated. So I could have just held it up, but I think it's more effective to uninflate it. So that's actually really funny. All right, who said worm? That would be Javier. Oh, by the way, I haven't updated my sound. I have a good one, Crazy Vlogs. I haven't updated my soundboard since I think I even introduced it. I have a couple times, just the commercial. So if you guys have any ideas for certain sound effects, music's tricky because it's copyrighted. Most music is copyrighted. A lot of sound effects are too. It takes me a while. It took me 8 hours just to make all the sounds. I actually don't even use half of them. But if you guys have ideas, please let me know. I take all suggestions. So yeah, that's just throwing that out there because I appreciate that. This is also experience is also for you guys. Inflated worm. Just make my own music. Oh, I can't do that. I'm gonna tell you right now. I will tell you right now out of, well, it's not that I can't, I'm not going to even try. Out of all of the skills that I have, that would absolutely be my worst. I didn't start listening to music until I was 19 years old, so I know very, very, very little about it. So I'm not even going to try to attempt that. I already have a lot of other skills like graphic design. I'm really not good with art. And that's been a very hard skill. That's a skill I've been using one of the longest out of many of my skills, and I'm probably some of the worst at it compared to all my skills. Yeah, correct. I have wrong. What do I have so far? I'll show you guys what I have. Of course, entering the Hall of Champions. I have, if you take the lead for entering the Hall of Champions, I have a firework for when somebody subscribes. I'm not doing a specific thing for... Okay, guys, I can only have this many sounds. They have to fit... I can only have as many sounds as there are keys on a keyboard. I'm not going to do a specific entry for, like, for one person. I don't think I ever got my... You subscribed before I introduced the soundboard. Here's your fireworks, though, Luke to Duke. General sound effects that I can use multiple times. And then I saw if somebody enters the scoreboard. I also have, if somebody enters the Hall of Fame, there's a lot I don't use. Of course, I have the gong in the commercial. I have the air buzzer. I have the battleship music, which is just like ominous, or not ominous. I can't remember what the word is, but I actually did. This is the only sound effect I had to buy. It was so perfect, especially out of all the free ones. It was too perfect, so I did end up buying a license for this, just this sound effect. It took me 8 hours to put this together because finding free stuff that I wouldn't get a copyright strike for, yeah. And then I have the cannonball sound. I have a balloon popping. I have a siren that I don't use very often because I forget that I have it. I have the mallet. Of course, I have flush. What is this? Oh, I forgot. I took the wheel out. Yeah, the wheel was really low quality, so I forgot. What is this? Oh, that's the police siren. I have a balloon popping. I think I showed you that. I have the cannon. I actually have a whiteboard right here with all the shortcuts, just in case I forget. I have people chatting in the background. I was actually going to do a sound effect every time I introduced a new game, and then it was just, I switched too many times for it to be practical, though. Oh, there's a book sound effect. That was just hard to find one for Blurt. Is that all of them? Oh, they're starting the round. Technical difficulties. And the nice thing about the technical difficulties, if I press that button, because sometimes I type on the wrong thing, but if I hit the technical difficulty buttons, it actually stops every other sound. I have an applaud. Oh, I'm going to start using that one more. I have the applaud. And then I think that's all of them that I have so far. Yeah, it is. There are free sound samples available. There are. I've looked through them. It took me 8 hours just to put these 15 sounds on here. I'm not even joking. Do a door chime when someone comes in the live. Give me a clap. Do you have a boo sound effect? I have one saved on my computer, but I decided against using it. Because I don't want to boo people, because I don't think that's very nice for the environment. If it was one of my friends in a game, I would gladly boo them. But this is not my game night with my friends. This is a family-friendly environment, so I'm not using the boo. Oh, shucks. Do a door chime when someone comes in the live. I can't always tell when people are in the live. The numbers are kind of weird, you know? Feel free to boo me when I'm wrong. Clock tick-tock sound. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, that's a good idea. I probably have some. I ended up actually buying a pack. Oh, this was like $50, but it was 8,000 sounds. 8,000 sounds I got the license to for $50, which was kind of cool. I don't like subscription-based anything. I hate that. I'd rather pay a little bit more up front to not have to pay a subscription for something for a couple of years. Anyway, of those 8,000 sounds, I went through almost all of them when making the thing. I actually ended up only, I don't know if I used any of them, but they gave me so many ideas. I think I did use one or two. They gave me so many ideas. I was like, oh, this is inspiration. Add a womp womp. Well, I have this. The knockout sound. I like that. Especially for the board game when we have the 1v1s. Like the meme term womp womp. Give me a second. I don't know what you're referring to. Used to express a failure. I'll look it up. Womp womp. I hope this is appropriate for me to play. Nothing played from that. I hate those videos. I'm going to go Roxy tomorrow. Awesome, Patrick. Have a good night. I'll be back on tomorrow. I'll probably be doing a really long stream. Yeah, look, dude, I have no clue what you're talking about with that. I was up to like 6 in the morning. I don't sleep very well. I get too excited. Like, I'm sure I'm going to be up till 6 in the morning again tonight. I'll have to keep reading and stuff. Where is it? I have a game we're going to do sometimes. Sleep around 4 hours a day. Some days I don't sleep at all, but yeah. It's kind of hard, man. So I got a lot of things to figure out to make my sleep a little bit better. All right, guys. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Just keep streaming. I'll stay up with you, Finn. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to come back, keep hanging out, and then we'll keep streaming. We'll keep playing some games. We'll keep... I am so glad I scrapped a game. Ended up not working on stream anyway, but I kept these letters from the game, and I'm so glad because they're coming in handy. Blurt? Sounds cool you hear from that. Yeah, we'll play Blurt. We'll play Blurt. Sorry, guys, I'm getting a little tired. So, I'm just going a little bit slower than I normally do. Alright, we're going to play Blurt when I get back. And Bronny's at the top right now. I like the little podium. We'll probably play for a little bit longer. We'll probably play another like half hour to an hour when I get back. I do have to make sure that I'm still working on my other stuff too, that before the stream, but off stream. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll probably play for another hour, up to an hour, 30 to 60 minutes. So we'll see. Gotta still make sure I'm getting my stuff done. As much as I love this, I have to be somewhat responsible, right? Which, I'll be honest, I'd much rather be doing this than what I'm about to do after this. Yeah, and even when I guarantee that I can do this for the rest of my life, I still have to do the other stuff there's some stuff for the stream I have to do that I just can't. I need to focus and can't do on stream. All right, where is the stopwatch? All right, I'll be back in about 6 minutes. About 6 minutes. Just started it. I'm apolitical. For the regulars wondering, it was the name, not the comment. Trash Kitty, I do remember you. You're in the Hall of Fame. You might even be in the Hall of Champions if I... Did you make it to the Hall of Champions? Yeah, you've been here. You were here weeks ago for a while. You're coming into several streams in a row. Of course I remember you, Trash Kitty. You get the 4 instead of the A. It's a hard name to forget. Trash Kitty, you're number 42 in the Hall of Fame. You're one of the first people to get a point. You know, of course I remember you. I actually remember a lot of times. The Hall of Champions is getting big now, so I'm not gonna lie. I have to look it up sometimes. We're at 58 people in the Hall of Champions. There's 58 people in the Hall of Champions. So sometimes I more often than not have to look up if someone's in the Hall of Champions, not the Hall of Fame. I remember there's a lot of times I will remember, especially usernames are so unique. Like your Trash Kitty with a 4 as the A. I mean, that's so hard to forget. Trash Kitty. We have 182 people now in the Hall of Fame and 58 in the Hall of Champions. So I think I'm 84 in the Hall of Fame, number 15. Let me check. I can check anyone's numbers right now. Luke Duke, you are actually 80 in the Hall of Fame. Luke Duke, you are 80 in the Hall of Fame. Luke Duke, I wonder if I made an error. Hey, Luke Duke, did you change your name? Luke Duke, you did change your name, right? Or did you not? Did you change your name before? Because number 14 is a Luke. It's Luke C. And if you changed, you didn't. What? Yeah, because I thought we had Luke Christian and Luke Duke. Luke Duke, I actually don't have... No, never mind. I have your name spelled wrong. That's why I couldn't find it. You are number 14. You are number 14. Yeah, because we have Luke Duke, obviously you, and then we have Luke Christian. That was wild. Luke Christian is number 14 in the Hall of Fame. I typed in, so I have a Google Doc with it, right? I just do the Control F to just do the search and find. That's how I check. Luke Duke, you're number 80 in the Hall of Fame. And then I scrolled up and it said Luke Christian was number 14. And I'm like, is that... Are you even in the Hall of Champions? I realized I had a letter off. This is why I have to be super careful about the lettering. You are number 14 in the Hall of Champions. Luke Christian's number 14 in the Hall of Fame, and that's a crazy coincidence. That's a crazy coincidence. And this is why I have to be super diligent, because I spelled you L-U-K-A instead of L-U-K-E. Now I'll be able to search it. Now I'll be able to search it and find it. That's why I'm extremely diligent. Clearly not extremely. That's why I have to be super diligent about making sure I spell your guys' name right. Because when I go hit my Control F to do the search to find, I'll type in a part of your username. Like I just typed in Luke, and that's why you only came up once. You should have came up twice. Now when I type in Luke, 3 come up. Luke Duke twice, one on the Hall of Fame, one on the Hall of Champions, and then the other Luke Christian just on the Hall of Fame. That was wild. That was a wild coincidence. And you know what actually really sucked is I didn't realize how important that search function was going to be until about 50 people into the Hall of Fame. Roughly 50 or more, maybe more. I think it was 80. I don't know. At some point I realized it was extremely important for me to be in the Hall of Fame. I remember watching the entire video I was bored. That's okay. That's okay. When I realized how important it was for me to spell everyone right? I went back and I rewatched. Had to skim through every single one of my videos to make sure I spelled everybody right, and I clearly still made some mistakes. That's why when a person joins the scoreboard for the very first time, that's why I say I need to spell this right for my records. After you're already in the Hall of Fame, I shorthand you on the board, typically. A lot of times I'll shorthand you on the board because as long as you're in the Hall of Fame spelled right, then I can make sure you're spelled right in the Hall of Champions. Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta go to bed, but I was always visit back to check what's going on. Trash Kitty, just so you know, real quick. First of all, thanks for popping in. Second of all, we have different formats. We play board games now. We do bonus games. This stream has changed so much since you last joined, so I would love if you came back for a few more streams in the future. We have one stream where the phone is pointing at the table. I'm not even on, and we're playing board games. We just recently added it in the last week, and it's going good. It's developing. So I'd love if you came back and played some other types of games on the channel as well. So, yeah, a lot of things have changed. A lot of things have changed. You thought I was a wall. All right, Trash Kitty, have a great one. Hope to see you back. Thanks for popping in, saying hi. Sorry, I was hard to read the comments sometimes. Hey, Alexander. This is super weird. I can only see... Oh, okay, never mind. Hey, Alexander, welcome back. Sorry, guys, I haven't been checking the chat in a second because I was reading through the Hall. I was fixing the Hall of Fame and stuff. We love you. I misspelled I. It's 12 a.m. for me. I'm getting a soda, so I didn't even think about passing out on you. Do you not have... Oh, it's Saturday. You don't have school tomorrow. That's funny. All right, get your soda. Let me know when you're back, Luke the Duke. We'll play Blurt. Richard, how are you doing? You've been here for so long, just hanging out. How you doing, Richard? Once Luke Duke gets back, we'll play a couple rounds of Blurt. Oh, that was fast. That was fast. Perfect. We got Blurt right here. All right. We'll play for at least another half hour. At least. I'm feeling pretty good. Maybe a little bit more by the kitchen. Perfect. I don't need more chocolate. All right, guys, we're going to play Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Diet Pepsi in hand, I'm ready. Awesome. The first definition. Up to 2 points can be handed out. I'm absolutely fine. And my hot chocolates are warm and full. I need to get some hot chocolate. I gotta put that on my list. First definition. Sliced bread, heated and browned. The second definition. A hard rubber disc used in ice hockey. Does it still say break? It does. Toast is correct. Point for Richard. Puck is correct. Another point for Richard. All right, moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. We have a machine that automatically solves arithmetic problems. The second definition. A drug used to reduce fever and ease pain. Ouch and puck. How? Yeah, ouch is too far off of puck for me to accept that typo. Calculator's correct. Point for Luke. Scoreboard. It is not painkillers. I'll repeat it. A drug used to reduce fever and ease pain. Aspirin is correct. Luke Duke, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entering as red. You're number 14 on the scoreboard. Let me see who said aspirin first. Let's go, finally. Point for Richard for aspirin. There we go. 1, There we go. All right, moving on to another round. Oh, yeah, we'll do another round. Luke to Duke, have you played Tribond? I can't remember if you. I know. Obviously, you're going through your personal stuff. I can't remember if you were here when we introduced Tribond, but Tribond's a fun one too. You didn't see Tribond? We'll do a couple more rounds of Blurt, and then we'll play Tribond, so you can see what that's like. Blurt is where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, an often rounded elevation of earth that is not as high as a mountain. The second definition, a musical instrument consisting of a triangular frame with strings that are plucked with the fingers. Missed this. Yeah, we are glad to have you back, Luke to Duke. These are always one words, Luke to Duke. Blurt is always one word. I'll repeat it. An often rounded elevation of earth that is not as high as a mountain. And the second one was harp. M&H, welcome back, M&H. M&H, you got the point for harp. Hill is correct. Luke to Duke, you got the point for hill. M&H, welcome back. M&H, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. M&H. You were number 15. Hey, still got it. Actually, you know what? Since we're gonna, I know we've been chilling for a while, just talking M&H. Just so you know, well, it doesn't matter. You're already in the Hall of Champions. We're just kind of doing bonus time. We did our first 2-hour stream and we just kept going. All right, guys. We're gonna pick it up. We're just gonna get back to normal for. I'm gonna be on for at least another half hour to an hour. We're gonna go ahead and pick up the pace a little bit, and because we're gonna pick up the pace, we're actually going to bring King of the Hill back. We're gonna bring King of the Hill back. So, who was the last person to earn a point? That would be Luke to Duke for Hill. Luke to Duke, you're number 14 on the scoreboard, which means you have the number 14 token. And since you're, so I'm going to put the number 14 token on right here. Richard, you're number 5. So let me get the number 5 token. And M&H, you're number 15 on the scoreboard, which means you have the number 15 token. How this works is whoever we're playing King, we're going to do King of the Hill as a bonus round. How it works is I have a random timer on my phone set. When it goes off, whoever is the current King of the Hill, meaning the last person who earned a point on the scoreboard, will get a bonus point. Fun little game. M&H, I think you missed when we added some board games to here, and we have a different setup to where the camera's facing the table. So we're going to continue, and for now, I'm going to move these chips out of the way for a little bit more fluidity, but I'm going to keep them to the side in case any of the players come back and keep playing. All right. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. Yeah, we did have a good number of players on. Moving on to Blurt. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. A large insect with 2 pairs of wings and long hind legs, used for jumping. The second definition. The direction in which the sun is seen setting in the evening. Grasshopper is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. And West is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. Moving on to another round. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition. King of Blurt over here. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed up to the players. The first definition. A large, round rock. The second definition. A young horse, especially a male. Boulder is correct. Point for Luke to Duke. A young horse, especially a male. It's also the name of... A pony is actually just a different breed entirely. I thought a pony was just a small horse, but it's actually just an entirely different breed. Oh, it's... Yeah. Anyway, a young horse, especially a male, To give you guys a hint, that's also the name of a gun. Also a boy's name. It's a boy's name. It's the name of a gun. And it's a young horse, especially a male. Colt is correct. There's a point for Richard. All right. Richard is the most recent one to earn a point. I'll have you guys know I hid the timer, so I actually... That's a tricky one. I actually can't see what the time is. I can see the last time, but I can't see. Every 5 to 10 minutes it will randomly go off. Gun gave it away. Yeah. Good hint. Perfect. Good. I'll go. Thank you. We're going to do one more round of Blurt, and then we're going to play some Tri-Bond. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be ended up to the players. The first definition. The 25th letter of the English alphabet. The 25th letter of the English alphabet. The second definition. A folding framework covered with fabric and used for protection from rain or sun. Y is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. Oh, you're number 14. And umbrella is correct. That is another point for Luke to Duke. All right, guys, we're gonna go ahead and play. I'll probably be on for another 20 minutes. And then good. I'll probably be on for another 20 minutes, and then there's some things I really want to... Oh, yeah, there's some things I really need to do for tomorrow's stream, because tomorrow's going to be a long stream as well. I got some updates to do behind the scenes. Where is Tri-Bond? Oh, it's right here. All right, so here's how Tri-Bond works. We're going to move into Tri-Bond. Tri-Bond is where I give you guys 3 things. The first person to tell me what these 3 things have in common... We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Tri-Bond's a little weird and it's a little difficult. It can be weird to explain. The answer must be on the card. We have marigold, mustard, canary. Maybe you'll be there. Awesome. Cool. First person tell me what marigold, mustard, and canary have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Sometimes you add a word to the beginning or the end of all 3 of these and it'll make sense. Sometimes it's just you have to think about all 3 and see. It's not condiments. We have marigold, mustard, and canary. This is a hard one to give a hint for. Yellow is correct. The answer was they are shades of yellow. Shades of yellow. Color would not have been specific enough. All right, that's a point for Richard. Richard, you are number 5. Moving on to another round of Tri-Bond. Oh, I know what mustard was. Moving on to another round of Tri-Bond. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have a year. A mattress, a pogo stick. This one's a little bit more abstract. A year, a mattress, a pogo stick. First person to tell me what they have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Spring is correct. Uh-oh. All right. Number 5. That's you, Richard. You're getting the bonus point. And it automatically does reset. Spring is correct. That is a point. And that is another point for Richard. See, that one is a little bit more abstract. Because, what is it? A year. Obviously, spring is a season. A mattress and a pogo stick have spring. So, Rhino, you made your first video. Awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. No, if we just stayed on Blurt, that's okay. It'll reset. Rhino, I might have to go check it out later. That's really cool. We're going to keep going. We're going to do another round. I just, on my screen, it doesn't say that you have a video, but I'll go ahead and subscribe to you so that way I can see that is my friend's channel. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, moving on to another round of Tri-Bond. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have bowling, beach, billard. First person to tell me what bowling, beach, and billard have in common. It's not B. As you are correct, it's not the answer on the card. You made the video yourself. That's awesome. It's not pin. Bowling, beach, and billard. It's not nail. No. Ball is correct. Bowling ball, beach ball, billard ball. Billard is the official name for pool. First person on my screen to say ball was Richard. Rhino, did you edit the video? Did you record the video? How was it? Like, what was your part in that? You said it was your friend, I think? Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. I'll get points on the scoreboard. A king, a queen, a tooth. You recorded it. That's awesome, dude. That's awesome. Congrats. It's always exciting to make your first video. Good job. We have a king, a queen, a tooth. Super exciting. Crown is correct. A king has a crown, a queen has a crown, and a tooth has a crown. It's a point for M and H. Guys, how the King of the Hill works, as soon as I announce the point and as soon as I announce who gets the point, that's when you're eligible for earning it. So even if I haven't changed the token yet or the character, the last person I said gets the point is the person who gets the point when the timer goes off. Because sometimes I'll say it and it'll go off before I change it. But as long as I said it out loud, who got the point, then you're the last person. All right, good job, M&H. Continuing on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Luke to Duke, I'm not going to lie. This one's, Tribon can be a little tricky. Once you hear a few rounds, you kind of get the feel for it. It's difficult, especially at first. It's difficult. I'm going to admit this is not actually the easiest one. I'll have you know, though, this is the kids' version of Tribon. I don't even want to know what the adult version is like, because even the kids' version is tricky. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have fir, fig, cherry. Rhino said, what? I know. Everybody's mind blown. Everybody said the same thing. This is the kids' version. I actually have a version that's not for kids. Fruit is not it. We have fir, fig, cherry. So this would be fir blank, fig blank, cherry blank. The blank is the same word. So fir blank, fig blank, cherry blank. What word is blank is the answer. It is not fruit. It is not fuzz. I could probably add in another one. I'll give you guys another hint. We have fir, fig, cherry, apple, oak, pine. Add blank to the end of all of these. Tree is correct. Tree is correct. There's a point for Rhino. Rhino, welcome to the scoreboard. As a former champion, you are entered in as red. You are number 16 on the Hall of Champions. Or, I'm sorry, the scoreboard. Sorry. Never heard of it. All right, so that means you have the number 16 token. Moving on to another round of Tribon Fir Tree. Oh, it's F-I-R, not F-U-R. It's F-I-R. Just so you guys know if you want to look it up. F-I-R. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Forest, hunter, lime. Never heard of it, to those who don't know how it is spelled. Yeah, F-I-R. Forest, hunter, lime. Green is correct there, shades of green. That's a point for Richard. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to know what these three things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have Hunter green, I guess it's a shade. There's a lot of shades. When you think of shade, it only has to be like, on a computer, you would say like one pixel. God, it's just the slightest pigmentation off. I don't know if that's the right word. But yeah, it's, there's a lot of shades. The moment it's slightly different, a slightly different hue, it's called something else. It's kind of wild, actually, how many shades there are. Oh, wow, we did this. I put that in the wrong spot. Try thinking of a brand new color. It's impossible. At least in this, on this planet, right? Wouldn't it be cool if we went to another planet and just like could bring back another color? Like we found a rock that was a certain color, everyone's mind would be blown. So maybe not possible for our experiences, but you never know on another, you just never know on another planet, you know? Obviously we don't have access to these other planets, but as of in our life, my dog drooled on me. That sucks. Moving on to another round of Tribond. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have, wow, did I put these, what happened? Oh, I flipped the box around and I was going through the old cards first. That makes sense. I have it organized to where I can see the new cards and the old cards. Sorry about that, guys. I accidentally had the box the wrong way. All right, here we go. Moving on to another round of Tribond. The first person to tell me these three things I haven't got. I'm going to go points on the scoreboard. We have mice, groundhogs, chipmunks. I didn't know groundhogs fit in this category. Mice, groundhogs, chipmunks. I didn't know chipmunks fit in this category either. Animals not specific enough. The type of animal or the classification. Rodents is correct. M&H, you got it. Rhino, you were a close second. I don't know. Is a squirrel a rodent too? I'm going to Google that real quick. Where are you, M&H? You got that. You're number 15. Give me 1 second. I do like to learn. If a chipmunk's a rodent, is a squirrel a rodent? Yeah, squirrels are rodents. Wow, I thought. Huh, interesting. All right, cool. Anyway, moving on to another round of Tribond. First person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Yeah, that was a close round. We have a crocodile, a snake, a tortoise. A crocodile, a snake, a tortoise. Squirrels are tailless rats. Squirrels have tails. Reptiles is correct. That's a point for Luke DeDuke. Luke DeDuke, number 14. Oh, it just went off, and Luke DeDuke, you are on, so you're the most recent person to earn a point. You are the current king, so that means you get a bonus point. All right. Bushy-tailed rats, yeah, they kind of are. Moving on to another round of Tribond. First person to tell me what these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. Yeah, this is just a fun bonus game. We have a lot of other bonus games we've added. I think this is the first time you're seeing a bonus game. We have a lot of other ones that have been added. This is just a fun one, actually added today. Anyway, moving on. We have, for Tribond, Fresno, Anaheim, Sacramento. There's two answers I'll accept. Fresno, Anaheim, Sacramento. There are two answers that I will accept for this. It's not Latin. I will repeat it. First person, California, and they are cities in California, so I would have accepted if you said city or California. M&H, you said California. Rhino, you were a close second with city. M&H, you got it. Yeah, like I said, different games have different levels of leniencies. And I'm not going to expect you guys to get word for word the answer on here, because the answer was cities in California. So, you know, we have to have different levels of leniencies and stuff. Sounds like Latin words. Fresno, Anaheim, Sacramento. Well, I mean, is derived from Latin. Or influenced, at least. No, it is derived. All right. English and Spanish and stuff. terms for... Oh! I almost read... American specific. Yeah, I'm sorry, Richard. That one was American specific. My apology. No one said California. What? Rhino, on my screen, MNH said California right above you. I don't know if you see MNH's comments. Sometimes not all comments show up for everybody. Never mind. All right, perfect. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Richard. That was California specific, and you guys do know, or American specific. You do know I typically try not to do American specific questions. Sometimes they do. Cheater, I should flush myself. Sometimes they do slip out, but you know, overall, I do try really hard not to do them. All right, continuing on to Tribon. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Wasp, Hornet, Drone. Yeah, I remember Olive Wax being a ghost. That was weird. Wasp, Hornet, Drone. B is correct. The answer was they are terms for bees. Oh, except B. Luke Duke, you got it. I actually spent so much time deep diving into bees the other day. Because I'm reading the dictionary and stuff. And I ran into drone. And it was like a male bee. And I'm like, wait, what? A male worker bee in a sense. And so I spent a lot of time learning about how beehives work and stuff. That was pretty cool. Definitely was not the best use of my time. I was supposed to be working on my book. But it was fun to learn about. Moving on to another round of Tribon. Did you know honeybees aren't important for the ecosystem? That's probably controversial. I don't know if they are or aren't. I mean, how I heard it was that the pollen, they need to pollinate the plants, and we need plants to live because of oxygen. Well, I can't say obvious. Science is changing all the time. So the science, what you're learning in school right now is different than what I learned, and what I learned in school is different from what, say, Richard learned. Richard's only a few years older than me. It's been scientifically proven. And 10 years from now, it could also be scientifically proven, again, the other way. And so science is changing all the time, especially as we come up with new instruments to be able to test things and stuff. Science is, like, for example, when I was in high school, there were three, and we're going to get back to the game soon. There were 3 states of matter: solid, liquid, gas. Now there's 4: solid, liquid, gas, plasma. So let's say for now that there's for sure 4 states of matter. Plasma wasn't all of a sudden discovered in the last 10 years. It means either we had it wrong. It just means that we were wrong before, or we're still wrong now. For example, I graduated in 2015, and in 2016, they added 4 new elements to the periodic table of elements. So that means a lot of the things that I learned in science they were just wrong. So there's like 15 states or more. All right. Can't confirm that. Laura Droll, welcome to the live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. There could be more than... I'm not a scientist. That's not my area of expertise by any means whatsoever. So I can't say there is or isn't. As far as I last know, there's 4, but I can obviously be wrong. So moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. Carrot, ice cream, birthday. Your school changed from a high school to a technical college. Whoa. Quite this change. Cake is correct. Luke Duke, you got it first. Richard, you're close second. All I'm saying is a lot of things change all the time. Some things that are true now won't be true in 5 years, 10 years. And most of the things we know now, especially when it comes to science and things like that, definitely won't be true 100 years from now, which is scary. They used to say smoking cigarettes was good 50, 60 years ago, and it reduced stress. Obviously, nobody in their right mind today will say it's good. Carrot day should be a thing. It might be a thing. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me what these 3 things have in common. I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have a toe, a finger, a hardware store. A toe, a finger, a hardware store. Nail is correct. That is a point for Luke Duke. Moving on to another round of Tribon. First person to tell me these three things have in common. We'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have an eddy, a brook, a creek. An eddy, a brook, a creek. Getting better. Yeah, it takes time to wrap your head around this one. This one's a little bit weird. Water's not specific enough. You guys are close. There's two answers for this one. An eddy, a brook, a creek. Streams or rivers. I would accept stream or river. Richard, you got it for stream. Richard, you're number 5. All right, guys. We're going to go until the buzzer goes off 2 more times. When the buzzer goes off 2 more times, then I'm going to call an end to the stream. This stream, it's funny, stream is just the answer. Moving on to another round of Tribon. So we're going to rapid fire for the next, and they'll go off between 5 and 10 minutes. So we have 10 to 20 minutes left. Probably less, not probably 10 to 15. 5. All right, we have 5 to 10 minutes left. Richard, you're, it's funny. Richard, you are on the hill. You're the current king, so you get the bonus point. We have 5 to 10 minutes left, so I'm going to try to rapid fire the answers. That's okay. We all got to sleep. I'm actually probably not going to go to sleep for another like 5 or 6 hours. I just have a lot of work to do for the stream. So a lot of things I got to improve. Moving on, we're gonna make this next 5 to 10 minutes rapid fire. Let's get some things going. All right. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'll get a points on the scoreboard. We have mustard, ketchup, relish. Mustard, ketchup, relish. Condiments is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. Luke to Duke, you are number 14. All right. Moving on to another round. Actually, we're going to play a quick round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Said that before. My apologies if I did. The first definition, a very large Asian wildcat that has light brown fur with black stripes. The second definition, an imaginary line around the middle of the Earth at an equal distance from the North and South Poles. Tiger is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. Equator is correct. That is a point for Richard. Moving on to another round of blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, someone who lacks courage or is easily frightened. The second definition, a land animal that is like a snail but has no shell. Coward is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. Slug is correct. That is another point for Luke to Duke. Rhino close second. Moving on to another round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Rhino, do you want me to reread that one just because? A land animal that is like a snail but has no shell is a slug. I don't know if that's what you're saying, Hantu. Anyway, moving on. We're going to rapid fire because we're at the end here. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition. Oh, Rhino, you said it. Rhino. Oh, you did, but Luke to Duke was second. I'm sorry. Luke to Duke was first. I'm going to pop out my screen real quick and show you. You know, we go off on my screen for the tiebreakers, and I definitely just messed up my words there, so I definitely want to show you as well. Here we go. Here is my screen. Luke to Duke said slug, then Rhino, then Richard. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah. I know sometimes it's blank. All right, we're going to continue on. We've got only a couple minutes left in the stream. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. Did I block certain words yet? We'll get into that after the timer goes on. The first definition, a school attended after high school. The second definition, a platform extending into the water where ships may tie up to load and unload. Luke does have some good internet. College is correct. That's a point for Luke to do. And Doc is correct. That is a point for Luke to do. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, an alcoholic drink made from malt and hops. The second definition, a fine piece of fabric worn over the head and shoulders. Fast fingers. Beer is correct. FFS. FFF. Fastest finger first, fun, fair, friendly. All right, Luke Duke, you got the point for beer. And I'll repeat the second one. A fine piece of fabric worn over the head and shoulders. You typically see them on weddings from where worn by the bride. I've never seen one worn outside of a wedding, if I'm going to be honest. So, a fine piece of fabric worn over the head and shoulders. Veil is correct. That's a point for M and H. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Siri let me down. The first definition, a sore reddening of the skin from too much exposure to the sun. The second definition, a long, narrow trench dug in the ground. Sunburn is correct. That is a point for Luke to do. It's not a hole. A long, narrow trench dug in the ground. Ditch is correct. That is a point for Luke to do. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a place where persons who are waiting for a trial or serving a prison sentence are locked up. The second definition, someone who is trained to prepare drugs and medicines. Welcome back, Bronny. We're actually going to be ending somewhat soon. We're going to be ending in just a couple minutes. Luke Duke, you got jail. Pharmacist is correct. That is a point for Rhino. Oh, Rhino, you're actually supposed to be number 16. Oh, I see where I messed up. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Oh, that is it. That is game. Last person to get up. The last person to be on the king of the hill is number 16, which is Rhino. Rhino, you just got the bonus point. We're gonna conclude there. I messed up. I wrote 16 on one side of the chip and 17 on the other. I'm gonna actually have to double check all of the chips after the stream now, because I'm seeing now that I didn't write 17 on both sides of this chip. It's a bummer. We're on top the whole time, but it's going back and forth. All good. Looks like I'm still in the lead. Yeah, Bronny, we have an exciting new. I have an exciting new thing to add tomorrow. It's going to be, in a sense, it's going to be an Olympian stage, kind of like, not quite the Olympian, just any tournament where you have the person who got first, and then the second, and then the third. So that way I could put your guys' figurines or your chips on first, second, third, and have a physical representation of who has the most points. Hey, Films, looking at a live game show where I host and keep score. You play by commenting. We are at the end of the stream, though. I try to stream almost every single day. Gladiator mode. You're playing Minecraft as well. You did good. You did good. Guys, that was fun. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 40 minutes. Anyway, as I said before, how's the live chat going? Okay, so My other channel was Practical Gaming Center. If you guys could please go over there and subscribe. We'll be switching this channel over to Practical Gaming Center in a couple months. Not right now, though. So, Luke to Duke, what had happened is I did obviously want to have my chat up here at all times. Thank you, Rhino. I appreciate that. That won't happen anytime soon, but I still appreciate it. It will be happening, though. So, Luke to Duke, what had happened is I went and I did a blocked word list of 1,600 words I found on the internet, and 2 problems arose. The first problem was some of the answers on blurt cards were on the blocked word list, and I didn't know that. And I didn't make up the list. And so I realized that there was a problem there. And then the other problem was some people were still putting things in the chat in other languages, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what that is, and so I had to put the chat down again. Thank you, Richard. We will have the, honestly, I'm going to be 100% honest, we probably won't be able to have the chat. You guys probably won't see the chat on the screen for a while. If I'm going to be honest, I tried really hard. I got it up and it didn't work and I had to take it down. The monetization process is strict, and once the monetization process is over, then I will be a little bit more lenient with that. However, your friends and I could do that and put it in Translate. Yeah, I just need to be careful. I'll be more lenient with the chat, not with like the family-friendly stuff. That's still going to be strict. But I mean, thank you, Rhino. I mean just having the chat up. So, yeah, they do a manual and an AI view, and I just want to make sure that I am monetized. So, just for the growth of the channel, because if I can't get monetized, then it'll be very hard to continue it. I mean, I still will continue it, but then it'll just be, then I'd have to focus more on making sure it makes money, and I really don't want to do that. It'll make money eventually. Your internet ends in 15 minutes. Rhino, I think we can continue this for 15 minutes. We can continue this for 15 minutes, Rhino. Yeah, I just need to be careful because I need to make sure that the plan works and stuff. Rhino, unless you want to use your last 15 minutes for something else. But I'll tell you what, I will be here for 15 more minutes. I will be here for 15 more minutes, and then I will end it. Yeah. So, I'll be here. Rapid fire. Yeah, let's just keep going then. Let's just keep going. Let's just keep going. We're just going to keep going. All right. Rhino, this is for you, and I hope to see you back in a week. Last person to earn a point was Rhino. Rhino, you were number 16. So let me put you back on there. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Welcome back, Bronny. Moving on to another round of blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition, that is Tribon card. The first definition, I'll be home by then and back out of commission, so it works for me. Perfect. The first definition, an instrument that tells the time. The second definition, a narrow bed, usually made of canvas, stretched over a folding frame. Clock is correct as a point for Bronny. All right, and Cot is correct. Hey, Javier. All right, who's the first person on my screen to say Cot? That was Javier for the last 15 minutes, although I've said that a couple times, kind of. All right, Javier, current king of the hill. Rhino only has 15 minutes of internet left for a week, so we went a little bit longer. Moving on to another round of blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The goat, Bronny came in and stole it, then the goat came in and stole it. Moving on to blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition, a mass of tiny drops of water that looks like a cloud and is on or near the ground. The second definition, a drinking glass with a stem and a base. Is not rain. A mass of tiny drops of water that looks like a cloud and is on or near the ground. My ears hurt. Fog is correct. That is a point for Rhino. Rhino, you are number 16. And then we have, ooh, this is a tricky one. Goblet is correct. Goblet is correct. First person who said goblet would be Brawny. I'm going to double check on that because I actually see that a couple people said it. I saw Richard say it. No, Brian did say it before. All right, cool. Continuing on. You're scared of fog. I don't blame you. It's hard to drive in. It can be dangerous to drive in. I love fog in certain scenarios, and driving is not one of them. Moving on to hello villain. Yes, Brawny is the villain. Moving on of Halo. Moving on to another round of Tribe Blurt. This is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to term the correct word. Brawny, you get the bonus point as the current king of the hill. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a school class for children from the ages of 4 to 6. The second definition: to make, repair, or fasten with a needle and thread. Kindergarten is correct. Nursery is more so for babies, I think. Yeah. M&H, you got it. It's tricky because I know you're in the UK, so I try to accommodate. But nursery is different, though. I think. I don't know what you call it there. So is correct. That is a point for Richard. Rhino, did you get in a car crash? Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary. Hey, Paranator. And go back to bed, bud. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a set of straps or wires that fits over an animal's snout to keep it from biting. The second definition: an illusion of seeing, hearing, or otherwise sensing something that does not exist. Muzzle is correct. That is a point for Brawny. He can't stay away. I'm going into autopilot. We're almost done. Respiratory virus. That sucks. Brawny, you got muzzle. Nobody has it yet. I will repeat it. An illusion of seeing, hearing, or otherwise sensing something that does not exist. It's usually an internal thing. It happens to one person. Oh, there's mass, but yeah, that's a different thing. Too young to drive. Oh, that's right. This is common in people who are schizophrenic. An illusion of seeing, hearing, or otherwise, what do you call it when somebody's hearing voices or seeing things that isn't? Hallucination is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. I would say, wow, that would have been, oh, it's right here. I was looking for Blurt. The first up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a tall plant that has large ears with many kernels. The second definition: one of the movable parts which a bird, bat, or insect uses in order to fly. Corn is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Wing is correct. Wing or wings. That is a point for Brawny. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: someone who makes, repairs, or alters clothing. The second definition: someone who hides board a ship or other vehicle to get a free ride. Taylor is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Someone who hides aboard a ship or other vehicle to get a free ride. It is not a hitchhiker. They don't hide. Stowaway is correct. That is a point for Richard. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a bath in which water is sprayed down on a person. It's a funny definition for this. The second definition: a container made of paper, cloth, plastic, or leather. Shower is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Repeating the second definition: a container made of paper, cloth, plastic, or leather. It usually has an open top, but I mean, bag is correct. Point for Richard. I love King of the Hill. This is a fun bonus one. This is a very simple. This is the most simple bonus one we have as well that we've added out of the 4 that we've tried so far. Super fun. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Blurt is where we read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: someone who is at another person's home for a visit or a meal. The second definition: heavy leather coverings worn over pants by cowboys to protect their legs. Guessed is correct. That is a point for Brawny. God, Brawny, you have so many points. Chaps is correct. That is another point for Brawny. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. Win some, lose some. That's true. The first definition: a baked food made of a flat crust covered with tomatoes, cheese, sausage, and other foods. The second definition: a long, pointed tooth. Pizza is correct. That is a point for Brawny. The heck are chaps? Look it up. It's like a leather. I think that. I don't know. You see motorcyclers and horseback riders wear them. I think horseback riders wear them. And Fang is correct. Point for Brawny. I almost forgot to update that. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a smooth surface that shows the image of an object placed in front of it. The second definition: a short or temporary stop in fighting agreed to by the opposing sides. Mirror is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Javier, you might want to reset your chat. Your things came in very late. Very, very late. Truce is correct. So that is a point for Luke to Duke. Luke to Duke, you're number 14. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points. Perfect. Can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a thick, sweet, yellowish substance made by bees from the nectar of flowers. The second definition: the place where 2 or more bones meet or come together. Oh, Rhino, this is sad. Honey is correct. Point for Brawny. Joint is correct. That is a point for Brawny. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a woman's handbag. The second definition: a shallow frying pan made with a long handle. Purse is correct. Bronny, your typo was just a little bit too far off for me on that one, so I'm going to give it to Luke to Duke. I'm going to give it to Luke to Duke for that. And Skillet was the correct answer. I realized I didn't actually check and see. That is point for Bronny. Welcome back to the kicking off Luke to Duke. Get your throne back. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Blurt is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct gladiator mode. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: an animal that is very. Bronny, you get the bonus point for being the current king of the hill. An animal that is very much like a frog. The second definition: a large group of bees that moves together to find a new hive and start a new colony. Oh, rhino. Toad is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Swarm is correct. That is another point for Bronny. Guys, sad announcement. Rhino's internet is getting cut off in about 30 seconds, and he will not be back for a week or so. Rhino, we're going to miss you. I appreciate you coming back so many times and enjoying this stream. Take care. We will be here when you get back. We will be here when you get back. You've been coming so long. You've been coming so many times and popping in. Rhino, take care. We'll be here in a week. Be here in a week. You will be missed, and we will be here when you get back. Rhino, one of the OGs. You've been actually believing. You have been coming in so long. Take care, Rhino. Number 10 on the Hall of Fame, Rhino. Number 10. Rhino, you were the 10th person to comment on this show or earn a point. You were number 10. You were number 10. I hope to see that exception, Rhino. You were in the first 10 players to earn a point. Thank you, Rhino. And I hope to see you back on in a week. My yaya's house. I don't know what a yaya is, like a grandma or grandpa. Rhino. Man, when I said OG, I didn't realize it was the top 10. That's cool. In fact, we only have 4 people who still come back and it's in the top 10, and that's Default, Javier, Operator, and Rhino. Wow, that's pretty cool. The next lowest person who I see often, Chloe, pops in a lot. Richard, you're number 27. Have a good one, Rhino. Richard, number 27. That's funny. I actually just read it and then saw your comment. Man, you've been coming for a long time. All right, we're going to... I must be 15 on Hall of Champions. Yes, Bronny, you are 15. On Hall of Champions, 89 on Hall of Fame. It was supposed to end on the 14th. Rhino's still here. Welcome back, Rhino. Is it the 15th? It's the 15th. It is the 15th. He's still here. What? Rhino, we gave you such a good farewell that we're going to have to manually get you out of here. I'm kidding. Hold on, I asked my mom. That's funny. All right, well, we're going to keep going then. We're going to keep going. This is hilarious that you're still here. We're just going to do a couple more. We'll do a couple more rounds. Moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word. This is like when you run into somebody in public and you talk for a couple minutes and then you say goodbye and then you both go back the same way. Mom paid phone bill. Good, Rhino. I'm glad you're still here. Perfect. There's nothing to be sorry about. I'd rather just have you here. Welcome back. Here's a firework. Nothing to be sorry about. I'd rather you be here. It's way more important. But yeah, this is like when running into somebody in public that you used to know or talk to, and then you're like, bye, but then you end up both going the same way. You know, this is like this. This is funny. Although I'd rather you this situation with you, Rhino, than that situation I just said. It's just a funny one. All right, moving on to another round of Blurt where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Oh, you're okay, Rhino. We're all having fun here, you know? It's okay. The first definition, small pincher is used for pulling or handling small objects. The second definition, something believed to be the spirit of a dead person. With the salute and everything. Tweezer is correct. That is a point for Javier. Ghost is correct. That is a point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Blurt. We're actually probably... I'll go on for a little bit longer, guys, tonight. I'm just having too much fun. We're gonna take a 5-minute break because we're 7 hours and 1 minute in. We're gonna. I'm having fun. We're gonna probably go for another half hour, maybe 20, 30 minutes. I'm just having a lot of fun rapid firing it. We're gonna keep it to the rapid fire instead of chilling and talking because it keeps me more awake and I'm getting tired. Although I do have to cut it off half an hour from now because it's midnight 03. My points are about to become Bronny's points. That's funny. We're gonna go until 12:30. I have to be strict and I have to cut it off at 12:30 because I really have things I have to get ready for tomorrow's stream. So, yeah, I'm just having too much fun, but I still need to get some stuff done. So, we are going to end this stream in 27 minutes. We're gonna go on a 5-minute break. I'm having too much fun, but I do need to stay disciplined. I do need to pause the timer. And we will be back. 5 minutes starts now. And as soon as this 5 minutes is up, as I'm rapid firing those. This is just too much fun to stop, so I love it. Thank you guys. Be right back. All right, unpausing the Hall of Champions. We're getting right back to it. Or I'm not the Hall of Champions. Sorry, the timer for the King of the Hill. There's so many halls that sometimes I mix them up. Rhino's being attacked. I saw a kitten's licking his armpit. That's funny. Do you guys have a litter of kittens you're raising? Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out. We have 4 kittens. Oh my god. The first definition. That's a lot. I bet that's kind of fun, though. A small clock that can be carried in a pocket or worn on the wrist. The second definition. A boy or man who has the same parents as another person. Watch is correct. I'll give it to Bronny. I can justify that typo because E is next to W. I'll give it to Bronny. Brother is correct. First person to say brother was Luke to Duke. Where are you, Luke to Duke? Oh, so it was supposed to be Bronny, but I gotta remember to do that right away. But now it's Luke to Duke. You're at you're number 14. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: something said or written in return to a question or statement. The second definition: the amount of medicine taken at one time. Good luck, Rhino, with those kittens. Answer is correct. That is a point for Luke to Duke. Dose is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Okay. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a game played with a bat and ball by 2 teams of 9 players each. The second definition: the joint at which the thigh and the lower leg come together. We're going to switch up the game to Tribond after this. Baseball is correct. That is a point for Javier. Guys, I love King of the Hill. This is so fun. Yeah. The second definition, is knee is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Get your goat off of there. Oh! Bronny, you get the bonus point. Just kicked Javier off. Yeah, I really like King of the Hill. You guys are gonna, you got rough. You guys are gonna say King of the Hill. Do you guys like King of the Hill too? Is this fun for you guys? I have a lot of fun doing it. But it dirty. But this is streams for all of us. So Rhino, you like King of the Hill? King of the Hill. All right. Everybody, you guys all seem to like King of the Hill. So, all right. It's super interesting during Battleship because during Battleship, the thing is changed. The king is changing so much during Battleship, so that's also interesting as well. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Not anymore. That's funny. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: the salted and smoked meat from the back and sides of a pig. Wow. A military officer who ranks above a major and below a general. Wow, I think they have 2 of these cards, to be honest. I'm pretty sure they have 2 of these cards. I think they have bacon on here twice. Oh, thankfully you said bacon, Javier. That's a point for you. I just realized I read the answer. Thankfully you said it. This is a hard one to spell. Colonel is correct. All right, point for Javier, and that is for Bronny. So Javier and Bronny, you both get a point, but Bronny, you're the current king of the hill. And Javier. All right, moving on. We're going to actually go on and move to Tribon. Who's Bobby? Moving on to Tribond. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have security, life, body. Security, life, body. Guard is correct. That is a point for Javier. Oops. Through the goat. Moving on to another round of Tribond. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. We have a tripod, a lens cap, a dark room. This is more of a general thing. It's not too specific. Camera is good enough. There is camera equipment. There's a point for Javier. Hold on, Luke the Duke. I'm going to address your comment. You said Colonel autocorrect. Let me see. Oh, I see you said currently. Bronny still got it first, but currently is way too far off of... You guys got to be tricky with autocorrect because currently is way too off of Colonel for me to accept it, though. But it was still second, just so you know, on my screen. Moving on to another round of Tribond. Yeah, I'm okay with typos, but if the autocorrect is really what screws you guys, I'll have you guys know. Because if it's too far off, it's just too far off. So, moving on to another round of Tribond. The first person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Bubbles, balloons, corks. Fair, cool. Just try to be fair. Bubbles, balloons, corks. This is a weird one. This is a more abstract one in a sense. Oh, I can give you a good hint, though, if you don't get it. Oh, pop was correct. That is a point for Bronny. Moving on to another round of Tribond. First person to tell me what these three things have in common will get a point on the scoreboard. Halo Attack. The Funky Chicken, the Turkey Trot, the Hokey Pokey. Can we do Guess That Balloon? Sure, we got a few minutes. We can do some Guess That Balloon. Dance is correct. That is a point for Javier. All right, moving on to a couple rounds of Guess That Balloon. First person to correct will guess what I'm making. The Funky Chicken Dance? Is that what it is? The Funky Chicken, the Turkey Trot, the Hokey Pokey was dances. Actually, real quick, before we move on to Guess That Balloon, we're just going to finish the Tribond card. It's easier for me if I finish all the answers on one card. It's just easier for me. So we're going to do one more round of Tribond, and then we'll move on to Guess That Balloon. I have the balloon right here, so I won't forget. All right, we're going to move on to Tribond. We have about a little over 10 minutes left. First person to tell me what these three things have in common, I'll get a point on the scoreboard. We have bananas, taxis, canaries. Bananas, taxis, canaries. Yellow is correct. That is a point for Bronny. Thanks, Luke to Duke. All right, we're going to move on to Guess That Balloon as per requested. First person to correctly guess what I am trying to make within 2 guesses will get a point on the scoreboard. Expensive. Let's go here. That's funny. Oh, I'm not gonna lie, I messed this one up a little bit. we have elephant is correct. Waiting for the sword comment from Luke. I had to stop making the sword first. I made the sword first so many times. He actually said it above you on my screen. It's funny. Yeah, only 2 guesses per balloon. It gives new players a chance to compete with old players. So, I do believe Javier got that. I'm going to double check. Yes. Eat the balloon. No. Why sword? I made the sword first at first. Oh, wait. Javier got that. I think I started off with the sword for the first so many streams in a row. Everybody gets sword first, which I don't blame them. All right, moving on to another round of guess that balloon. The first person to correctly guess what I'm making will get a point on the scoreboard. Should make a turkey. This is awkward. Fair is fair. It was a sword, and I did see somebody say it. It's funny, I was doing that to mess with you guys. Javier, you got the point for being the champion. Luke the Duke, you get the point for sword. Or being the king. Try making a shark. I can make a shark real quick. I can make a shark. No, I got sorted. Luke to Duke, how it works is once I announce it, once I verbally say it, you said sword before it went off. However, that's going to be very hard to manage. So the rule that we did for King of the Hill is once I announce verbally the point and it goes off, then it doesn't matter if I've written the point on the scoreboard or if I've changed the piece out yet. The last person I say who got a point when it goes off is the person who gets the bonus point. There's so many different factors, like, because people could argue, like, it's not on the board yet, or, oh, somebody else's character is on here. And so the system is the last person I say who got the point and then when that goes off, then I can even go back and stream and check it. So that's the most verifiable way to keep track. So even if I say sword is correct, I still have to go back and see who said it first on my screen. So once I say it, that's when you're the king, whether I've changed it or not. So, all right, moving forward, I'm going to do a quick, per Rhino's request, nobody's going to get a point here. I do make sharks, and I'm going to show Rhino real quick, and then we're going to continue on. Rhino, I do make a shark. If you want to see it, shark. Nobody's getting a point for that, although Rhino would have because he was first. And it looks better if I draw a face on it. And we're going to go right back to the game. There is the shark. There is the shark. That's not a shark, it's a sword. Dude, that's a sword. It is not a sword. It's funny. All right, moving on. How much time do we have? We have about 6 minutes. Rapid fire alert for the last few minutes. Sure. We got about 6 minutes left. Who's the current champion? I think it's Luke the Duke. All right. Where's Blurt? All right. We're going to rapid fire Blurt for the last 6 minutes. I'm going to put 6 minutes on here. And when this 6 minutes is done, we're going to finish the card. And then we will continue. So I'm going to keep this right. I'll just keep it right here. All right. Moving on to Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct definition will get a point on the scoreboard. You guys are all regulars. I'm just going to go ahead and read the 2 definitions. We're going to really go. First definition. A small amount of food eaten between regular meals. The second definition. A place where trials and other legal proceedings are held. Snack is correct. Point for Javier. Court is correct. Another point for Javier. Oops, I made that a little weird. Rapid firing's going great. Moving on to the next round of Blurt, where I read I'm going to read 2 definitions. 2 points can be handed out. First definition: a tiny opening in the skin or another surface. The second definition: the leather that is rubbed to make it look and feel soft like velvet. There's a Luke-to-Duke. You haven't been here a while, but there is a lot more regulars now. There is a lot more regulars. Core is correct. There's a point for Javier. I'm telling you, there's a lot. Oh, yeah. It's cool. Ooh, it does start with an S. I'll repeat it. Leather that is rubbed to make it look and feel soft like velvet. All right, that's a rough one. I'm going to go ahead and put done in the chat. It was Swede, S-U-E-D-E. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it. Moving on to another one. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to have the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition: a thin, flat, green part that grows from the stem of a plant. The second definition: a group of people or animals acting together. Leaf is correct. That is a point for Bronny. A group of people or animals acting together. Starts with a B. Wow, these are tricky ones, huh? A 4-letter word. Starts with a B. A group of people or animals acting together. Also, band is correct. That is a point for Richard. Moving on to another round of Blurt. First person to tell me the word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. 1,000 million. The second definition: a small wooden hammer used by a person in charge of an assembly to signal for order or attention. That's that hint. It's on my scoreboard. Billion is correct. That is a point for Javier. Gavel is correct. That is a point for Javier. Oh, Javier, you're the king. You're getting another point. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. And that was going to be the last time because it goes 5 to 10 minutes for the timer, and we only have 2 minutes left. So moving on to another, that will be the last King of the Hill point. Moving on to another round of Blurt, where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. This is going to be the last card. 2 more rounds. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. The first definition: a piece of land where flowers, fruits, or vegetables are grown. The second definition: the written text of a place, movie, or television or radio show containing the lines of all the performers. Garden is correct. Point for Javier. Script is correct. Point for Javier. Moving on to another round of Blurt. Last round of Blurt. This is where I read the dictionary definition for 2 words. The first person to tell me the correct word for either definition will get a point on the scoreboard. Up to 2 points can be handed out to the players. The first definition is a son of a person's brother or sister. The second definition is a bench for people to sit on in a church. Nephew is correct as the point for Javier, who will end on the top of the hill. Pew is correct. That is a point for Luke Duke. And that is time. Luke Duke, you got the last one. You ended on the hill. But there is no point awarded. Or actually, that's not how I would do it in a normal stream. I think when I'm done, well, we're just gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it to when the timer goes off. If we ever do King of the Hill in a normal stream, when the stream is over, whoever's on the hill will get a point. So I don't see why we wouldn't do that right now. Luke Duke, you'll get a point. If I would do that in a normal stream, and I know now I'm actually ending, I'll give you the bonus point for ending on the hill, because I would for sure do that during a normal 2-hour stream. So I'm gonna do it here. Currently on 32nd loop of this timer. That means 32 additional points were handed out during the last 7.5 hours that I've been streaming. But it was paused for a good while. It was paused. Bro, the stream went by so fast. Excellent game night. Yeah, I'm going to be going all day tomorrow again. I will read the scores, Brawny. I will definitely read the scores. Yeah, this was paused for at least an hour or two during the stream because of when we were just talking and hanging out. But yeah, this was fun. This was super fun. Still driving home, Wyatt? My God, where do you live? In the middle of the country? These football games are long. All right, let me go ahead and read the scores. We have Brawny. $62 points. Javier, 45. Sasso 2, Plastic 2. Richard, 22. Josh 1, Gogs, 10. Just didn't do the slash. Laura 9. Refwolf 8. Retrofrog 2. Lord Ajax 10. Patrick 8. Jackson 3. Luke Duke 29, M&H 6, Rhino 4. Luke Duke, just so you know, almost every single name on this scoreboard are regulars that you will see at least probably every other day, to be honest. You'll see probably almost every single one of these people. Maybe not Refwolf. Refwolf's been pretty busy. I think he broke a bone recently. Or I can't remember if he just healed or he just broke it, but he's been pretty busy. Wyatt also pops in a lot. Too, I was here for Wyatt pops in a lot. Wyatt's also going through football season as well right now. It's like 40 degrees outside. I'm cold. Oh my God, it sounds horrible. Goes to show the high score will never be beaten, even after 7 hours of streaming. I know, isn't that crazy? 7 hours. Well, I have you guys know, the high score is only eligible to be beaten for now. It might change in the future, but for now, I'm not changing it, but for a while. But currently, the high score is at 82 points in one stream. That's actually, even without the restriction, it's still the highest score ever. Even without just having to be beaten the first 2 hours. That's crazy. What would that... Guys, if we have 5 players doing that in an 8-hour stream, I need a bigger board. You don't win a lot? That's okay. As long as you're having fun. I mean, we literally went on a date and out to eat, and he's still streaming where I was able to still hop back in. Yeah, I had been doing this all night. I love doing this, guys. It is seriously so fun. Have like an arcade top 10 kind of thing always up, like with the highest scores. Well, I kind of did. I had the Hall of Champions. I had the Hall of Famers. Just the Hall of Champions. I had this sign saying all the Hall of Champions, and it has a bunch of different things, and I hit the text limit, so I had to just really reduce it. Richard, that's a good question. How was the spontaneous date night, Bronny? Whoever subscribed, this firework is for you. But yeah, we had I had a lot of stuff on that. Amazing. Thanks for asking. We stayed all this stream. Yeah, Richard, you have been in this stream the entire stream. Yeah, Richard, actually, I think you... Cody... Richard's been in almost the whole stream. Javier's been in... Richard's been in, I think, the whole stream. Javier's been in almost the entire stream as well. Painting and still answering. Homecoming is happening on the 28th, so I'm asking a certain someone. Luke to do good luck. You better ask them soon. The 28th is coming up. That's in like 2 weeks. Went out for a walk in the park, a round of bowling, and ate pho. Oh, I love to bowl. I'm so bad at it. If I get second to last, I consider it a win for me. I'm not joking. If I get second to last, I consider I won that night just for not getting last. So that's how bad I am at bowling. But I love to bowl. You're bad also. I can usually only bowl like a game or two though because I have an injured hand. I actually injured it earlier. Walking out the door, I bumped the frame and it really hurts. And now I'm not gonna. They'll probably not be able to work out after the stream. That's okay. Yeah, I also hope she says yes. Luke to Duke, you are running out of time. Your shoulder. Oh, Bronny, me too. Yeah, I tore a rotator cuff, and so I have to make sure I'm always working it out. That's another reason I have to work out, which is kind of exciting that there's an ante on it in a sense, because I tore my rotator cuff, and rotator cuff, I mean, your shoulder's just a lot of muscle. So I agree, Richard. It does sound like a fun night out. Guys, this was super awesome. This is the longest stream I've done so far. It was 7 hours and 35 minutes. You guys are definitely going to see long streams like this on holidays because I don't celebrate them with anybody because I just, yeah. Not that I wouldn't mind celebrating. I wouldn't mind celebrating them. I just don't really have anybody to celebrate with, so I don't. So for everybody else in the same boat as me, I will be here streaming on the holidays. I think the one exception to where it won't be like this is Halloween will be, I haven't completely decided, but with the kids in the neighborhood going around trick-or-treating, I would like to set up a lot of games. I would like to set up a lot of games that the friends can compete against themselves. Like I have a big Connect 4. Loser will get 1 piece of candy, winner will get 2. And like bucket toss. I just want to have a lot of fun with that. I've wanted to do it before. Now I just really want to do it here, so I'm going to do it. So the Halloween stream might be a little different. I think I might just have a setup outside, and if you guys are watching the stream, I'll probably play games with you guys in between when there are kids trick-or-treating. So I love seeing the costumes. It's one of my favorite things. Will I connect to your Twitch? I don't have a Twitch. I do not have a Twitch account. But Luke to Duke does, and it's Luke to Duke 69918 where he plays video games. Oh, I love using bumpers, Richard. I love using bumpers. Wyatt, it's hard to have sports and extracurricular activities and a girlfriend at the same time. It can be challenging. It can be challenging. Oh, Luke Dude's going to be going live. It was great. That's why I hopped in during the car rides. I lost horribly per usual. Not physical, more logical and technical when it comes to games. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. That's why I love this game show because like it's Like, I don't think I could run around doing a sport for 8 hours. That would be exhausting. I could do it for a few hours. I used to wrestle, but for 8 hours, that's quite the day. Quite the day. I mean, I used to do carpentry, so that would be physically exhausting. Yeah, if this was as physically demanding as carpentry, this is obviously not physically demanding at all. But if this took the same energy that carpentry did, I wouldn't be able to do this for 8 hours a day on streaming. Or would I? I don't know. I definitely wouldn't be able to work more after. Probably not. I don't know. That's a weird one. So cold you're sitting where the engine is. Let's join Luke's stream after this. Just download it real quick. All right, I'll tell you what. I still have some stuff to do, and I could probably watch your stream. I could probably watch your. I might be able to hop into your stream for a little bit. I do have a lot of stuff I have to do. I really have to get prepared for tomorrow's stream, and I gotta catch up. You know, I honestly, Luke to Duke, it's already 12:41. I'm gonna be honest. I really shouldn't hop in tonight. I do definitely want to watch one of your streams sometime. So I'm gonna download Twitch tomorrow or the day after, and I will hop in. However, I really shouldn't tonight because I have to go to bed in a few hours, and I have to have some new things ready for tomorrow. So Javier, that's fair. You would, but not this late. That's fair. That's fair. But yeah, Luke Duke, I will definitely hop in your stream sometime at least once and check it out, you know? Yes, it is on Twitch that he has it. All right, guys, I do need to get off. I'm about 11 minutes over when I said I'd get off, and I have a lot of preparations for tomorrow. So I'm going to pop all the balloons as per usual, and then I'm going to end the stream. Thank you guys for another awesome game night. This was on almost 8 hours. Almost 8 hours today, which is a crazy, awesome amount of time. You guys know how it goes with the balloons. I have to pop them anyway, so I pop them on the stream. Yeah, we all get KO eventually, right? Thanks for another amazing night, guys. You're welcome, Richard. I'll be back on tomorrow, hopefully, for a really long time. When will the Discord be up? Not for a while. I have to make sure I'm not too distracted. You want to watch the balloons? That's fine. The Discord, honestly, I think to be 100% realistic, the Discord will probably be up definitely before winter, later this year. I know we're already getting late into the year. Probably around the time, probably before I switch the channel, right before I switch, oh, you want to watch. Right before I switch the channel over to the game show over to the other channel, I'm going to make the Discord. There's going to be 2 levels. It's going to be for anybody who joins. There are stipulations to that that I have not come up with yet. Have a good night, Rhino. And then there's going to be a channel for the moderators, potentially. We'll see. I can't guarantee it. I'm not putting too much thought. I have so many things I'm working on, and that's not the immediately next thing that I'm adding, and so I can't put too much focus into it right now. So I try to only focus on one thing at a time. That was a good balloon. I don't know why it's should be in the box. So I can't promise too much on that because I haven't put a lot of thought in. How long does YouTube let you live stream? So, Bronny, technically, YouTube lets you live stream for as long as you want. However, YouTube can... Hey, Sky the Goat, welcome back. YouTube only lets you post it if it's under 12 hours long. Meaning, you can live stream for literally forever, But if it's over 12 hours long, it cannot be on your channel. It's just too long for them to cache it into their system. So literally for as long as you want. But if you want to do really long ones, stop it at like 11 hours and 55 minutes and then repost it so you can have it back. So eat just one balloon. Rhino, I'm not. Rhino, were you the person who said you ate a door? I am not eating a balloon. Just one balloon. Wait a minute. Okay, Rhino. Okay. Okay, Rhino. Hold on. You want me to eat a balloon? I'm going to. Don't do it. No, I'm going to. I'm going to. I have to remember how to safely eat the balloon, though. I've done it once before. I have to remember how to safely eat the balloon. All right, guys. To end this stream, if swallow not good, don't you dare share. No, guys, I've done it one time before. I'm going to do it again. I just have to remember how to do it. There's a safe way I can eat the balloon. Just give me a second. There's a safe way. I've done it once before. See if I can remember how to safely eat this balloon. Rhino, you have to pay for that type of content. That's funny, Bronny. All right, Rhino. Send in donation for that one. That's funny. All right. All right, guys, I have a balloon sword. Wow, he's really about to do it. I have a balloon sword, and I'm going to eat it, and then I'm going to get off. Wow. I think I did the trick wrong. I think I did. I'm gonna go ahead and try that again. Oh yeah, I did it wrong. No, it looks wrong. Yeah, no, it does. Sorry, guys. That's one part I hate about that trick. Dang, there's a way I could do it. What you do, it is a trick. I agree, it does look wrong. But it's a really fun trick, and I don't do it often because it looks stupid. But I really like it. Say yum, yum. No. The trick with that is you poke a hole in it. I did it wrong, though. It actually is supposed to go down in like 2 seconds. That does not look appetizing. The trick with it is you poke a hole in the end of the balloon before you blow it up, and then you're supposed to push it down. Now that I think about it, I put the hole in the wrong side of the balloon. That's why it did not go well. Yeah, that was supposed to happen in like 2 seconds. So when it didn't happen in 2 seconds, thanks for not working. God, no. Yeah, it's supposed to happen in like literally like 2 or 3 seconds, and it didn't. And I was like, uh-oh. All right, guys, that was awesome. Fun stream. Weird way to end it. First that piece shit, he choked on a balloon. Yeah, it was the air was supposed to go out the other way, and I was supposed to hold the excess balloon. So, oops, messed that up. Well, I was really about to do it. It was not appetizing. Thanks for not working. God, no. You've seen it done before. We'll do it tomorrow night. It was worried. It's okay, guys. It's funny. All right, guys. Thank you so much for a great night. You guys have a good one. I'll be back on tomorrow. 7 hours and 48 minutes. We were almost at 8 hours. I don't want to stop, but I have to stop. I got to keep going. So could have been the last stream. Oh, that's funny. All right, guys. Thank you so much. I'll be back on tomorrow for hopefully a long stream as well. Have a great night, everybody. Thank you so much again. If I remember to do this, I'm going to start ending the stream on the scoreboard. Have a good night, guys.